Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 of this Under-19 Youth ODI series between South Africa and Bangladesh. Before the game begins, one of South Africa's most esteemed officials, Mr. Zama Z. Ndamane, has tragically left us in this dimension, and before we start this game, in commemoration for his service to the game of cricket here in South Africa, the players will take a moment of silence, and so will we. The moment taken by Bangladesh Under-19 and South Africa Under-19, our match umpires, umpire Bongani Jele and umpire Spelele Gasa. We come to you live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel as we commemorate the life of Mr. Zamazet Ndamane. My name is Bendulo Makubane in commentary. Next to me, a man who also knows Ndate Ndamane, Mr. Pila Sanders Klaba.
Yeah, good morning, Bendulo. As a great man, Brazet, as he was affectionately known in the cricket circles, and so many personal stories from myself and so many other people that are involved in cricket in South Africa. Probably one of the most welcoming people in cricket in South Africa. Whenever you speak to him, he's got a fountain of knowledge in terms of, you know, what he's been through as a match official, but also then transitioning into a match umpire and a match referee. And so it's a huge loss for South African cricket as a fraternity at large. So many people looked up to Brazet. Speaking to the on-field umpires in Spelele Kasa and Bongani Jele today, this morning, and they were expressing their sadness of losing a colleague, somebody they've shared so many fantastic memories with. But also significant that we mention and also pay respects to the lives that were lost in the Bangladesh aircraft crash a few days ago as well. Crashed into a school in Bangladesh a couple of days ago, which, you know, plenty of lives were lost there. So our sympathies and our respects to everybody that was affected by that tragedy in Bangladesh. But certainly, as we look forward to this match, chance at redemption for South Africa. Pride to play for today. They don't want to lose this match and the Series 3-0. So plenty to play for.
And the boys out there will look to uphold the spirit of cricket as we look at the starting 11s for the South African 11. Adnan Lakhadin, Jorik van Skalwyk, Mohamed Bulbuli and Jason Rose starting your top 4. South Africa with 4 changes as well in the side with the return of Banda Majola, Bosman, Vian Pretorius and Bandile Mbata. For Bangladesh, their star performer at the top of the order, Zawad Abra, continues his excellent form as he's shown. From Sri Lanka, Rifat Beg, Aliin coming in for the first time. The captain who's been awesome, Azizul Tamim Hakim, and also Rizan Hossan has also been good. More names coming in Rafi and Alif at the end. It's going to be an exciting game here, Pela Sande.
Yeah, great opportunity for Bangladesh also to rotate their squad. We've already wrapped up the series 2-0 with this one game to play. So coaching staff giving opportunities to some of the guys that didn't get opportunities in that first game. So plenty to look forward to from a Bangladesh point of view, but also from a South African point of view as well. Couple of changes, 4 to be exact. Interestingly, also Mohamed Bulbulia, the captain for the first game with the gloves today. So that gives Jason Rolls the opportunity again to captain the side. Did so in that second game. Right, Besson with the first ball.
That's been the one consistent thing, the start of JJ Besson at the top of the mark for the Proteas. For the first game, he started from the Ekurhuleni end, this time coming from the Chalet end, which, funny enough, in the first game, South Africa had problems with, and all of a sudden today we are playing at a different strip. It's a different wicket. It's been prepared over the last last week by our groundsman, Mr. Mlaba. And here we are to see how it's going to actually play out here today.
Yeah, sentiment from both captains at the toss also was, it's a fresh strip. They wanted to see what it can do and how it will play. Certainly from that second ball, JJ Besson, that's where he wants to be. That's where he needs to be from a length and line perspective. I think that first ball is drifting onto the pads of Zawad Abrar, who's been excellent again on this tour. He starts tours off very well, Zawad Abrar. Half century already in that first game. A couple of centuries also on the tour of Sri Lanka a little bit earlier in the year.
Ooh, the ball is edged. Down the legs, Mohamed Bulbulia can't get there. It's going to be the first boundary of the game of Zawad Abrar.
Again, just straying in line. You can see that pitched outside leg, and it continued to go outside leg. And all Zawad Abrar needed to do was just get a touch on it, enough to get it past the wicketkeeper and Mohamed Bulbulia for 4. And fine leg, 2 square, and it goes fine for 4. So not a great start from JJ Besson in South Africa.
We've seen time and time again, Pela, that the room for error with these Bangladeshi top order batters is next to nowhere, especially with Zawad Abrar, whom you've said has shown excellent form. 57 last match, 70 in the first game, in dominant performance for Bangladesh to win those 2 games. So he's earned some respect here from the Proteas, and if they don't watch out and they aren't executing their plans from the get-go, the start could be insane, as it has been from Bangladesh.
And it's been the opening pair for Bangladesh with the bat as well. Rifat Beg.
Gets a thick outside edge. It's going to be promising here for JJ Besson. It's been a strategy since the start of using the 2 slip fielders here for South Africa to just go on an attacking setup. And so it just lays the importance of JJ Besson and co to bowl excellently, especially if you look at that record for Zawad Abrar. Almost 100 strike rates, averaging 45, 200s and 250s in his 12 games. So no person to mess with. And really attacking lines here from JJ Besson. Nothing too wide, everything straight. Some drifting down the leg to end over number 1. A boundary in it, and it's 8 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, solid enough start again for Bangladesh. And getting that early boundary from the bat of Zawad Abrar. We often speak about starts in a game of cricket, Bendulo, and how South Africa have started in this series. Bayanda Majola. The changes back into the side. Young, promising fast bowler, Bayanda Majola. His numbers can still improve. He's got all the material to be a really good fast bowler, Bayanda Majola. They need somebody, especially with the opening pair and with the new ball, to be a little bit more penetrating up front. It's often been an Achilles heel of the South African side not to get early wickets.
And it's good lengths here being exhibited by both Basson, and a good start from Bayanda Bajola. The first game that he played, he had a clash with Aman Manak down in the deep as they were trying to retrieve a ball. And after 7 overs, he couldn't come back and return his spell. He was replaced. But in the 2 overs of his return spell later on, Pela, it was rather excellent. Really controlled that chalet end. And it was a big loss because he was dropped twice in his second over of that spell. So he could have been a real prize asset for South Africa in that later part of the first innings.
Rifat Beg, his numbers. A lot of left-handers in this Bangladeshi lineup. Slashed away, nobody there. It's the positive and aggressive intent that Bangladesh have played with throughout this series. And Zawad Abrar has always been the catalyst in terms of that positivity. Goes all the way for the first maximum of the game.
You would have thought that it was going to be bounce, but such was the intent behind the shot. Moving across the line, slashed and slashed hard, knowing very well that there's no one in the deep. So it was a safe shot from Zawad. He moves to 13. Beautiful. This time he just punches it through that gap. On the back foot. Punishing Majola here. 2 boundaries in a row for Zawad Abrar.
Yes, the line and the length really from Bayanda Majola is too short, and a lot of width outside that off stump. And all he needs to do with the class that Zawad Abrar bats with is to stand tall and punch it through the gap. In power play overs, you can afford to do that. Very minimal risk in that shot. But the line and the length from Bayanda Majola a little bit too short and too wide outside that off stump.
The confidence is starting to show for Zawad Abrar. The first game, he was rather slow in how he started off. He was a little bit more positive in the second game, and now it's clear he's no longer afraid. It doesn't seem like he's afraid. He's playing fearless cricket already on 17 from just 8 deliveries. And even with that shot, it was a good ball from Bayanda Majola, but he's so intentful with his stroke. He went at the ball. Just look at that. It's beautiful technique. Straight on the ground, but straight to the field as well.
Well, it's felt also that a lot of the Bangladeshi batters haven't had to work a lot for their runs in this series so far. South African bowlers have bowled too many boundary balls in an over. And that's made it a little bit easier for Zawad Abrar, and those are impressive numbers. It's made it easy for them to get early boundaries, get themselves settled and into their innings very quickly. Expensive start for Bayanda Majola, 11 from it, 19 without loss.
The impressive thing is that strike rate as well. For a number 1 batter, 111. So those 63 runs are coming at a nip of 60 deliveries. So he doesn't waste any time. 2 matches, he's already scored those 250s. Like we said in that first couple of games, starts slow, but then picks up the pace very well before he loses his wicket. Today, he's wasting no time. Already 19 runs in 2 overs for Bangladesh. South Africa going to have to clean it up here. Basson went for 8. Majola going for 11. Have to maximize that new ball. Have to get in the right areas and use the fresh deck as well.
And they need to. This pitch looks a little bit better than at first. Strip that they played with. There's obviously winter decks these, so they probably might not be as fresh and as bouncy as you would be accustomed to from a South African point of view, but this one looks the best of the two that we've used in this series. Even with that ball, JJ Boson got a little bit of bounce off that. Well played by Mohammad Rifat Beg. So they need to try and make early inroads into this Bangladeshi batting lineup for them to be able to restrict it. It's a powerful batting lineup. It's a lineup that is experienced. They play a lot of cricket together.
Zawad Abra and the captain Azizul Hakim Tamim coming from the same club as well, Gulshan Cricket Club. They've played a couple of games as well for Bangladesh together, so they know each other well. In that Sri Lanka tour, 2 partnerships worth of 100 runs or more. And it just shows that not only does Zawad bat hard, but he bats long. And then he also has assistance in that top order. A very nice ball from JJ Passon. But Rifat Beg, who has been just sitting in silence on the other side watching the show, smart enough to let it go.
They do. I made mention of the fact that a lot of the Asian nations start their youth development programs at a very young age, 15, 16. And they graduate into the first class arena very early as well, when 17, 18, often 19 years old. It's nice again from JJ Passon using the height. So they've got a lot of experience batting at a higher level as well. It's been the issue for the South African side is that they've had to contend with the experience of a Mohammad Rifat Beg, Zawad Abrar, and Azizul Hakim Tamim as well, the captain. So we need to find a way to get through them very quickly.
Beautifully played from Rifat Beg. He waited and waited and waited until Passon gives him enough width to just lash it through the tiniest gap through that offside. Beautiful batting from the Bangladeshis.
Again, not enough patience from JJ Passon. Goes searching. That one just outside the off stump. On top of it, Mohammad Rifat Beg. In previous 4 deliveries were on the mark and close to Mohammad Rifat Beg. Couldn't get a bat on it. This time, just searching for that magic ball, goes a little bit astray and outside that off stump, and Mohammad Rifat Beg, class player, hits it on the top of the bounce for 4.
Back to normal and regular proceedings, which can't help but feel like that boundary just tilted the momentum of the over back to the Bangladeshis, especially with the good start that they had. 4 runs will count valuable as they move to 23 in the first 3 overs. That 4 just exemplifies the importance of the correct areas that you need to bowl in. And the story which we've been talking about, that the margin of error is very minimal to these Bangladeshis. Rifat Beg did not hesitate. He did not think twice. Even the style that he played that shot with, knew exactly what he wanted to do. So here Bananda Majola needs to come back strong, because neither of the batters are going to give them any opportunity.
Yeah, it just goes back to that boundary delivery per over chat we were having a little bit earlier from the South African bowlers. Need a little bit more discipline. 50 over cricket is a long time. You can build pressure by bowling dot balls, and it looks like that kind of South African side. They don't have somebody who's like Akwena Mapaka was previously, who would strike. They don't look like a team that can get early wickets through sheer pace and striking early on. So for them, it's about building pressure, frustrating the opponents.
And here's the thing, just magnifying your point a bit further, is the fact that The other 4 or 5 deliveries in the over are exactly where they need to be, as these first 2 by Banda Majola are. When we get to the latter part of the overs, ball number 4, ball number 5, can they continue and allow Bangladesh to just do what they are doing? Because Bangladesh, when the good balls arrive, they are not attacking them. So if they just continue bowling it in the right areas, rather taking the ones and rather than giving them 4s, we're going to see a shift in the balance of how the power play has been playing around, because from day number 1, it has been the same problem where it's just that 1 or 2 deliveries that give Bangladesh a sniff.
And they've got a winning formula, don't they, Bangladesh, and how they attack those power play overs, especially the first power play. The first 10 over power play for them is so crucial. And obviously goes back to the fact that after over number 34, you only have 1 ball in play. Lovely. Excellent that. Always classy when you see a left-hander drive down the ground. And Mohammad Rifat Beg is no different from all the classy left-handers that have played the game previously in Bangladesh and around the world. Another 4 ball from Bayanda Majola, and it's driven back nicely by Mohammad Rifat Beg.
Covers the line of the ball so beautifully, because you'd think that you punch that through the covers, but finds a way to play it straight back through the bowler. It's the length that gives him that ability. Just way too full from Bayanda Majola, and the fact that he had an option to hit it through the offside as well speaks of the wayward line too. Pulls the length back. It was there to be hit.
Both 2 lengths. Really, South Africa, that has been their problems, their inconsistency. They've either been too short or too full. And an attacking side like Bangladesh, especially in the power play overs, you're always going to be punished if you don't have that consistency.
And now this is going to be the second problem that South Africa are going to have to contend with as we see over number 4 come to an end. It's 29 for no loss. The second problem will be now, once Bangladesh get into that flow, it pushes the inner ring a little bit further back, and then they start standing on the center circle, which then opens up the pockets for these 1s and 2s, which we just saw now. In the first 3 overs, there weren't many singles, but now they're starting to grow slowly, and this is going to be something South Africa are going to have to be careful of.
Perfect example of batting in a partnership, isn't it? You look at how this pair construct this partnership. A lot of boundaries, but a lot of singles as well, especially in the inner ring. They drop and they run. And precise in their calling as well.
What I fear the most is somewhat the lack of hungry body language from the South Africans. If you've watched the Bangladeshis for the past 2 games, their hunger to win games and their hunger to pressurize their opponent is exemplified by just the way they act outside of the ball being around them. And here you can't help but feel like South Africa know that they've lost the series 2-0. And so with a last-ditch effort, you want your slip fielders to walk in and speak to each other around the batter. You want to make these 2 feel like they don't belong. But so far, it feels as if they're giving them too much respect.
That's a great point that you bring up, Bendula, because there's been a stark contrast in how these 2 teams have played their cricket. And body language is part of cricket as well. I mean, when you compare the South Africans to the Bangladeshis were aggressive. They were in each other's faces. Maybe sometimes a little bit too much, but that's how you want to play your cricket. You want to be as aggressive as you possibly can. And South Africa, in contrast, have been very relaxed, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you're up against a side that is showing aggression, you have to lift yourself up in many ways. And yes, you've been dominated by bat and ball as well, so you want to pick your battles and also try and find small wins. And if you show that in body language, how aggressive you are, you're doing half the job.
For instance, this has been a beautiful over from JJ Basson. It has been really good stuff. And once you start chatting and start walking in, you give your bowler more wings to run in harder, to be more accurate, to try and find that wicket, because he knows that there are 10 other players in the field who are backing him to do what he needs to do. So I would really love to see more of that feistiness, especially if your bowler's backing up the plans that the whole team has set up. See, it's getting closer and closer and closer here, JJ Basson. So that's what I want to hear. I want to hear more chats, and on this broadcast we have a stump mic that you can hear yourself. It's pretty quiet out there. There's more wind than there are players chatting and trying to ruffle up the Bangladeshis.
Yeah, it's 100% also. And I think bowlers also lead that. Got to be aggressive. We saw how Imon was so aggressive to the South African batters, and it charged up the fielders as well. Oh, gotta hurry. Well judged in the end by this Bangladesh pair. Run well. Great over from JJ Basson. Just 2 from it. It's 31 without loss.
Superb stuff from JJ Basson. That's why he opens up the encounter for the South Africans. Will feel hard done that that single found a way through after putting so much pressure. And that's the intensity we talk about. Nono spoke of a great point in that first game, where if you are in the inner ring, there's position A. Where you are in the inner ring, there's position B, where you're getting closer to the square, and there's position C, where you are right in front of the square and the face of the batters. When you're starting the game off, you kind of want that to set the precedent of what's going to happen. Now they're starting to get these singles working very well, Bangladesh. And the thing is, if you're going at over 6 runs to the over in your first 5, taking a rest, getting those 1s, getting those 2s, running at 4 runs and over, 3 runs and over for a period until that ball wears out, is not a bad ploy.
It isn't. And I think, when you look at how, these South Africans want to get wickets. Gotta be on the money. Just trying to get the right fielders in the right place also. Be tighter as well. Don't allow those singles to happen. Again, a little bit too easy. Oh, then it's through. This is going to be a long chase, and I think it's not going to be good for Enati Kichini. That's not great fielding. It's gone for 4, but it could have easily just been just the 1 run. Again, South Africa not doing well in the field, but also with the ball.
You don't want to walk into the field and you've already lost the game. You don't want to walk into the field and then the presence of the batters outweighs you. And the fielding is a little bit timid. Just clips the pad. But as we talk of that intensity, even when you hear that appeal, and I know we've been on this point a bit now, but it also it feeds the fielder. There you feel like if the team is pumped up, Kichini stops that. The chances of a single even going through there is halved if the team is charged up.
You talk about controllables in cricket, and fielding is one of them. Can control that element of the game. Just looking at the South Africans, they're far too deep in the ring. Not enough energy, not enough proactiveness to be able to stop the ball, anticipation of the ball coming to you. Kichini a little bit too deep on that occasion, too flat-footed. So taking off to his right, maybe a little bit of a weak side for him, but you want that positivity, that proactiveness in the field, but the bowlers have to lead it too. Again, too easy. Far too easy from South Africa's point of view.
That's criminal. It's a good ball from Majola, bowling exactly to his field. He shouldn't be conceding a single there. But then now the Bangladeshis have sort of eased into this partnership, and we haven't even finished over number 6. We haven't even finished the first power play. And you can already see the balance of the game is way much on Bangladesh's side now. Rifat Beg is starting to go at 12 from 13. Pulled it away, trying the short ploy. He's able to skip the ball over Vian Pretorius, and Pretorius can't drag it back. Intent is positive from Bangladesh. It's very good batting.
Nice idea. Honestly, it really is a nice idea from Bayanda Majola. It's the first short ball of the game. Well, they've played with so much control, these Bangladeshi batters. Rifat Beg, that occasion, rolling his wrist, keeping it down. No real risk in being caught anywhere in the field. But again, if you look at that over, it's worth 11. And this Bangladeshi pair are going at over 6 and over 7, in fact, is the rate that they are going at. And it's just mixing those boundary balls with the singles that they are getting so easily within the inner circle. They have to be better, South Africa.
JJ Basson has been doing nothing wrong. Ever since his first over that went for 8 runs, he's really reeled it back in. And this time he's getting Zawad Abra to make an uncharacteristic error. And Kichini came in during the first power play in that second game, bowled over number 8, I believe, 7 or 8. And now you're looking at Banda Majola, who's returning from that little niggle. You're asking yourself, could this be a time to just change it up and see if they have something different? Thick outside edge. As we continue with JJ Basson doing very little wrong. Anati Kichini on your picture right now, retrieving the ball. He's an extremely economical bowler. He does what he does at a very high level, just controlling his lines and lengths, and restricts batters from having any sort of freedom.
Yeah, great story. Enati Kichini is, we'll expand on it a little bit as the day goes as well, but a product of South Africa's development pipelines. It's good from Muhammad Rifat Beg. Keep the scoreboard ticking along nicely here. Mixing those singles with the boundary balls. And sometimes it's not always about the captain leading from the front. It's everybody pulling together in the same direction for the South African side. How to set the tone and how we want to field and restrict. Ahmed Bulbulia also plays a very crucial role as the wicket keeper, making sure angles and depth. It's a big swipe that from Zawad Abrar, but nothing on it. And the depth in the field placings as well. Just asking for a little bit more in terms of restricting from a South African point of view. If they can be tighter, and the ball goes over their heads, or flash one through the covers, or just right or left of the fielder, you'll accept that, because at the end of the day, you'll say, okay, it's a good shot. But what is the purpose of me being inside the 30-yard circle? It's more bounce. It's really good from JJ Besson. And that's to stop the singles. So that's the mindset that these South Africans have to have, especially fielding inside the ring. How do I stop that one from being taken? If it's flashed past me, left or right, and it goes to the boundary, so be it. That's not my primary job. My primary job is to stop the single. And there's been far too many inside this 30-yard circle already in these 6 overs that have been bowled.
Look at that offside. It seems like they've heeded the advice and they've come a little bit tighter. Whipped over. Then again, Pela. Just lack of patience from JJ Besson. Goes and he attacks the stumps. You can hear his scream. A beautiful shot from Zawad Abra to flick it over for 6 and bring up the 50 runs for Bangladesh.
An over that was going so well. It's those final 2 balls getting out of the over. Coaches will always tell young players, get out of the over, especially when you started well. Far too poor. That is poor. It will put away by any batter of any caliber. Outside leg stump and just flicked away by Zawad Abrar. And over that could have only gone for 2, went for 8 in the end. And again, Bangladesh achieving that rate, a high scoring rate of theirs of 7.1. .50 without loss inside the first 7. It's been yet another really positive start from the Bangladeshi pair of Mohammad Rifat Beg and Zawad Abrar. It's prompted the change from Jason Rolls, the captain, Dando Soni. Didn't play the first game, came in the second game and retains his place in this 3rd and final Youth ODI. Promising seamer from Glenwood in Durban. Already got a professional contract with the Warriors down in Gqeberha. Division 1 cricket. He goes to Mohammad Rifat Beg. Short and pulled away by Rifat Beg. Don't think he's got a lot of it. Long chase from Bayanda Majola. Does well to bring it in. Really positive running from Mohammad Rifat Beg and Zawad Abrar. Come back for 3. Very good morning to Monte Zondeki. First time on the airwaves in this 3-match Youth ODI series. What's your impressions of how South Africa have bowled so far?
Well, firstly, morning, and thank you for hosting me today. Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle, hasn't it? Going at 7 runs and over in that first power play, you would think. Oh, look at it. It does look like it has a bit of bounce, actually. Playing pretty well. Been impressed with the Bangladesh batters, though. Abra and Beg. Again, line, length, just picks it up nicely. He did that just over before to Basson. Picked it up off his legs. And the line and the length were too short and too straight. Another boundary. A big one this time, gone for 6.
Yeah, poor again from South Africa. Really poor. Doesn't have to do a lot of work there, Zawad Abrar, to get that boundary. Because the line is just coming into him and away to the leg side, it's easy pickings for him to just pick it up and over. It's gone for 6. It's another 6.
Yeah, just watching the first 7 overs as you were asking me before, I think we've given away a lot of boundary deliveries. It's not like Bangladesh have been playing out of their skins. Yes, they played some really good shots, but also the bowling hasn't been very good at all in the first 7 overs. And now spreading the field. Just one slip. Leg side. Slow delivery, full toss. This time through the gap, another boundary. And they keep coming. They mean business here, Bangladesh. He's scoring at a high rate, close to 9 runs and over at the moment. In South Africa, are struggling with their lines and their lengths.
Yeah, it looks like Dando Soni is struggling with his run-up, especially with his stride, delivery stride at the crease. Just losing everything there. And the ball going halfway up Zawad Abrar's hip. Easy pickings.
like we said earlier, it's not that Bangladesh are playing out of their skins. They just get given a couple of deliveries every over to hit for 4. And that's where the problem is. There's no consistency, especially from this end. I think Baswan has been pretty decent from the other end, but he's also given away a boundary ball here and there.
The Brar was looking for a wide call, possibly from square leg umpire.
Either for height or for the line was also a little bit down leg, but over the left shoulder. So I don't think it was a bad call by the umpires. But again, South Africa has spread their field. One slip, there's a square leg, mid wicket, and a mid on the leg side, and a fine leg. When I've been impressed by that Bangladeshi two openers is how good they are on the short ball.
Again picked up. Again goes for 4. Zawad Abrar is fast approaching yet another 50 in this Youth ODI series between themselves and South Africa. He's gone to 47 in double quick time now. And South Africa really now are bleeding runs.
Similar shot. He loves it out there. Straight ball, little short, the little pickup. Plays it very, very well. This time just 4 runs. It was a 6 earlier in this over. And from the Basan over. He's really good in the short ball. That's very straight at him. Just picks it up quite nicely. Changing field once again. Third man comes into the circle. Square leg goes onto the boundary.
End of a very expensive over from Dando Sonis with 17 from his first. Bangladesh 67 without loss.
Need a wicket just to break up this partnership and get a new batter in there. These two, Abra and Beg, are clearly seeing the ball very well at the moment. And South Africa is struggling to contain them. Just need to string a couple of dot balls together here. And just slow down that run rate.
He mentioned the fact that this pitch a little bit more bounce in it than the first two.
This one certainly has pace and bounce. That's on tall. Has used his height as well. So a couple of that back of the length that came through quite nicely to the keeper. So there's a bit of pace on this wicket. It looks like certainly a bit of bounce. And bend your back, you might get something out of it. Just one slip in a gully to the left-hander.
Much better. Really much better, that making sure that no single was taken there.
So far, Basan, I think, has been the most impressive out of the South African bowlers. He's looked to be more consistent. Hits the deck quite hard. I'll be hoping for a wicket, though, South Africa, very soon, just to break up this partner. 67 without loss. Yeah, there's a bit of bounce once again. I think he's just happy to dig it in quite short.
Good again. What South Africa needs, just a string of dot balls. Just to wrestle back the advantage towards their side. They've been bleeding runs 7.7 to the over. Just a string of good overs here and gets them back into the game. And wicket would be a bonus, but just some quiet overs, especially to close out this first power play. Penultimate over of it. Slashed away, up and over. Mohammad Rifat Beg. It's a long chase, and they'll give it up because it's got enough on it from Mohammad Rifat Beg. Another boundary to Bangladesh. It was a quiet over until that point.
Yeah, same as the previous over from Bassan. Was really bowling well, lines and less, and then just gives away another loose delivery. It was short, had a bit of width, and still in the power play, goes for 4. Has looked to bowl a shorter delivery quite a few times to both these opening batters. This time around, the length was a bit too, the width, sorry. Certainly the issue is back on it. Better length, better line. That's the end. With the 9th over, 71 without loss. Going very well here, Bangladesh. Abra on 47, getting close to his 50. And Beg on the other end on 24th, 22.
Just up the ante in the last few overs now, this pair. Almost 8 and over is the run rate. What I've enjoyed from Bangladesh's side, and we've spoken about it in the previous 2 matches, is their proactiveness, always wanting to push the game forward. They've been aggressive in how they've done that with the ball and with the bat. We've set some really good totals for South Africa, some challenging totals for them to chase. Enati Kichini, a youngster from the southwestern districts. Ah, lovely. Absolutely brilliant from Zawad Abrar. It's a lovely way to go to 3 consecutive 50s in this series. Lofted beautifully for 6 of Enati Kichini's first ball. And this pair means business.
Yeah, he's brimming with confidence right now. Look at that. Not too much wrong with the ball. Possibly just over pitched. There's a lovely cover drive over the top of mid-off. And it's gone all the way. I was just about to say a bit of spin, change in pace, maybe just to slow things down. But Bangladesh do not want to slow down. They're going really well. So the change in field after that shot. Or maybe not. I thought long off was staying on the boundary, but still in the power play. Long on and car corner, if I'm not mistaken, the 2 fielders on the boundary for South Africa. Last over of the power play.
Smart again, smart cricket. After a boundary, rotate strike. It's been a strong point of theirs, rotating strike. Zawad Abrar batting on 53 of 33. Very high strike rate.
To the left-hander now, just the change in fields. Car corners out on the boundary. So is long on. Same as to the right-hander then.
And it's an area that South Africa haven't dealt with. The rotation of strike from the Bangladeshi batters, left-hand, right-hand combinations all throughout the batting lineup. So it's made very difficult for either Mohamed Bulbulia or Jason Rolls, whoever the captain has been for South Africa, and all the bowlers as well. It's made it so difficult for them to be able to contain the Bangladeshi batters.
It certainly can get annoying for a bowler, 1, and 2, the fielders, when you have to keep chopping and changing because of the left-right combination. So if they rotate the strike very well and you can't keep your control really good, that you keep one batter on one end and stop him from scoring or rotating the strike, then it becomes frustrating for the bowler because the chopping and changing, the changing lines, coming around the wicket sometimes to the lefty, field is changing. Big shot. He's looking for the big one once again. Long on, up in the circle. Long off, sorry. Trying to go over the top. Nobody on the offside is on the boundary, all in the infield.
Tough start for Inati Kichini. He's gone for 8 in his first over. 79 without loss, Bangladesh.
South Africa still looking for their first wicket. Perhaps now with the power play, the first one over, they can maybe have a couple more boundary riders, just drive those boundaries, perhaps pick up a wicket over here too. Just looking at what's been done so far by the South African bowlers. Basson clearly the better of the seamers so far. Majola and Sony quite expensive. And Kichini just came in for his first over for 8. So yeah, there needs to be some work done here by South Africa just to bring down that run rate and put a bit of pressure on the batters.
Change of ends now for Ndando Soni. Struggled in that first over from the Ikuruleni end, and then it's just asked the captain to go from the Chalet end. Also one of the many products of many development structures in South Africa, especially in the KZN region. Much better start from the Chalet end, picked up by former South African convener of selectors, Linda Zondi, in that area, where did a lot of good development work and an opportunity to go to Glenwood High School in Durban. And he's just gone from strength to strength in Ndando Soni. Plenty of potential. That's why he's already been awarded a full senior contract straight out of school with the Warriors.
Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Good running. He's spoken about it, how they rotate the strike so well. Once again, not just relying on boundaries to keep the scoreboard ticking. Very good running by Bangladesh. Catching South Africa asleep.
Again, the fielders have always been on their heels, isn't it? You expect the inner ring to be much sharper than that.
Well, maybe they're actually not so close because of all the boundaries that were hit that first power play. So now you're giving yourself a bit of a chance to try to stop the ball if it's coming at you at pace. So maybe they need to just get closer and stop those singles.
Outside edge, but safe because there's no slips involved.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you don't bowl well up front. You take out your tech and field, you become a little bit more defensive, and mistakes by the batters isn't rewarded sometimes because of the poor bowling up front.
I made mention of the fact that in a ring, the purpose of being there is to save the single. You're not necessarily there to save the boundary. So sometimes you don't mind it going past your left or your right and it going to the boundary, as long as you're doing your first primary job is to stop the single. South Africa haven't been able to do that.
You're looking for it, Bangladesh. Clearly recognizing that the singles are there for the taking at the moment. Just talked about the power play is over, so there's a bit more protection for the bowlers now. 4 on the boundary. There's a square leg, fine leg third man, and a cover on the boundary and the offside for the lefty.
Tough being a captain when the bowlers don't do their job, isn't it?
Yeah,
the bowlers.
Yeah, it makes it a nightmare for the captain because you have to keep top in the wall. Well, we're not going to get into that. It's too early for that. Bit of bounce, bit of width on offer there, but just beaten by the bounce. Looks like a pretty nice deck for this time of the year in July playing cricket.
And it has been a tough job for South Africa's co-captains, Mohamed Bulbulia and Jason Rolls. Bowlers haven't been able to hit their straps in these 3 youth ODIs.
just makes the captain's job a bit harder when your bowlers aren't giving you what you want. You give them the field and they're not bowling to it, and you have to keep on chopping and changing to try stop boundaries. And that is the end of the 11th over. Bangladesh still going very well, 81 without loss. Up on 55 and Beg on 26.
Still a relatively young side, this South African side, when you compare it to the Bangladeshis. Not a lot of youth ODI cricket behind their belt as well, so they're still finding their feet at this level. Kichini with his second over. We spoke about him and it being a really great success story for South Africa's development structures. And Nati Kichini comes from the hub system in the southwestern districts, George to be specific. And he really speaks to the work that's being done from a development point of view in the youth ranks. Doesn't come from all the big renowned cricket schools that develop a lot of future Proteas. It's lovely that bit of drift, and Mohammad Rifat Beg was playing for the spin, wasn't there.
It's a good story. Plenty of those stories, I think, in South African cricket. And, it's good to know that they're still happening. They need a wicket, though. Nasty ball. Not much turn. Can straight with the arm outside off stump this time around, looking for it. Oh, Beg. Outside off stump.
It's his biggest asset. I mean, he's not the tallest of guys. Menati Kichini. So he relies on accuracy, and especially with those natural variations where the ball doesn't spin. Lovely. There's good consistency in line and length. Ends a really good over. One from it, it's 82 without loss.
Yeah, much better over for South Africa. Still going in around 7 runs and over. Desperately need a wicket. This partnership is still going on really nicely and a good rate. And that's the worrying part about for South Africa, is that the run rate is still going along at just under 7 runs and over.
I think first prize is to bring it down, isn't it? Bring that run rate down, and then you can create pressure.
Well, the pressure brings wickets. I think that's where South Africa should be concentrating on, just bringing that run rate down, and then perhaps the two opening batters might start getting frustrated because it was so easy to score earlier on. I mean, boundaries don't come as easy. Maybe they'll try something. And that's key. Just keep those dot balls coming, the ones and twos here, but don't give away those 4 balls. Those boundary deliveries are the ones you must cut out.
And these middle overs become crucial from a South African point of view. Bangladesh off to a really good start in that first 10 over power play. We'll be looking to extend that dominance into the middle overs, but Soni and Kichini play a vital role in these middle overs. First prize mentioned to bring that run rate down and then try and create opportunities to take wickets with that pressure. So this is a very important phase for South Africa to be able to create that pressure. We got enough boundary riders now on the boundary line. String together a few dot balls, a couple of quiet overs, maybe go for 2 or 3 runs in that over, not a lot of boundaries.
Seems to be settling down quite nicely, Stoney, from the other end. Previous over, his first over from this end, by the way, he got a nick down to third man, so he's clearly feeling a lot better. I wouldn't mind seeing a slip once again for the right-handers here too. He's played and missed one, he's nicked one. Yeah, there we go. There's the slip. Because we know they need wickets, and ideally, Abra's the one you want, because he started off like a... You tell me what the saying is, like a...
House on fire?
That's correct.
Jason Rolls, the captain, stationing himself at slip.
Oh, as you do that, you take away the boundary. The fielder who was going to stop that ball from going to the boundary, you put him into the slips. Next delivery, short and wide. He hits it exactly where they took out that cover fielder and they put him at slip.
And it's not great bowling, isn't it? He's not bowling to what the plan is. Captain gave him an attacking option with the slip.
That is a nightmare we were talking about for a captain. You just put the slip in, you remove that man who was on that boundary, protecting that side. You put him in the slips, short and wide. Not easy being a captain sometimes.
Much better return. That's that time from Sony. South Africa's coaching staff.
Paul Adams, Malibonga Maketa.
Imran Khan, the batting consultant.
He's not taking a walk with them, no. Still observing what's going on. Yeah, Paul Adams, left arm spinner. Second most or most test wickets for South Africa as a spinner, if I'm not mistaken. Better. Just one ball that went for a boundary this over so far. Much better comeback and much better over by Sony in general. Just that one ball we keep on talking about. Just cut out at one boundary ball per over and you keep the pressure on the Bangladesh batters. They'll do something. Still very youthful. They love to see the ball go to the boundary. 86 after 13 overs. Good fielding. That's 1 or 2 quieter overs now, South Africa. The second over, Kachini was really good, just went for 1 run.
It's the kind of tone that you want to set as well. Basson was really good in stopping that from going past him at mid-on. Excellent from Kichini.
Yeah, what the doctor ordered. Just 1 or 2 quiet overs here. Just try to frustrate the 2 opening batters.
Wait for it. Wait for it, Muhammad Rifat Beg. It's fallen off a pace a little bit in this partnership, Muhammad Rifat Beg, compared to his partner Zawad Abrar.
And also the previous shot just tells you what dot balls can do for you. Getting a bit frustrated now, Beg. I wouldn't have even taken mid off back onto the boundary. I would have kept him in. Squeeze him. Let him try something. Try go over the top. Good over. Made it.
Yeah, and it's the first one of this South Africa's bowling innings. And comes from Menati Kichini, 86 without loss, Bangladesh.
Good comeback for South Africa. That previous over, maiden, badly needed.
They've been in control here, Bangladesh. And the worst thing is that outside of JJ Basson, there hasn't been any other bowler you can say that, you know, our wicket is going to come from this guy, our wicket is going to come from that guy.
Yeah, that's been the problem. Slip still in there. Oh, that's going to be all right. Too short. Way too short. Easy call by the umpire. Still got a slip in there, which I like. Just need to cut out that one or two deliveries that are an easy boundary for the batters, especially for Abba, who's been in good form. Look at that last delivery there, a bit too short.
Especially for Sony. Had a very difficult first over, went for quite a bit of runs. Wayward bowling, really never had control. He's been quite decent from the chalet end now. See, he's really starting to get into his rhythm. This is why he's a professionally contracted player now, Dadu Nkosisoni.
Yeah, he clearly prefers that end, the chalet end. Been very good from it. Just one or two deliveries here and there, but in general, he's been good. He's beat the bat a couple of times of Abra, who's been in there, he's on 60 now. Nicked him off once or twice too, so looking threatening from that end. South Africa's certainly going to need that first wicket, preferably Abra, who's looked very good.
But like you said, Monde, that slip field is very important there, Daniel Bosman. Just supports the good bowling from Dandosoni, who's now starting to really get into his mark. And for the first time, see Zawad Abra was looking a little bit shaky because he's been in complete control. But in a game of cricket, we all know it's a thing of cycles. Sometimes the game is up in your momentum and then it reverts back to the ball.
Yeah, they started off like a house on fire, didn't they? Slowed down quite a bit in the last couple of overs, but also you got to give credit to South Africa. They've really tightened it up. Haven't been giving away too many loose deliveries. As we said, Sony looks a very different bowler from the chalet end. Bit of extra bounce too. That's the second one. Bit of extra bounce. And that's what teams from the subcontinent do not enjoy by coming to South Africa or in Australia. It's a bit of extra bounce.
So what you get with a fresh surface, it's brand new. Dadem Laba, who works on the surface, is always trying to construct a surface where runs can be gotten. So that means that the ball's going to come onto the bat. It's going to be hard. It's going to be sheen with its shine because he's been working on it ever since before the series began. And so if you're going to dig the ball into the surface and really bend your back, you're going to get purchase out of it.
And short. Pulled square leg this time, just down there for one. Pretty decent in the short pull too. Both Abra and Beg do like it short. They play the pull shot pretty well.
We've seen South Africa try a couple of those short deliveries. Pulled away for 4 runs. Another one pulled into the deep, now well controlled. And I guess if you're going to be out there for 39 deliveries like Rifat Bek and 49 deliveries like Zawad Abra, eventually you're going to start seeing the ball better. We're going to understand what the bowling lineup has to offer. And that's why it's so important to go through the stretches where the opposition has the upper hand. Just like now with Sony. You just work out this over. You work out his next over. And you wait for the next delivery, which you'll be able to pounce on. Or you wait for the next bowler who's going to come back in that you can pounce on. But key is just not to lose your wickets once the ball gets the upper hand.
Yeah, it's a game of patience. It's going to go up and down. You're going to get some easy deliveries to hit. And as you can see now with Sony coming in from the chalet end, who looks very comfortable. He's found his length, I feel. At back of the length where there's a little bit of extra bounce here and there for making the batters a little bit uncomfortable. It's the last ball of a good over so far. As we said, this is where it's important for concentration, not to give away that boundary ball in that last ball. Better. It was a bit full on the legs, but there's a square leg who did some good fielding at mid-wicket, sorry. And that's just 2 runs from this over. So a nice comeback here by Sony. South Africa got 8, Bangladesh at 88 without loss after 15 overs.
It's a very good over that from Dandre Nkosisone. The problem has always been that final 2 or that final delivery, like you had just said. And it was so important for Sony and for the South Africans for that over to be in control right up until the end. And Asikhichini, who's also found his areas coming from the Ekurhuleni end, is a bowler who knows how to control the end. And the big advantage now is that South Africa still have the services of Jason Rolls. Very smart, intelligent bowler who's going to come in with his left arm spinners as well, like Enatikhichini, and still work on drying up those runs. So this is a very important spell for the South Africans to really continue piling on the pressure. And Kishini and Sony now are doing it pretty well.
Good bowling once again. I know it's still early in terms of the surface and if it's going to turn. I'm just wondering if the other 2 wickets that you played on the first 2 games, were they turning at all?
It was really nothing too major, especially in the first innings when it was still fresh. It was all about bowling the ball in the right areas. But then later on,
as it dried up and you got a little bit softer, and the sun was baking down on it, maybe start to turn. I'm trying to compare because this wicket doesn't look like it's going to turn much either. It looks like it's going to play really well. And so far we've seen, yes, a bit of extra bounce for the seamers, but also it looks like a very good surface. I just remember the first couple of shots in that first power play from the seamers, the back foot punches and the pull shots looked very good. The wicket, that is, looked like it was coming onto the bat, where it looks like it's going to be quite a nice wicket to try get some runs on it. Changing field. There's a short square leg and a fine leg up in the circle.
I guess this also speaks to the importance of using that new ball very well at the beginning of the innings. South Africa really didn't bowl that well. They could have been more disciplined, but also a new ball rushes off the bat much more quicker than an older ball. So if you're not hitting your areas correctly with the new ball, you are going to give away runs to batters who have the capabilities because it just pings so much faster and it runs through the field so much quicker.
And I think what this wicket has certainly shown us, that it is a good wicket for batting, that is, hasn't had too many demons in the wicket. But if it's a seamer, especially, you hit your areas, you bowl good line of length and good lines, it's not easy to put the batters away. The bowlers away, sorry. So if you hit your lines and your length, then you should be fine. And with that, that's the end of the 16th over. 90 without loss. Bangladesh going along really nicely. Abra on 62, Beg on 27 without loss. And for that, we're going to go for a quick change break.
90 for no loss after 16 overs. Zawad Abra, 62 from 53. Rifat Bek, 27 from 43. South Africa have just pulled it back a little bit further now with good control from Enati Kitchen and Dando Nkosisoni. But it doesn't change the picture. No wickets taken. And two comfortable batters sharing a 90-run partnership.
So far, so good for Bangladesh. No wickets now. So need to continue, just one off that one. Again, the length is very good, I think. Just the line there where he's very early. I think he's finding his length quite comfortably from the chalet end. Just sometimes a bit of width is where he does make a mistake here and there.
Especially now since the players are just fresh from a drinks break. It's always a threat that after a small little break, you're going to have your batters break their tempo, break their rhythm, and you are more likely to get a wicket in the first 2 overs after a little drinks break or after a little lunch. So South Africa need to smell that opportunity right now and hit their marks from the get-go.
Short, pulled again. This time around, it's gone all the way. We were just talking about how you need to squeeze just after the drinks break. So when he tries the short ball, helped along very nicely by Abra. That's another boundary.
Not good enough. A little bit loose from Dandosoni. Right where a batter would want the ball to be. Short. It was straggling down to the leg side. That is helped away onto the banks for 6 runs. They move to 97.
He picks it up very well from there. That's the third one. He's gone for 6 just off his hip, but he picks it up when it's a bit too straight and helps it along over fine leg. Plays that shot really well. I think if you're going to go short to him, 1, you can't be too straight, and 2, you're going to have to go above his shoulders. Make it harder for him to try to control that delivery.
Trying to find out where the ball is. It was quite a hit. It's quite a hit from Zawad Abra. The ball was there to be hit, and over the grass embankment it has gone. Like we've been talking about Zawad Abra. 2 centuries in Colombo versus Sri Lanka under-19s, and he is pretty much being the shoulder where Bangladesh lean on at the top of the order here in South Africa. So the most important and most impressive thing as well for these Bangladeshis is that they are performing away from home. They are not dependent on those home conditions, going to Sri Lanka, winning that 6-match series, 3-2. And they've closed up this series in South Africa.
Yeah, they've won a World Cup in South Africa, 10 to 19s, that is. So they're clearly very comfortable away from home. As you're saying, they've won this series already. And some really good young players coming through the Bangladesh system. So need to continue.
They really work well as a unit as well, Bangladesh. You can say that, sure, here and there they have that one player who can really take the game on, like Zawad Abrar, but then when you take a look down the batting order, you see that there's a lot of assistance that they can call upon to help that top order to score these runs. So they're not going to score you 400, 500 runs unless if you give them the deliveries to do so. They're going to score a competitive score, and then their bowlers are also going to come in, really strangle you and put you into a corner. So the formation of the team, the balance of the team works so well. It is in harmony for the Bangladeshis. That's why they are the Asia Cup champions. That's why they beat Sri Lanka, and that is why they're playing well here against the South Africans. As a unit, they have their cricket and their identity very clear to all the players.
Yeah, they're coming along quite nicely. Even the senior side is starting to show some promise as well.
The ultimate wish is always to see that transition on them. from that under 19s into the senior level and still keep that level of quality, which has been a little bit of a downside for the Tigers.
Yeah, and traditionally known for good spinners, or Shakib, for example, but now they've got some seamers that are coming in, bowling at over 140 k's an hour. So there's a bright future for Bangladesh cricket, seeing what their youth has been able to achieve over the last couple of years. I'm sure, as you said, you'll find those guys now are the ones playing for Bangladesh, having won some World Cups away from home. And they might be quite formidable going forward.
Taken, first wicket down. Dandasoni bangs it short. Zawad Abra cannot make a clean connection. Vian Pretorius cannot ask for an easier catch standing at cover. And the breakthrough finally comes. It's 97 for 1.
Yeah, we talked about them needing a wicket to break up this partnership. And got some dot balls in there. Yes, this over went for 6. There was a 6 in the over, but South Africa so far in the last 5 or 6 overs have been able to slow down the run rate, and that brings wickets when you bring up some dot balls. Abra's gone for 68. Wasn't the best of deliveries by Sony. It was short, it was wide, and the timing wasn't there, and straight to the man at cover. So he's gone for 68. A good innings. Gave them some good energy up front. Abra.
So disappointed with his efforts. 68 from 57. It was a great innings and just goes away from him in the most unfashionable way, juxtaposed to the way that he's been playing. I'm sure he's going to feel like he missed out on 100 there. 250s in a row, and you feel like he would have wanted to convert the third one in the final game to just close it off. But he's gone now, and it brings in batter number 3 into the crease. Kalam Sedeki Aline hasn't played in this series so far. This is going to be his first showing here in South Africa. Let's see how he's going to play it as Ndandosoni gets the first wicket.
It's the last ball of that over by Sony when he picked up that last wicket. So it was 97 for 1 after 17 overs. And also, I think what will frustrate Abra is the way he went out and the delivery that he actually should have capitalized on. Shorter was wide. He probably should have put away either for 1 or for a boundary, but hit it straight to the man at the covers. He'll be disappointed in how he went out for sure.
It also seems like as they get the single through, it also just seemed like the ball didn't get to him on time like he thought that it would. It seemed as if it kind of stalled as it lifted up from the surface. Because we've been talking about how it's been coming true to the bat and they can just play through the line. That one just sticking to the surface, then just popped to Vian Pretorius. So it's going to be something Kalam Sedeki has to deal with here. With an average of 27, strike rate of 60, only has 150 in his 10 appearances for the Youth ODIs of Bangladesh. An opportunity for him on a good platform to try maximize on his opportunity.
Yeah, I think to your point, where he was caught, Abra was at cover, not at point. So you can tell that maybe the ball didn't quite come on as quickly as he thought it was going to come on. And that's why he was able to hit it to the cover straight. Hit it quite early.
With that wicket, Monde, all of a sudden they're starting to chatter, the South Africans. They're starting to be a little bit more lively. New players coming into play.
And that would have been the big wicket they would have wanted as Abra, because he was the one who gave Bangladesh some momentum in those first couple of overs. Got to 50 quite quickly of 30-yard balls. So he was the big fish in terms of that opening partnership.
But you also raised a very important point upon his dismissal, that the pressure was building. Such as the work here from Enasi Kichini as well, who's just given away 1 run, an uneven pop for JJ Basson. But still, a very good over. Tidy from Kichini. Just goes for 2 runs. And after 18, Bangladesh are 99 for 1. You said Zawad Abra got to his 50s and 33 deliveries. Yeah. But then when you look at when he got dismissed, his strike rate had slowed down significantly, which speaks to how well South Africa are starting to redeem this innings. So we want to take that momentum and put it onto the new batter who's come in, especially if you just broke a partnership that is this strong. Just one extra for those 97 runs. So the work was on the Bangladeshis and they made it work.
Yeah, they did. So they used the power play really well. Of course, South Africa didn't bowl at their best today. But if you look at Bag, talking about the strike rates, he was also going at over 100 runs. Strike rate, sorry, over 100. His strike rate has gone down significantly as well. And that's because South Africa has certainly done a much better job of coming back after the power play and bowling the better lines and better lengths and not giving away boundary balls.
Change of bowler. Bayanda Majola changes his ends. He was bowling from the Ekurhuleni end, didn't find any joy that side. Went for 28 runs in his first 3 overs. They bring him back from the Chalet end now. They say, okay, this is where you did some work in the first match. Can you make it work now? As he bowls to the new batter, Kalam Siddiqui.
Very good fielding. It's good work on the outfield. Okay. Captain Jason Rose will be hoping that he'll bowl to his field and make life a lot easier for the captain and for himself and the South African team. Just keep squeezing up. Don't let a new batter come in and score quite comfortably. Get those dot balls in and frustrate both batters. They're changing field now. They put the man onto the boundary on the offside. Just moved him.
He did get dropped twice by Majola, by 2 separate batters in 1 over in that first match. Got dropped at second slip by Mohamed Bulbulia. Got dropped behind the stumps. A tough chance for Kamokhelo Phiri. But he got dropped twice, so he created those opportunities. And he was bowling these lengths and these lines. Can he be consistent?
Bit of worth on offer. Down to third man for 1.
You heard that grunt, Monde.
Yeah, 100 up as well, by the way, with that single for Bangladesh. At some point, we thought they were going to get there quite comfortably, quite quickly. South Africa have done a good job of slowing down that run rate. But nonetheless, they're on 100 for 1. Big still there as the lefty who opened with Abra to get them off to a really good start.
With that 100 from that single, Aline goes off the strike. So now Bayanda Majola must get back to work to the batter who should be set after facing 46 deliveries. Rifat Beg is not as experienced as his counterpart.
He's going to have to ball that one again.
Big advantage here is that left-right combination that we saw from the batting side. They were making it work really well. And Bangladesh kept it for the first 2 games throughout, which throws off the lines of the South Africans, and they're doing it here as well. Kalam Siddiqui, right-handed. Rifat Beg, left-handed.
Looking for that single. They've been running well between the wickets, Bangladesh. It was a good call to say no. Certainly wasn't a run straight to mid-wicket.
Much better fielding from the South Africans as well. It's just so much more different when the inner ring is closer and tighter to the square, because all of those singles opportunities which we saw in the first power play are now being shut down very easily in that first opening partnership. That could have been a single. Now they are much more tighter, which is good. See, these were ones because they were so deep into the ring. And Bayanda Majola clearly finding it better from the Chalet end now. And Rifat Beg and Kalam Siddiqui will need to respect this period. We've been talking about this. Respect the period. And then eventually it's going to start to let loose if they're able to keep themselves out there.
Yeah, what they want to do though is try put a bit of pressure on the bowlers. When the bowlers are finding their rhythm and bowling well, it's hard for them to get those boundary deliveries. Whereas I know there's a couple of boundary riders, going to be another wide, short. Yep, called. Where if you allow them to settle after having a bad start, the bowlers, that is, they'll be nervous as well, knowing that the first 3 overs didn't go very well. So you want to keep the pressure on the bowler, to put him under pressure, to make those mistakes. So don't just sit and wait for him. Even if you don't have to play a shot, just walk down the wicket, just change his lens, make his mind think about you coming at him, and he might give you a couple of deliveries to hit. Don't just sit and wait.
Goes a little bit fuller. He squeezes that Vian Pretorius, who's standing at the mid-wicket. It doesn't have the legs, but the ball does. Not the best time shot from Rifat Beg, but it's there to be hit, and he takes advantage. 4 runs to end the over. 106 for 1.
Yeah, once again, 2 full, 2 straight onto the legs of Beg. Yeah, as you said, the timing wasn't quite there. It's a very fast outfield, and it's going for another boundary. 106 for 1.
Thing is, despite the mistimed shot, he still hit it on the bigger side of the boundary. For the first 2 games, we were playing 2 squares to your left, which made the boundary much, much closer. And so, now that we have moved 2 pitches to your right, what you now look as the leg side is much bigger. Jason Rolls comes in. He'll be spinning the ball away onto the short side of the boundary. Great control. Look at that economy rates for 50 over cricket. Under 4 runs to the over.
Yeah, brings himself on, replacing Kitchen, who did very well, by the way. I thought he was played a big part in slowing down Bangladesh's run rate and bringing it back from around about 8 runs and over to just about 5.5 at the moment.
With the introduction of Jason Rolls, the expectation is that it's going to keep being that tight. And Atikichini still has a couple of overs in his bag. Jason Rolls with a full 10. And we're speaking about him being a defensive and economic bowler, but his best of 5 for 8 versus Namibia, steamrolling the Namibians out for 95 runs in their tour back in May, showed that he is capable of taking wickets as well. Jason Rolls.
Ooh, nice. Once again, quick single. That's where they've been very good, Bangladesh, especially in that first power play. Went away from it when South Africa was bowling well, but they're back at it now, looking for those singles. Just looking to rotate that strike if you're not getting boundaries.
But that wasn't a comfortable single between Siddiqui and Beg. A little bit risky. They had to challenge the throw. And once you do that, if the throw is good enough, you have a chance of losing your wicket. Earlier on, that wasn't the case. They would get over through to the other end. And then the ball comes in. So South Africa still in that window of opportunity to get a quick 1-2.
Another single. With the left-right combination, it can be annoying, as we said earlier, for the fielders, that is, even the umpires at times. He's not changing the umpire this time around to the lefty. For the right-hander, that is, sorry. In the air, bounce just short of the cover. Give it nice. Bit of air there by Rolls. Quite slow. Didn't give the batter any pace whatsoever.
Does change it up really well, Jason Rolls. Not just from a length and line perspective, but from a pace perspective as well. Comes in with that toss-up, comes in with the flatter one, comes in with the one that comes through with around the arm. All little sorts of tricks and cronies from Jason Rolls to see the end of over number 20. Bangladesh on 110 for 1. Restarting partnership between Kalam Siddiqui and Rifat Beg. So South Africa here, having gotten that first wicket, its partnership with 13 runs. Banda Majola, still healthy amount of overs in his bag, 6 to be exact. Having a conversation with his former teammate down at the Dolphins, Dandoenko Sisoni.
Yeah, just getting some advice, I think. Having a long word with the captain and Sony, the other seamer. I think he's going to come around the wicket to the lefty. Might be having some issues with the landing spot there where he's bowling. That's why they put the hammer out, just to flatten the landing spot. But yeah, he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Still having the services of Bandi Lembata, the all-rounder. South Africa can come in with his medium paces. They take the 1. The field has gone back to sitting just slightly deeper with the return of Banda Majola.
I think they're going to need a 6th bowler here, as you said. We've got someone else, Mbata, to try help out. I'm not sure if Majola, if he does not improve his bowling, he's going to finish his 10 overs there. He's gone for 36 after just 4. That's going to get 9 runs and over. Might need someone else to post some of his overs.
Not a bad return in his previous over. 23 though in his first 3.
Better.
See, and this surely must be the most frustrating thing here, Monda, because you know that you are watching as a coach, you are watching as a fan even, and you know the capabilities of the player, that they do have the skill, as you've seen with this delivery, as you've seen with a couple of deliveries as well. But then when they have to execute over and over and over and over again, that's where it just falls off.
Yeah, that's the key. You can have all the plans you want in the world, but execution is where it goes down to. Again, another single, just a bit too straight. Consistency is the key here.
Controlling the controllables is what Pilasanders talked about a little bit earlier on. You can control the pressure, you can control the tempo of your fielding and of your bowling by getting in tighter, being more chattier, being more consistent, trying to wrestle the wicket back, because that wicket from Zawad Abra was relatively soft.
It was very soft, actually. Short and wide. That's why we said earlier when he went out that he would be very disappointed in the manner that he went out in. He was putting those away earlier. Just might have lost his concentration.
So just speaks to these two gentlemen who are currently batting, Beg and Siddiqui, that the runs are still there.
And what's nice for South Africa is those boundaries have dried up. Not getting them on every over, unlike the first 10.
See, even closing down those little pockets now. Slowly and slowly wrestling the momentum back. But also, the problem here for South Africa throughout the course of this series hasn't really been to... It has been in different departments of the game. And also coming to the batting, the fact that they haven't scored 200.
I was about to say, I think the main problem is certainly the batting, because in both games, they didn't get to 200, where Bangladesh got there quite comfortably.
So they're also watching keenly here on how many runs are being gathered. But I'm hoping that they're watching how the runs are being constructed. As we see the end of over number 21, it's 113 for the loss of 1. The lack of running sometimes becomes an issue, even from a South African chase point of view. And then, of course, the loss of the regular wickets. And so they have to be watchful with how many runs they are going to let go here, because they haven't been good at chasing down these scores from Bangladesh.
well, if we go with history, don't let them get to 200. I guess.
We have a commentary change as Jason Rose continues with his work. Mondezondegi leaves the country, and return is Pilasandus Tlaba. Big shot. And it's over the boundary. Jason Rolls comes back, and Rifat Beg takes him on. Pilasandus Tlaba comes back with the big hits.
Beautiful shot that from Mohammad Rifat Beg. He's bided his time, especially with that partnership between himself and Zawad Abrar. Now it's time for him to take over the mantle. Bulk of the run scoring depends on him. He's the set batter. The matchup is favoring him at the moment. Against the two left arm spinners, really good again. Mixture of boundaries and singles. It's been a feature of this Bangladeshi batting all throughout this series.
Creates a bit of a conundrum for the captain of South Africa. What do you defend? Do you defend the boundaries? Do you defend the singles? That looked a little bit too easy from Rifat Beg. Siddiqui playing it around the corner. Fine leg is up in the circle. Danduenko or Banda Majola brings back the couple of runs.
Difficult again for South Africa's bowling effort when you have a right-hand, left-hand combination. I think a lot of people at home might hear us harping on the fact that there's a difference in how these Bangladeshis are striking the ball. It plays such a vital role because, that previous delivery, Jason Rolls was bowling a left-hander's line. But it's a lean now, the right-hander, and it's just slipped it ever so slightly towards that leg side.
Just coming in a little tighter, and Atikichini was standing at, you would say, even short mid-wicket at this point in time, which is much better than him standing in the ring, considering the fact that they're not looking to hit it big over the top through the leg side. They're just looking to pocket for those ones and twos. When you go through to the offside, it's a fantastic fielding effort from Jorik van Schalkwyk, standing at extra cover. It was a fine-looking stroke from Kalam Siddiqui. Ends over 22, 123 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, good stop that from Jorik van Schalkwyk. Need a lot of that, South Africa. The composure is also from these Bangladeshi batters. Kalam Siddiqui comes in and just takes over the mantle left by Zawad Abrar. He's 8 from 17, but he's look very unflustered, very composed at the crease. And now Mohammad Rifat Beg, doing bulk of the scoring, has to take over from the loss of Zawad Abrar, who was going nicely again in this series. I think he'll be very disappointed with how he hasn't been able to convert his starts in this series, 3 half centuries, and all of them have stopped there, as opposed to how he went in Sri Lanka where he got 200s. So for him also a big lesson in being able to be consistently converting those 50s into big hundreds. A lot of coaches, when you play cricket, speak about big daddy hundreds and them being the ones that more often than not win you games of cricket. 68 today or 58 for Zawad Abrar. Good innings, but has it impacted the game? Yes, in the first 10 overs. But these are the phases that you want to continue to dominate as a batting pair, and probably you'll be sitting down with the batting coach and say, you could still have been out there and scoring more runs because you are the one that was seeing it better than everyone else. And yes, the scoring hasn't necessarily stopped or dried out for Bangladesh, but you wanted somebody who was set and gotten used to the pace and the bounce of the wicket to continue and score a big 100. And that's where you really dominated as a young batter, especially against the side that hasn't looked at their best as South Africa have.
I think another worrying issue on top of that is that he's been losing his wickets in the same phase of the game all the time. That 16 to 26 over phase where the game is transitioning from the power play into a much more delicate game of chess where you need to outsmart your opponents, be slower when you need to, take the advantage of the game when you have to. But those middle overs between overs number 11 and number 40, very difficult to navigate. So him transitioning from the attacking play of the power play and then having to just calm it down and respect the bowling and respect the fielding that has now covered the boundaries. That transition has what has been the problem here in this particular series in all 3 innings. Maybe another point to look into.
Yeah, they always say the longer the format, the more you have to have gears as a batter. Knowing when to shift between those gears. Did really well, went through the gears very quickly in that first 10 over power play, and then probably needed to shift down a little bit without taking too much off the pedal. Another wide from Bayanda Majola. So the longer the format, the more you have to shift in between those gears. How do you do that? As a young batter, sometimes those are the key lessons, the minute things that you have to introduce into your game. What am I content with going with in the middle overs? Am I content to just going with that high gear that I started with, or can I change down and look for the singles, turn those singles into twos?
You even look at it from the style in which he lost that wicket. He was looking to go over a very tight offside field. Just never got to the pace of the ball. And it just doesn't look good. It looks well when it comes off. But when it doesn't come off, it looks like he was just forcing things through that offside and just pops the ball gently to short extra cover. But those are the lessons, and this is why we are having competitions like this. This is why the boys travel the world at such a young age, to get early exposure to different conditions, different competitors who have different strategies who are going to try to break you down. The fact that they've taken his wicket at the same time over and over again means that it's something he really needs to look at, as we see over number 23, 125 for 1.
And also, you don't want to give the opposition an opening. And this, for South Africa, they'll look at it as an opening where they can put pressure on Kalam Siddique Aline. He started off more measured, 9 from 22. So the game's not moving forward from a point of view of Bangladesh, where, as opposed to when Zawad Abrar was still at the crease. So it's an opening for South Africa to put pressure. And it's up to South Africa to be able to take this opportunity. Jason Rolls, very accurate.
At the end of the day, Kalam Siddique was one of only 4 batters in that Sri Lanka tour in Colombo for Bangladesh to eclipse 100 runs throughout the tour. Top run scorers Zawad Abrar, Zizul Hakim, Rezat Hassan, and then Kalam Siddique. So he has skill, has the runs on the board, and he sweeps that very finely past Ntando Nkosi. So he's going to retrieve it, but the batters are going to turn around for run number 3. It's very well placed from Kalam Siddique.
Don't think Jason Rolls will be too perturbed seeing that shot from Kalam Siddique Aline. There's an element of risk. Good chase from Ntando Soni, showing enough desperation to be able to pull that before it hits the boundary rope. Very wicket to wicket is Jason Rolls, so he doesn't mind batters sweeping against him. Again goes for the sweep. This time it's Muhammad Rifat Beg. Good work from Dandosoni. He's been in the thick of the action in the last 2 balls.
It's good. That hunger could have easily, that ball gone for 4, that you could have easily gone past for a couple of runs, throwing himself everywhere. And it kind of forces the batters to do something different now. Okay, that option can't work on the big fast bowler. Where else can we pocket the ball for a 1 or a 2? And so with a bit more fielding intensity and more discipline from the bowlers, that run rate has come down from what it was at a high of 7. Now it's down to less than 5.5 runs to the over. This partnership is really, really slow for Bangladesh. But let's not confuse it being slow for being a bad thing. Still 9 wickets in hand, still over half the innings to go. So this platform, this partnership might actually be a platform to really balloon the score for Bangladesh later on, as they are on 129 for 1 after 24.
And that's pretty much been the modus operandi in how they've set up their innings. Bangladesh, very hard in the first 10 overs. And then in the middle overs, a rotation of strike, turning singles into 2s and 3s. And they've still got the captain in Azizul Hakim Tamim still to come. I mean, he's an accomplished batter, has already got runs in the series. So it's a setup at the moment for Bangladesh, and it's a good setup. And still half the overs left in this inning, so they can still push that run rate up into the 10s, closer to the 12s. And Atikichini back into the attack from the Chalet end.
This is the one bowler who's going to try by all means to ensure that that run rate per over doesn't get to those 12s. Currently going at 2.5 runs to the over in Atikichini. To those who know him, not much of a surprise. And for those of us who do not know him, now you see why he has those figures, extreme control, and is very consistent. He doesn't mind being boring, doing the same thing over and over again. That's why he's going for such peanuts of runs.
I would have thought that Jason Rolls would have turned to Daniel Bosman, the right-handed off-spin option, and try something different. And between himself and Atikichini, very similar in terms of how they operate, left-arm orthodox. So both Rifat Beg and Kalam Siddiqui Aleen would have had the measure of them now. Oh, as I say, that gives up an option is Kalam Siddiqui, just fortunate to balloon it over the man at extra cover, survives, but an opportunity created by Atikichini nonetheless.
I think that also just speaks to your point, Pela, that kind of have a measure of the two bowlers. Very much of similar ilk. Because of that, you saw that shot now from Siddiqui. Was confident enough to take it, just mistimed it, didn't play the correct shot. But the fact that you can take on the good ball from Atikichini, who has controlled his bowling so well, means that you are getting more comfortable with what he's offering. And if you're speaking of other options as well, there's also Adnan Lakhadin for the Proteas, who also has that right arm orthodox. Just mix it up a little bit. Always have these different options that work for you. We are directly halfway through the innings after 25. Bangladesh on 133 for the loss of 1.
And also just spreading the bowling load. That first game, they ran it very close in terms of their bowling options. They used their strike bowlers very quickly up front, and it left them very tight at the back end of the innings, and that's how Bangladesh were able to accelerate at the back end. 5 bowling options used so far by Jason Rolls. Lovely shot. Excellent. Picks the gap nicely on that occasion. It's also the footwork that made that shot from Kalam Siddiq Alim, and pierces that gap backward of point on the offside for a rare boundary for him.
Adnan Lakhadin stationed at deep cover. You see him making the run. Really had no chance. Beautifully timed and placed from Kalam Siddiqui. Goes to the opposite side now. It's going to be a big chase for Banda Machola. A chase too big. Glorious batting here from Kalam Siddiqui Aline. Taking Jason Rolls on. It's 2 in a row.
Overcompensation from the captain. That first boundary a little bit short. Yes, it was a good shot because he took it from the stumps, was Kalam Siddiq Aline. This time, Rolls decides to go a little bit fuller. That's exactly where Kalam Siddiqui Aline was waiting for it. Operates the sweep. He's been really keen on executing that sweep shot as Kalam Siddiqui. Wonderful shot. Great placement on both of those shots.
And so now the over's low risk. Doesn't have to chase anything anymore as it just pockets that. Beautiful shot, even that. 9 runs off the first 3 balls and all of the weight of the over is gone. And this is the importance as well, Phil, of just keeping your wicket there. Sweeping the ball away for 4 runs, cutting it away for 4 runs. And it just takes moments like these to swing the momentum back to your side. The mere fact that they even thought of a single there means that they are now geared up to start scoring these runs, and South Africa starting to get back into that corner.
Yeah, far too easy. Skillful batting from this pair. It's been a feature. Throughout the series, we've seen some skillful batting from the Bangladeshis. They've always have an option to get a run from somewhere in the field. Good over for Bangladesh. They're able to get 10 from it. 1-4-3 for 1.
$143 for 1 after 26. And this partnership, which we're saying was slow, just takes 1 over for it to shift and looks like a really strong partnership now. 46 runs from just 57 deliveries. And it's looking good between Rifat Beg and Siddiqui. And the thing is, both these gentlemen haven't had an opportunity to perform well. Rifat Beg has played in all 3 games and he hasn't eclipsed 20. This is the first time he's over 20 runs and he's looking good for a 50. Kalam Siddiqui couldn't make the squad for the first 2 games. And so both these 2 gentlemen have a lot to play for in themselves because we've seen that the Bangladeshi team is quite strong. So you want to keep your place in there by performing well. So it's not going to be easy for the South Africans because they're playing against hungry batters.
And especially for Mohammad Rifat Beg. He's looked solid without really dominating. 49 from 68. probably, if you have some criticism for him, you want him to be a little bit more proactive, go at a faster pace than he has. But also understanding your role. You'll probably be the one that bats through the innings and close towards 50 overs. Lovely again. He takes that risk so well, does Kalam Siddiqui. Anything pitched up, just going slightly down leg, he's been able to pounce on it and get on one knee and sweep it over the infield. Wonderful option to get a boundary.
Knew exactly how the field is set up. No one in the deep at the fine leg. All he needed to do is just get it squarer to the man standing in the short fine leg and get it aerial to get over him. And it gets the results that he was looking for. 27 from 34 now for Kalam Siddiqui Aline. 148 for Bangladesh. Even better. Really good stuff here. JJ Passon cannot make the chase. Just look at how he opens up the face of the bat to carve it down. Finer to the man who's standing there. And that's how they reach 150 runs. Bangladesh.
Yeah, and in a matter of 3 overs, Bangladesh have picked up their scoring rate. South Africa now leaking a few boundaries. We were speaking about this partnership, how steady it was, probably a little bit on the slower side, but what's so important is that they're still there. Oh, misfield again from South Africa. Got a hand on it. I think it was Vian Pretorius there. And all of a sudden, this partnership now gathering momentum. Another fine over for the Bangladeshis, 155 for 1.
Looked like a good over from Enati Kichene, but being punished for attacking the stumps. Nothing too wrong with those deliveries, but everything correct with the shots. And Bangladesh standing on top, 154 for 1 after 27. And in the matchups between the two teams over the years, they remain on top. A 65% win percentage in the 31 games that they've played. Just so much confidence, even you can see in the way that they're taking on the South Africans here. It's looking good to make that 21 wins.
Played a lot against each other, these two sides. Home and away, and of course at ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup level. Bandile Mbata, South Africa's 6th bowling option being employed. Very, very important role that he must play here. South Africa need to break this partnership between Mohammad Rifat Beg and Kalam Siddiqui.
Medium pace bowler Bandile Mbata has protection around, but Rifat Beg needing a performance, pockets it away for a beautifully played half century. Well worked for him.
Yeah, first 50 of the series for Mohammad Rifat Beg. Steady, real steady left-handed batter. And he scored all around the field. His wagon wheel's really impressive. Very strong on that pull shot as well, Mohammad Rifat Beg. He'll gain a lot of positives and confidence from this knock, Mohammad Rifat Beg, as these two sides move on to that triangular series between themselves and Zimbabwe in a few days. 50 from 69. Probably would want to go a little bit faster now, catch up to the balls faced and improve that strike rate, but it's a good foundation for him and it's a good foundation for his side.
Well played. That is very good from Kalam Siddiqui Aline. He just leans into the ball, transfers the weight beautifully. A little bit too full and too wide from Bandile Mbata, and he gets punished.
Really impressive shot. Bandi Lembata doesn't have a lot of pace, so he had to check his shot a little bit. It was Callum Siddiqui. Important that he didn't play in front of his body. Still kept his shape and pierced the gap beautifully.
Excellent batting. Beautiful batting. Just found on their feet inside the inner ring, Vian Pretorius. They executed so well. They playing Bandi Lembata as if he has express pace. But that just speaks to the timing that they now have of the ball, the understanding of the surface as well. Like you said, there was a check drive. That is what we talk about when it's not about the power. It's just can you meet the ball in the right place at the right time? These Bangladeshis are doing it well. Played very late from Rifat Beg. Allows him to take a single.
It's also a really good position from a team point of view because of that ball change at over 35. So they've created a platform for themselves, even though the ball might be a little bit more difficult to get away at the back end of the innings. They've set themselves a nice platform to give themselves a chance. Still very much an important partnership, this. They'd want to extend it between Callum Siddiqui and Mohammad Rafat Beg. Really good from them. 1-6-1 for 1.
Awesome start. It's important now that they capitalize, like you said, Pila, to tell you the story for the next 7 overs. Mondezondegi will join Pila Sanders Taba.
Calm down.
None for 28 and 7, and Nati Kichini's been really tidy without looking threatening to the Bangladeshi batters. And credit to them, they've played him really nicely. And historically, really good players of spin, Bangladeshis. And these youngsters aren't showing any sign of weakness against the turning ball. Mondezondeki settles in nicely alongside me. Really good platform this for Bangladesh to be able to explode at the back end of this innings.
Yeah, partnerships. They've had two. First one gave them a good platform. And Siddiqui started off slowly, but he's picked it up very nicely. 38 of 40 bags. Been there since my first deliveries on 52. Not looking to be aggressive. Look at that. Once again, he's been that sweep shot very well. So for Siddiqui today, he's got a couple of boundaries on that, especially when straight, when the line is very straight to him. Nice to whip out that sweep shot, which he plays very well. But yeah, as you said, nice platform. I think when you do have only 1 wicket down, after about 35 to over number 40, I think you can start going actually as a team. If you still got just the 1 wicket down, you can tell yourself, well, we're just going to bat around big. Everybody else just go and hit. And try to get to that 300 that nobody has been able to get to so far in this series.
Ball cage, ball cage. Good catch, good catch.
There's been a massive difference between the two sides. Bangladesh have been able to form partnerships, big ones, and they keep continuing. Nice sweep, back of square on the leg side, and they push the field really well. Strong running from Rifat Beg and Callum Siddiqui. Ends the Kichini over, 1-6-5 for 1.
In the games that you did do here, did this wicket in the afternoon play worse than it did in the morning? I'm just trying to figure out why South Africa's low scores are so compared to what Bangladesh have been able to do, because they've batted first all 3 games, Bangladesh. So I'm just wondering if it's the surface is a lot better in the morning closer to lunchtime, and then after lunchtime, or when the sun has been baking on the wicket, when it gets maybe a little bit drier, is it harder to bat on it?
I think so. I think the previous surface that the first two games were played on a little bit more challenging than this one. This one more free-flowing in terms of stroke play. But also the Bangladeshi bowlers were really good. I think that's also been one of the big differences between these two sides. As that Bangladeshi bowlers came out with a lot of fire. They used that new ball up front. They made inroads to that South African batting lineup very early. And that's been one of the big struggles, particularly for South Africa with the bat. They haven't been able to contend with the Bangladeshi new ball pairing. They're not necessarily the conditions changing.
Changing field, sorry. Finder coming into the circle. Play and miss. That's a good delivery. South Africa will want to pick up that second wicket. As we said, once you get a new batter on, it's not easy to just come play your strokes unless you get given those 4 balls. If you bowl your good lines and lengths, you can squeeze here a little bit for South Africa. So they'll be happy. Well, they'll need to pick up a wicket to get some new batters in here, because these two clearly, well, Beg's been there since the beginning, so he can see the ball very, very well. That's not a run. Good work. That's where they've been good, Bangladesh. Money between the wickets.
Set up a nice stall here. Kalam Siddiqui and Muhammad Rifat Beg. We spoke about how difficult it is for South Africa's bowling lineup throughout the series to be able to penetrate and get early wickets. It's lacking a bit of firepower up front. Tried Kone Botha in that first game. Pace, but still very raw and erratic. Majola didn't finish his quota of overs in that first game. Picked up a slight niggle. Missed the second game. Sony also coming in from the second game onwards. But between all of them, they haven't been able to find consistency enough to be able to be threatening with that new ball.
That's key. I always feel like if you can consistently pick up wickets in any format of the game, and you stop those partnerships, then you stop the big runs or the big scores. If you got a strike bowler, that's why they're so precious. If you got a strike bowler, they can do that for you, then you are gold. Match winner. You need those in your team.
Just one from the Mbata over. 166 for 1.
Yeah, good over. Just one run off it. Kalam Siddiqui, I think, has been given those duties to be the more aggressive batter. While Beg just going to bat through, going to anchor the innings. Kichini to continue with his left arm spin.
Crucial, last 20 overs now in this innings. And Kalam Siddiqui's looked a little bit more positive. And he goes again. First ball from Enati Kichini. He had the mid-on up. Decided to go across the ball was Kalam Siddiqui, and really profits nicely. One bounce and into the fence. Early pressure for Enati Kichini.
Likes to go down on that one knee over the top of mid-on. One bounce for 4. Good start to the over. Puts the pressure back onto the bowler. And we said Siddiqui is going to be the more aggressive batter between the two. And he's showing that right here after the first ball.
Just the situational awareness of these Bangladeshi batters has been so impressive. Excellent again. Pushed into the gap and run hard. But they've identified phases in the game where they can be aggressive. And they've also identified phases in the game where they can be patient and bide their time. And Callum Siddiqui has now realized an important phase of the game where he can be a little bit more positive and aggressive.
He's faced a lot of the deliveries during this partnership. He came on when Beg had opened the batting, by the way. Over 50 deliveries that Beg had faced when he came in, Siddiqui. He's already in 49 deliveries and in 45 he scored. So he's faced, I want to say 90% of the deliveries during this partnership of these two. And he's been the aggressor as well. South Africa, oh, here he goes again. Down on one knee. Loves that sweep shot. Gone for another boundary. Now to 49. Been saying the whole time, he's been the aggressor, especially to the spinners. Loves that sweep shot. And we see it once again.
Faced majority of the deliveries and he hasn't wasted none of them. Excellent shot, excellent option. Cow corner very vacant, so no danger of being caught.
Yeah.
Lovely batting. Another really positive over for Bangladesh. They got 10 from the Kichini over. 176 for 1.
Yeah, I think he told himself he's going to go now. Siddiqui is going to try to put pressure onto the bowlers, especially the spinners. Certainly does have a liking to them. Mbata to continue, just helping out. I think there's a couple of bowlers who might not finish their overs today. Majola is one for sure. As you said, he's just coming back from injury, maybe a little rusty. Momentum's picking up again by Siddiqui here for Bangladesh. South Africa need to just reel him back in. And the best way to do that is to pick up a wicket, but if not, need to stop those boundaries from coming consistently.
Careful, careful. Also just haven't seen any variations in terms of change of pace from the seamers from South Africa. It's all been the same pace relatively. They mix it up in terms of their lengths and their lines. Lovely. Again, very strong from Mohammad Rifat Beg. Saw that the man was up at mid-off. Took on the field. And profits really nicely now. Mohammad Rifat Beg goes to 59. Another boundary to this Bangladesh tally.
Yeah, I think this is a shot of frustration from not having to face too many deliveries. And nothing wrong with that ball. Mid-off is up in the circle. He hasn't looked to be aggressive pretty much the whole innings, Beg. But I think because he has, he's been missing in action for a while, he wants in.
Clipped away. It's also in the gap, backward of square on the leg side. Long chase for Bayanda Machola. Stumbles over, but manages to keep it to just 2 runs.
Good running once again. Caught nice and early. You heard the 2 straight away from Beg as the ball left the bat and got back for the 2 comfortably.
Been predictable in their pace also, South Africa. Just continuing with that point. It's all been the same sort of pace. Change of line now in attack for Bandile Mbata.
Coming over the wicket.
Lovely. The change of line won't work for Mbata and for South Africa because it just strays onto those legs of Mohammad Rifat Beg. And clips it off nicely for a maximum. They're bleeding South Africa.
Yeah, I think they've told themselves, we're going. I think they're taking a liking to the part-timer of Mbata. Doesn't bowl. I'm not sure if he consistently bowls for the other 19s, but Beg has certainly taken a liking to him. There's 2 shots now in this over that he decided he's going to go. They were full, they were straight, they were at his legs. The change in field. Just before the delivery, the third man came back into the circle. So it's fine leg in the circle. Looking like a death field at the moment. At the back end of the innings, and still quite early. Still another 19 overs, 18 overs left after this one. But I think these two have told themselves they're going. They're looking for that big score today.
Frustrated. Mbata is throwing the ball back at Mohammad Rifat Beg. It's pressure. That's what it does.
Good cricket. Great cricket. Couple of boundaries and then just one. Very good over. 13 runs off it. 189 for 1. Bangladesh after 32 overs. And run rate was going at 5.2, 5.3 at some point. It's just gone up over the last couple of overs.
Drinks breaks also nearing. And South Africa probably the desperate of the two sides to get to that drinks break, just to reassess, put a pause on the game. The momentum all with Bangladesh at the moment. Boundaries from either side of the wicket. Kalam Siddiqui and Mohammad Rifat Beg taking on the bowling. It's a big shout. Pelele Gasa's not impressed. He almost just ricocheted back onto Mohammad Rifat Beg's stumps. And he survives the Abu W appeal.
Certainly do like a sweep shot to the spinners, these two. Looks to be the go-to shot.
Yes.
50 for Kalam Siddiqu's Aline. His first involvement in this series, and he's gone past 50. And picked up the momentum nicely from the fall of the wicket of Zawad Abrar, and he's put Bangladesh into a very strong position to possibly cross 300 for the first time in this series.
Down.
So a shot for 2. There's a call for 2, and 2 comfortably they get. Very good running once again. It's been one of the highlights of the innings in this game. They've been running, putting the bowlers and the fielders under pressure. Not a bad over so far by Kichini. Last ball.
Far too easy for Bangladesh. 194 for 1. Real good innings from Kalam Siddiq Aline.
Yep, last over then.
He came on with a really good platform to operate from. Good strike rate as well, 50 from 52. And came in at the fall of a wicket of Zawad Abrar, who was also really impressive with an innings of 68 from 56.
Change of bowling, right arm around.
Yeah, change in bowling. Daniel Bosman comes into the attack. Mbata. Last over was quite expensive, so our captain decides to make another change. Bring on another spinner. Bangladesh should be looking at 200, which is around the corner. Just Rick's run short. Still got a long way to go in this game. Average of 19. Good average. Best of 5 for 4. 3 for 4. Ooh. I don't think he's looking to give it any air whatsoever. That looked like the arm ball from ball 1.
Yeah, it's also an interesting change from Jason Rolls, the captain. Probably would have wanted to come in a little bit earlier on in the piece, Daniel Bosman. He comes in now with the partnership of 98 between Mohammad Rifat Beg and Kalam Siddiqui Aline. There'll be pressure here. We'll be looking to target the new bowler, the 7th bowling option from South Africa's point of view. With the situational awareness a little bit off the par from South Africa, you would have wanted him to bowl a little bit earlier in the innings, especially when Rifat Beg hadn't crossed 50, with the matchup favoring Daniel Bosman a little bit better than the left arm option of Enati Kitchini and Jason Rolls.
Yeah, they'll be hoping you can get them 4 or 5 overs here, Postman, without too much damage. Yes, no, that's a good fielding once again. Putting pressure on the batters. You're looking for those quick singles. I'm sure South Africa is very aware of that.
And this is when the South Africans need to be even sharper. They understand that the momentum is with Bangladesh. Stop those singles again. Make them do that. But they've done that really well all throughout this morning of Bangladesh's batters. Whenever there's been an opportunity to find the boundary, they've taken it and have executed it very well. The boundary to finish the first Daniel Bosman over, 201 for 1, and it's time for drinks.
Come here, Pat. What? Come here, Pat. Come here, Pat. Come here, fellas. Come here, fellas. We know you're relaxed, right? Come here, man. Come here, man. Come here, man. Let's push your fellas.
Check your steps back.
We come back with an immense partnership between Rifat Bek and Kalam Siddiqui Aline. Equal contribution for 104 runs in 105 deliveries. Bangladesh, 201 after 34 overs as the players took their second drinks break of the innings. South Africa looking to come back with a bang. They bring back their most threatening bowler, their opening strike bowler, left arm seamer J.J. Basson, who's only gone for 26 runs in his 5 overs, but with a lot of oohs and ahs in his first spell. Penolo Makuban in commentary, and I'm joined by Monde Zondek.
Good cricket all around, good start, good shot, good ball. And they get a single off that. They got a slip in there for Beg and for Basson, South Africa, so clearly looking to take that wicket, wanting to break up this partnership. Bit of a brave call for 2 men, one on 75 and one on 55, but I understand what they're trying to do. They need that wicket and they know it.
Finishing over number 34, we see the action of the new law, which sees the bowling team choose one of the 2 balls that are being used. That single ball will now be in play from now until the end of the innings. We've seen an interesting pattern in the change of that, with an older ball making it much tougher to score in those last 10 overs, where predominantly those new 2 balls still have life in them and can still be hit big.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to help the bowlers out since it's become, especially the one-day game anyway, it's become very much a batter's game. So kudos for them to looking after the bowlers for a change.
That message came from the heart, Monde.
Yeah, I don't know about the heart, but it came from somewhere, yeah.
But we're going to see how South Africa are going to implement it now. The situation a bit more advanced for Bangladesh. 204. You can see they are very relaxed under their dugouts, having a play with the football, not much stress. Guess that's what happens when you're playing at a run per ball.
Yeah, he's put himself in a good position as well. They've put themselves in a very good position here, Bangladesh. They'll be certainly the much happier of the 2 teams. What South Africa will be hoping for is what you said earlier, when you go past the 34th over and you choose 1 ball, when it becomes a little bit soft, not as easy off the bat as it was with the newer delivery, new ball, sorry. So maybe they can bring that run rate back and maybe stop Bangladesh from reaching the 300, which is where I think they'll be aiming.
It's very impressive, their handling of J.J. Basson here. A single on every delivery. They're not allowing the threats of his bowling to stop their run getting. And it's very smart batting, as it has been throughout their partnership here between Kalam Siddiqui Aline and Rifat Beg.
Yeah, I've liked how mature they are in terms of if they get a boundary here or 2, they're not looking for the next one. They're looking just to rotate the strike. Not getting too greedy. If the ball's a good ball, play with merit, but if there's a run to be taken, then take it.
But every now and then, if you are facing a quality bowler, they'll just bait you to one that you shouldn't be doing much to. Rifat Beg doesn't get a hand or a bat onto it to end over number 35, 205 for 1.
It's going to be interesting to see who the skipper does choose to finish off the bowling for South Africa. Already, Bosman just got 1 over there. It's been changed already. Back to the seamers. So just chopping and changing it and mixing it up here for South Africa.
Bayanda Majola. His first spell came from the Ekurhuleni end where he will be bowling now. Didn't go too well, 23 in those 3 overs, and he came back in the second spell for another 3 overs. That time in the Chalet end went for 17 runs in those 3 overs, so a much better showing. With the bowlers now and the captains, they will be hoping that he showcases an improvement of those numbers.
Looking at his field, mid off, mid on, up in the circle. Square leg, fine leg on the boundary on the onside, and third man and a cover on the boundary on the offside. Good fielding and awareness by the fielder at point there for South Africa.
It really has been tough going for the under-19 South Africans here. Put to the test. The medics are there. They had to work in the first game when Jason Rolls got hit in the head.
Looking to be attacking. Siddiqui giving himself some room, walking at Majola, using his feet quite nicely. Looking to be attacking now. You can clearly tell with 15 overs left, Bangladesh have certainly looked to up the ante after the drinks break, sorry.
You're looking at the numbers of overs left. JJ Basson has 4 more remaining. After this, Bayanda Majola will have 3 remaining. That takes you to 42 overs, and there's 8 more overs to find. The issue is that if you look at the economy rates, Inati Kichini, the most economic of the bowlers, going for 4.7 runs to the over, has finished. Jason Rolls, who's esteemed for his control and his economy rate, going at 7 runs to the over, so these batters are able to take a liking to them. So JJ Basson at 5 runs to the over. Bayanda Majola right now, a strike bowler, so you'd want to see him take wickets. They only have 7 overs between them.
Full, driven, gone for 4. 2 full by Majola. Siddiqui says thank you very much. Driven with power past mid-off, and that's going for another boundary.
Diving Dandosoni. He thought that he had an opportunity there. There was width as well offered by Bayanda Majola. Not really. It was actually an opening up of the front leg by Kalam Siddiqui. So it's good footwork from the batter. He's crunching it straight. But like you said, Monde, a little bit too full from Majola.
Yeah, and you can tell Bangladesh is very much in attack mode right now. Yeah, change of pace. Better delivery. Good running once again by Bangladesh.
Pila spoke of this situation and this issue, but earlier on in your stint together, the lack of variation from the pace bowlers from the South Africans, it's all samey. We've seen a couple of short ball deliveries, but have any of those short deliveries been slower deliveries which are also short? Just to mess up with the timing. You saw how the wicket fell down earlier on Monday. The ball felt like it just stuck on the surface a little bit, so it didn't reach the batter. So those are the qualities. As we see now, these are the pros of varying your length and varying the pace of the ball. You just throw off the batter from their normal tempo that they've gotten used to of the 36. It's 210 for 1.
Yeah, I think you're very much right in terms of the change of pace. We haven't seen too much of that. And in the modern day cricket, you see a lot of that. And you see a lot of it with seamers. We've got 3 different types of slower balls, not even just one. Whether it's the off cutter, leg cutter, and knuckleball, so many different variations they can use. And surprising to South Africa, especially when they were under a lot of pressure, certainly didn't use that slow ball very often.
fielders behind square are on the boundary, and a slip fielder, Daniel Bosman, next to the wicketkeeper, Mohamed Bulia. Deep square leg, deep cover, deep third, deep fine leg. That only tells us that the bowler must bowl straight. Attack those stumps. There's protection for him.
Look to go very full that first delivery of his in this over Basan. I'm not sure if that's a sign of them maybe trying to go death bowling or Yorkers to Siddiqui, who's looked to be the more aggressive out of the two batters. And maybe just change it back and bowl normal length here to Beg.
The only difference between the two fields is the removal of the slip fielder. Goes on to mid-wicket. Other than that, it still remains the same. Here's JJ Basson now. Ooh, nearly rolling back to the stumps. Hard lengths, really hitting the deck hard, JJ Basson.
Yeah, it's his normal length. He's bowled well when he's hitting the wicket. Looks quite tall. Does get a bit of extra bounce. There is a bit of pace on this wicket. It's playing a little bit different from what the first two wickets gave up. But this one's got a bit more pace, a bit more bounce. Comes onto the bat a bit better. That's why I think Bangladesh will be certainly looking for that 300. Better surface to bat on.
Ooh, that picked up very nicely. JJ Basson has not let loose. He's bowled very well throughout his two spells, but well guided that time by Rifat Beg for a single. And it is the last of 3 of these matches. Parents coming in to watch, some fans who frequent the ground also here to watch as entrance is free in Benoni, the east of Gauteng.
Yeah, Basson just coming around the wicket to the right-hander now. Change of angle. As you said, the last game, South Africa playing for pride here. Having lost 2-0 so far. Field doesn't change. It does look like they've got 2 square legs. One in the circle and one on the boundary.
On top of playing for pride here, Monde, they are going to be going to Zimbabwe. On top of this, they'll be playing 6 games up at the Harare Sports Club. 3 games against Zimbabwe, 3 games against Bangladesh, and so all teams will have those 6 games to play in preparation for next year's World Cup, which will be split between Zimbabwe and Namibia. South Africa have already traveled to Namibia early on this year, and now will be going to the co-host, Zimbabwe. It's a good ball from Basson. A very, very good prospect for South Africa. The more he grows, the stronger he becomes. The beautiful action, good control, good height as well. Has all the tools to become a really, really fine bowler.
Yeah, he's been impressive. Out of all the seamers so far today, I think he's been the standout for South Africa. Hasn't given too much away.
Oh, he's hitting the deck hard. His rhythm is so smooth. The fielding now getting sharper. Vian Pretorius saying, if you miss and you are not at home, I will get you out. But the partnership still lives on between Rifat Beg and Sadiki Elaim Aline. 212 for 1. It's a very good throw from Vian Pretorius. All of these boys selected for both this series and the series going up in Zimbabwe. That series will be starting on the 25th of July. So it's a very short break for the boys between now and then. Just in 3 days' time.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a quick turnaround.
They'll be facing Zimbabwe first. Test of fitness, I suppose, because even those games have quick turnaround times, 2 days, 3 days in between them. It's going to be 6 days. 6 games played from the 25th until the 10th. So all of this will be done within 2 weeks. So it's a lot of cricket for the boys to pile up in those legs.
Yeah, pretty much a game every 2 days. Short by Majola, pulled away by Beg nicely. There's a square leg out there, but he won't get to it to cut it off. And not a good start to the over by Majola. Try to dig in the shorter one and pull away nicely. Goes on to 81 now, Beg.
The idea was there, the execution just lacking in that bite. Superb control from Rifat Beg. I love how he just gets on top of the bounce of the ball, rolls his wrist rather than looking to go over Vian Pretorius at mid-wicket, plays it down on the ground and places it in between that mid-wicket and mid-on fielder. Just shows how much confidence he has in his game right now, Rifat Beg.
Changing the field, Majola. He wants the third man to come into the circle. Someone has to get out. I'm assuming that's going to be yep, that's a long one, going back onto the boundary.
There's that little bit change of pace, just rolling his fingers. Look at how Rifat Beg mistimed that ball. It's a hard ball to get rid of. That slower and full ball on the crease wide off the batter, because it's giving you no length to play the ball in. Comes around the wicket now, Majola.
Run him out.
Looking for two. You're looking for two, they get it. Ah, that's naughty.
Easy.
That should never be two. And that tells you how well these two, not just these two, even Abra, when he came on earlier, when he opened the batting, the running between the wickets has been really good.
It's excellently placed as well. They're not looking to overdo the cricket, Bangladesh. Even though they have so many wickets in hand, it's 9 in hand. Still the expertise of Rizat Hossan and Azizul Hakim Tamim still waiting, just relaxing. Two of their premier batters throughout the series so far, and the series prior to this for Bangladesh. So everything is ticking for them. Everyone is playing their part. And this is good news for them as they go to Zimbabwe and then get ready for the World Cup next year.
Bit of width on offer. Third man is up in the circle, which is kind of dangerous if he just opens up his bat there, Big, and looks for that gap between the keeper and the third man, or even the third man in the point. You can get that ball in that area. It's vacant for a boundary. Majola, it's important he bowls wicket to wicket. He doesn't give him any room outside off stump.
Gets it much closer to the stumps. It's good placement though from Rifat Beg, directly where the deep cover is to end the over. 38 have been bowled. Banda Majola licks 7 more runs. It's 219 for the loss of 1. What a monster partnership between these two now. 122. And the thing is, it started so slowly. It felt like a drag at a time. Kalam Sadiq was on 7 from 22 deliveries. Rifat Beg was playing spectator to Zawad Abra, so he too was 20 balls behind his runs. And look at them now. Even though Rifat Beg is exactly still 20 balls behind, but he's on 83 runs. Siddiqui Aline on the other side, almost a run per ball on 63. And this partnership is also almost at a run per ball. So the value of patience, the value of playing yourself in here, fully evident in the scoreboard and in the style that these two are now exhibiting in playing their cricket.
Swanee back into the attack. Picked up the only wicket that's gone down so far for South Africa. Looking for two. It was a call for two. He's coming back.
Can't be two there.
Once again, wonderful running between the wickets. Great running by Bangladesh throughout this innings. They've been really good, sharp, call early, no hesitation.
Experts in sucking the soul in the fielding team, just in the way that they are playing their cricket. If the ball is there to be hit, they don't make a mistake, they punish it. And the fact that the bowling team, South Africa here, keep giving them those deliveries means that they're allowing Bangladesh to suck them out. And if it's not going to be a boundary, they do this. That is absolutely brilliant running. South Africa seem to be lost in their heads and have dropped their shoulders. Even the way that they are attacking the ball, or lack thereof, it's showing now, and it's showing pretty badly.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing tip and run at the moment. They got to squeeze in a bit more, South Africa. Can't be giving away these singles so comfortably. Straight to the man at the cover.
It's freebies. They're not even trying that hard. It's just placement, and they run hard. They have squeezed in a little bit closer now on the offside and even on the leg side. So when he changes up his length, there is a deep square leg standing there in Adnan Lahadin. Such is the confidence, though, from Kalam Siddiqui Aline to even take on the field like that.
All three of the Bangladeshi batters that have batted today, pretty big. All three of them actually have been pretty decent on the short ball. Abra got a couple of sixes from the pull shot, and we've seen Big play some really wonderful pull shots as well. And Siddiqui, also not afraid to go for the short ball.
You can just take a look now at how closer they've become. Much more tighter. Fine leg. Rushes back into the circle. Pulled over, though.
Yeah, he'd just been placed there on the boundary there at long on, and when they brought in the fine leg into the circle, Basson was pushed back onto the boundary. Just one off that last one.
It's very smart as well here, Monde. 4 balls, 4 runs. The previous over, they got 7 runs. So if you take a look at it, they've taken 11 runs in the last 10 deliveries with not much effort at all. Misses his run up here, and Dandoen goes Sisoni. So an impression has to be made here for the lads, considering the fact that Cricket South Africa has this Division 1 and Division 2 system. Division 2 teams and even Division 1 teams are always sorting out new and young, exciting prospects. So with over 1 million people watching this game, there's no surprise that as time comes, someone somewhere will be watching. They will be scouting. So even in losses or in situations where you've lost the series or the game is not going for you, someone is watching on how your attitude is. Someone is watching how you are trying to control your space and how you're trying to lead your role in the team. despite the entire environment looking a little bit down in the game situation.
Short ball once again. Yeah, picks up his second one, Sony. Breaks up this partnership. Peg doesn't seem very impressed. He's still there. I'm not sure if he's disappointed in the shot or he doesn't think he was out, but he's gone. Sony picks up the second one. He breaks this partnership. 2-2-2 for 2 now, Bangladesh.
You hustle, you keep running, and you get repaid. And that is exactly what Ntandoenkosi Soni does here. He bends his back, he digs it deep. The faintest of touches from Rifat Beg, who was looking excellent, playing all sides of the wicket. He falls for 86 runs from 107. An important knock at the top of the order. Double Nelson does their job. 2-2-2 for 2. Two big partnerships in a row. Ntandoenkosi Soni breaking them both. But it matters not, because if you look, the damage is immense, and they still have 8 wickets in hand here with 11 overs to go as their captain Azizul Hakim Tamim comes in.
Yeah, 11 overs left. There's plenty of time for the captain to try to put up a big score here. 11 overs. Sadiki, no doubt, will give him a bit of advice about how this wicket is playing. We'll be looking to push on here, Bangladesh. 8 wickets in hand, 11 overs left. Still looking for that 300. Very possible. Captain's numbers, highest of 67. Strike rate of just under 68. Average is impressive. Just a 150 so far, but only 2 games.
Very skilled player. Azizul Hakim Tamim comes in with his off spin, takes wickets, comes in with the bats, scores runs. 67 in the previous innings. Leading run scorer for his cricket club, Gulshan Cricket Club, and like we told you, in the Dhaka Premier Division, the top players play around there, so he's exposed to all of this competition, and he was the leading run scorer for his team. 344 runs with 100 in his campaign. So a very, very skilled player, Azizul Hakim, doing it everywhere around the world, even in Sri Lanka, Colombo. He's been doing it here in South Africa as well.
Teshin Knowles back into the attack. Straight away. In the air. Looking for 2. No, just got the 1. Good fielding out in the outfield. Pasadiki trying to put the pressure on the bowler straight away from ball 1.
Kalam Siddiqui, Aline, thing is, currently on 65 from 70. When a wicket gets lost, you normally think that the batter who remains from the partnership will now have to claw back into their closet and start replaying their shots and reset the partnership. But when you know that you have a skilled player coming next to you, and after him is another one who can contribute in their runs, you play with this freedom that you've been playing from the previous partnership, because you can trust your partner to keep their wickets and to score alongside you.
Shots.
Big shots, massive shots. Hello, says Azizul Hakim Tamim to Jason Rolls. Pumps it over by Andamachola, standing at long on. His first ball, fearless strike.
Well, I think the platform was set, and he's going from ball 1. Not going to waste time here.
Yep.
Hakim realizes that 300 is a long way away. We need to get going straight away here. Bit flatter this time by Jason Knowles. It has been giving it some air. I don't think he's going to give it much air here after Hakim's first shot.
What a big test it's going to be for Jason Rolls. You look at the numbers here for Azizul Hakim Tamim, his Youth ODI stats saying that average on 62 runs. The strike rate shows that, well, it is just numbers. First ball being pumped over for 6. But on half of his matches here, half of his matches have seen him go above 50 runs. That is a serious conversion rate.
On to long on for one. Good cricket once again. Rotation of the strike.
Seems like Jason Rolls has been figured out by the Bangladeshis. Last ball, or last two deliveries going to Aline, and they open up the field. It's going to be pumped over the top. The fielder who would be at mid-off is at long-off, Majola. They're going to try squeeze him here. It's an open leg side. Might as well get a single and keep him on strike, but still 7 from 3.
I think that was the arm ball. Very full this time around. Yorker length. And that's the end on the 40th over. 231 for 2 Bangladesh. Siddiqui on 66 and the captain Hakim just on 7. He just walked on. We'll be looking for one more big partnership here. That's the previous one. 125 of 135 deliveries. The bulk of the work was done by Siddiqui, and Big, who had just gone out, also added 58 in that partnership.
I was commentating earlier on this year on the schools SA20, where some of these boys also performed. And the difference in the errors and the mistakes is vastly different from that to here, just signifying the difference in what you need to produce in international cricket regardless of the division. These runs from Bangladesh, the first partnership, only 1 extra. This partnership, only 3 extras. So that means South Africa have given almost nothing away in terms of the extra runs. But the mistakes that they are making are mistakes in where the ball must be at certain times of the game, where to land that ball consistently. And so the level of the mistake is a little bit more advanced. The ball is now edged down to very, very fine third man. It's going to be 4 runs, not the prettiest of the shots from Kalam Siddiqui's book, but it counts nonetheless.
Yeah, not where he was intending to hit the ball. There's a third man there, but it was too fine for him to cut it off, and that's another boundary. Momentum with Bangladesh. That's the first ball of the over. So all the pressure now back onto the bowler. Siddiqui on 70.
Given with there from Ndandonkos from Dandosoni. Pumped over the top.
6.
Take that. Clean timing. Clean catch from the spectator. Wonderful batting from Kalam Siddiqui Aline.
And once again, too short. Bit of worth, a lot of worth actually. And smartly hits it over point for 6. It's a good start to the over. 10 runs off it, the first 2 deliveries. Sony under pressure now. Bangladesh looking for 250. That's the next milestone.
Pulls it away. It might breach the gap, which it does. Oh, this is some stuff here from Kalam Siddiqui Saline. He is hitting it in all parts of the ground. It's 3 boundaries in a row now.
Another short delivery. This time onto the onside. Helped along quite nicely. Good control. There's a third man. There's a fine leg, and a square leg on the boundary, but the control was very impressive. Change in field. Once again, third man comes up into the circle. Car corner. Goes out onto the boundary. So everybody on the leg side to the right-hander is on the boundary.
Where to bowl?
It's got to be straight. It's got to be Yorker length straight or length ball straight. It's a length ball straight. They're looking for 2.
Lovely batting.
Good fielding. It was a yes and a no. Very good fielding out in the outfield. Lagadine.
It's very good pressure. Walking in, keeping it tight. The two seemed like it was on between Aline and Tamim, but wise to call it back.
There's a change in the field for the left-hander now with Peg. Actually, pretty much the same field as he had for the right-hander, actually. Everybody on the leg side on the boundary.
This is wonderful batting. This is really, really good stuff. This hurts Ntando Nkosisoni. He can't recover his over because Bangladeshis are just playing it willy-nilly. They've already taken 16 runs from the over. Damaging numbers.
Still. Last ball, which has been a very good over for Bangladesh. 16 off it so far. That's beautiful cricket. No brute force, good touch, good understanding of the field and where you want to place the ball, and that's a very good touch. Very smart cricket as well. Another boundary to end the over. 20 of that one, a big over for Bangladesh. 247 for 2 now, after 41 overs.
They brought up that third man, Anati Kichene, was now standing on the ring, and it was wonderfully played. That brings them up to their 250, now adding up that 4 runs, having lost 2 wickets. Their highest score is around the corner. They are just 53 runs away from it, having scored 304 back 10 years ago now. Can you believe it? 304 for 7 is what they did, having won that series 5-2.
Yeah, 10 years ago in Durban. Attention bowling, sorry. Bata back into the attack to replace Jason Rolls. Had an expensive over too as well. Both 3 overs for 21 so far.
Some of these gentlemen were 8 years old during that time. Can you believe 2015 was 10 years ago?
Yeah, time flies, eh? Time flies. And Bangladesh, that just shows you how good they've been away from home as well. 10 years ago, they beat us here 5-2. Didn't get the momentum, didn't get the pace from the bowler that he wanted to be able to execute that shot, but was a good change in pace by Mbata.
Mandile Mbata did well in that first game. During this spell, was called back in over number 40 in that first game, and he really tightened up his areas, tightened up his lines, and he was bowling from this end as well. So the question is, can he repeat that again here? He's gone for 21 in his first 3 overs, 7 runs to the over, concedes a single with the first. He does have those tricks with those off cutters, with those slower deliveries. Can he implement them here now?
Well bowled, yeah. Would have been quite close to the wide line, I reckon, that last one, but umpire Jada says no harm done there. No runs off it.
It's what you call painting the lines.
So I would say, if you're going to have the third man up in the circle and you're going to give him width, it might be a little bit dangerous. Just in case he decides to open up that face and run it down past third man, just like the previous over.
Got him. Superb bowling. Targets the stumps, but a little bit too cheeky from Kalam Siddiqui Aline. He was looking to guide that down behind his hip, but comes across the line of the stumps just a bit too much. Mandile Mbata comes with the golden arm, just like he did the last time. 252 for the loss of 3.
I'm hungry. Yeah, I think just moving across a bit too much there. Nonetheless, a very good innings. Going at around about 100, the strike rate that was. New batter coming in, Hussein. Rizan Hussain coming in as the 5th batter. And he will be tasked to try get Bangladesh to that 300, 304, the best they've done in South Africa. Well, we're hoping they can try and get there. It's going to be a difficult task, though. 8 overs left after this one. Still 52 runs short.
Mohammad Rizan Hossan has played 16 games for Bangladesh under 19s that average on 34. You'd be hoping for a higher strike rate. But he does what he needs to do, especially if he's going to have teammates around him who are not afraid of smashing the ball around, especially like the likes of Zawad Abrar, Rifat Beg, and the captain Azizul Hakim Tamim.
Yeah, 350s in his 16 matches that he's played for Bangladesh in the 19s.
Rolls the fingers on the ball. Banda Machola only marshals the ball over his head and over the boundary. He was there. He thought he had a chance, but Azizul Hakim Tamim had better ideas. 6 runs.
Yeah, he might have been nervous there for a second. Tamim wondering if he got enough to take it all the way for a boundary. It was in the air for quite a long time. But in the end, a very good shot. And gone all the way for another 6.
Muscled that ball across the line from the off stump. Good change of pace. And then they are able to squeeze a single to consolidate the boundary. Ooh, too much of that from the South Africans. Way too much of that, just giving away those singles to end over number 42. Mondezondegi is going to have a little bit of a nibble downstairs. He's going to have a full meal. 260 for 3. $260 for 3 after 42. A new batter, Rizan Hossan. Strike bowler returns. JJ Basson, Pilasandis Klaba, with us on commentary for the rest of the 8 overs.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bendulo. Bangladesh very much on course to get over the 300-run mark. They've threatened on both occasions in those first 2 games. And this is a much better batting improvement from them. I mean, you talk about ticking boxes. This is another big box that's been ticked from a batting point of view from the Bangladeshis. Big. How far, though? It's gone very high. Men chasing under it, and I think it's just bounced inside the rope, and it's gone for 4. Great intent shown by Azizul Hakim Tamim, the captain. First ball, and it's gone for 4 from JJ Basson.
Not afraid to take on South Africa's strike bowler. The one man with the arm that looked to have taken a wicket crunched over the top. No one in the deep there for Tamim Hakim. So the shot was on, and he maximized it for 4 runs. Longer side of the boundary as well from Azizul Hakim.
Just look at that strike rate. Real impact from the captain. Understands his role when coming in with the platform set by big partnerships up front. 20 from 9 is what he's got. And he's really propelling the side towards 300. 264 for 3. And there's still very much a lot of time left in this batting innings for Bangladesh.
Bang! But does it have the distance this time? Ooh, JJ Basson goes for a lunge.
Hold the ball, there's no...
We saw Corne Porter in the previous game took a spectacular catch. His schoolmate looking to match him, just not reaching it, but opportunity created from JJ Basson.
A real good effort also from Basson. Had to run all of 15 meters to try and get anywhere close to that. Could bowling also. Looked like it just rolled the wrists and the fingers across the line of the ball there. Azizul Hakim on the attack, looking to very much hit every ball out of the park now. An opportunity created, but South Africa won't be too disheartened with this attack from Azizul Hakim.
Another chance might be created here. He's playing with danger, Azizul Hakim. He's really playing with danger. But you know, sometimes, just sometimes, when you throw your heart out there and play with that spirit, the spirit pays you back and just preserves you and allows you to continue playing that way.
It's clear, really is clear from Azizul Hakim Tamim now. Every ball, almost every ball has to go to the boundary. And South Africans have to compose themselves here, just rightly just taking the momentum out of Azizul Hakim Tamim's batting now. Just the pause and play.
Goes full pace. This might be a couple for the two. Thinks twice of it. But you know now, as the score breaches 270 and that 300 gets closer and closer, how disheartened will the batters be for South Africa knowing that they haven't been able to get to that point or even breach 200? But most importantly, how fired up will the Bangladeshi bowlers be knowing that they have so much freedom? If you take a look at it historically, that 300 will be a very tough ask for the South Africans. So what will they do when they come out to bowl?
Yeah, very, very big psychological mark, that 300 mark. And you rightly mentioned South Africa haven't been able to get to that 200 mark themselves whenever they've been chasing any score that's been set by the Bangladeshis. So immediately there's that pressure from South Africa. The asking rate is already high. Good challenge, but it'll be a tough challenge for South Africa. That's wide, I think. No, it's not. It's just below the head of Razan Hossain. One for the over. So essentially, Mpendulo, it's a good point for the South African side. They've been under pressure throughout the series. Bangladesh, without a doubt, have played the better cricket throughout the series. And for them also going into the triangular series next week and then into the World Cup preps, this is amazing for them because they know that they can cross 300 consistently. In the air, Bulbulia, it's going to fall safe in between keeper and the man running in from the square leg boundary. Another shank from the Bangladeshis, but they've been able to get a boundary from that JJ Person over. He's gone for 42 in his age, 270 for 3.
It didn't look like an over that offered much for Bangladesh. It looked scruffy. It was hard work. It was a laborious over for them. But take a look. They were able to extract 10 runs from it. And that's what it's about. South Africa's best bowler. He didn't bowl a bad over at all. Lots of opportunities. Bowling, balls going into the air. But they still made it work. Hungry for those runs. It's very good cricket here. And that is what you are able to do if you have a platform set for you. You play without any fear because you know that you have a good enough score already in your back.
It also gives the likes of Imon a great platform to be able to attack also from the get-go with that new ball, knowing that they've been able to penetrate the South African batting lineup very early in the previous 2 games. Sony back into the attack. He's bowled really well. He and JJ Person have looked the best of the South African bowlers this morning and afternoon.
This is why he might come in with the breakthrough. He's been getting all of them, and he gets another one. Wicket number 3 for Ntandoenko Sisoni. A very, very difficult chance for Vian Pretorius. It was in the air for a long time, but eventually into the buckets, and wicket number 4 falls for Bangladesh.
Yeah, really good take. Really good take that from Vian Pretorius. He just gestured that it was caught up in the wind. It was swirling a little bit. Sony does well, strikes first ball. Difficult field to sort of bowl to. Any margin for error, you go for the boundary. That's the end of Rizan Hussain. He's gone for 2 from 3 balls. Bangladesh lose their 4th. And Sony's got 3 from those 4 that have fallen.
Bangladesh dugout is not going to be too displeased with that, because they know the intent of what needs to be done now. We need to accelerate, maximize the wickets that we have in hand, go berserk. He was trying to do that. It worked in the previous over for JJ Basson. Not now when Tanduenko Sisoni, who has the wickets in his hands. He's taken 3 now. Brings in Abdullah Al Mamoon. 8 games. That 150, high score of 63. Doesn't matter now. What matters is that strike rate. It needs to go berserk. Ooh, it's well bowled from Tanduenko Sisoni. It's good understanding of no backup, not risking the overthrow.
Yeah, important also that single from Muhammad Abdullah Amun to get Azizul Hakim Tamim back on strike. You can see from the non-striker's end, he was twitching to get across. The captain, he's the one that's been the aggressor. He's got the boundaries that have mattered, particularly the late stage of this game.
Rolling those fingers. Are they going to make their ground? Yes, they do. At least now they understand these singles are hard work for the Bangladeshis. They are trying to be intentful now. South Africa's just well-placed batting. But they'll be happy for this rather than overthrows and rather than boundaries in this stage of the game.
Yeah, you can already see the effects of just one ball in play now. Harder to hit the softer ball out the park. The timing's gone from Azizul Hakim Tamim as well, who's been the one that's gotten boundaries in recent times. He's got 26 from 13, but just in the last 2 overs, smart bowling also from South Africa, changing the pace. Makes it a little bit harder to hit that softer ball. Good from Sony. Again, it's about minimizing the risk of going for the boundary later on in the piece now.
Exactly what they need. And it's very good that they are executing it exactly like how they should. You don't want to become greedy. And fast bowlers have this tendency of having bowled 4 or 5 really good deliveries, just slowing it down, and they want to remind the batter, you know, the ego. You want an egotistical strike bowler who knows that they are good and they can get you out. And so in these instances of the game, you just want that to be toned down a little bit for the betterment of the team and restricting the run scoring.
Yeah, it was big 2 balls left in this Ntando Sony over. I was going to say he needed to get out of the over very well. He's got the wicket in the over as well, so you don't want to spoil it with the last 2 balls going for a boundary. That's an excellent delivery in that penultimate one where Muhammad, in fact, Azizul Hakim Tamim had to dig it out and change the field, and he's keeping on tampering with his field here. And Ntando Sony's making sure that he's got the right people in the right places, but also limiting the boundary options for these 2 Bangladeshi batters. Last ball.
He appeals. He thought that he had something there. Umpire Bongani Chele thinks not. The end of the over. Closes with a leg bye. Excellently done from Tanduenko Sisoni, who's just had the golden hand. He had a poor first over, but look at that recovery. 3 from 59 with 2 overs left.
Yeah, excellent over. Really good. At this stage of the game, you take that. 3 for 58, and he's 8 overs. He's still got 2 very big overs to bowl, Dando Soni. And South Africa might well be able to restrict Bangladesh under 300 here. Important they keep on taking wickets, especially of the set batters in Azizul Hakim Tamim. He's key to getting Bangladesh across that 300 mark. And keep him off strike as well. And they've done so really well at the start of this JJ Basson over, because it will be Muhammad Abdullah on strike to face this first ball from JJ Basson.
Well guided. Just using the pace of JJ Basson, they turn around. Mandile Mbata throws it in from the deep, but it's sharp running from these two. It's very good stuff.
Yeah, again, also not a bad result from South Africa's point of view, because it brings Abdullah back on strike. But just you want to be clean. You want to be clean at this stage of the game, especially in the field. Another fumble from South Africa allows them to come back for the second run.
It's always the small little things that accumulate over the course of 50 overs that eventually make a little bit of a difference. That intensity of the field that gives away 25 extra runs at the end of it all just comes out to bite you. If they come back for 2, that extra run, that's what bites. And Bangladesh are tigers, and they were using their skills excellently here.
That's brilliant. It's brilliant again, running, putting pressure on the field. And when you have a softer ball and it's harder to get it to the boundary at this late stage of the game, that's your currency. Hitting the sweepers hard and then putting pressure on them to be able to turn back for that second run. And sometimes, and especially at this level of these youngsters' careers, this is positive signs for Bangladesh, knowing that they can't always go for the big shots, especially when the ball is softer.
It also just speaks to the makeup of the team. I'm just thinking how Muhammad Abdullah comes in, he scores 33s, he scores 40s, but doesn't have much time to bat at the end of it all, because of the setup that is set by the top 4 batters, who are excellent at upping that score rate when the ball is brand new, punish small mistakes, and to make big partnerships to allow the middle and lower order to just come in and play with a bit more freedom.
That's exactly it. Knowing your role, isn't it? And executing it perfectly. He knows he doesn't have a lot of overs to work with. Good from Basson. So you practice that also, and I would assume and imagine that these Bangladeshis would practice executing their role. He knows he's coming in at 6. He'll probably come in at the later stage of the game, depending on how things go at the top of the order. And judging by how this series has gone, the top of the order has produced the runs. And so for him, it's a matter of making sure that you come there and you utilize whatever's left of the innings.
And most importantly, if you have such a strong top order, one of that top order is likely to be there once Muhammad Abdullah comes in to bat. So his role is not really to hit 4s and 6s. I mean, if you go and take a look at his statistics for his Sri Lanka tour, he's one of the leading run scorers, but he only scored 6 boundaries. Just 6 boundaries, 4 4s, 2 6s. 104 runs in 105 deliveries. Bangladesh 201 of
and taking time to set this field for this very big ball, Basson. Good result, really good result. Needs to come in that ball quickly, and it does. Wonderful bowling from JJ Basson in South Africa in the later stages of this innings. 282 for 4 Bangladesh.
so crucial these last 5 overs. Bangladesh have always been threatening the 300 in both their games so far, and in all likelihood look like they will get it here today, just 18 runs away. If you add 4 more runs, that is their highest score, 304 for the loss of 7 10 years ago.
Yeah, it shows how they've dominated over South Africa at this level of the game. National sport, cricket in Bangladesh, so you'd expect them to be really dominant. Some really good youth development structures. They pump a lot of money into their cricket, Bangladesh. On course to eclipsing that 304 that they said 10 years ago now. Sony.
Really working hard, Ndando Sony. Eyes around, watching from one of the bigger unions in the country here at the Dolphins, Ndando Nkosi Sony. He was part of the team back 2 years ago with the likes of Gwenamapaga, Luandre Pretorius, just as a 17-year-old though, and couldn't make it to the squad that went to that World Cup. He's here now, and he's showing his money. It's very smart bowling from Sony. He's forcing the batters to make the play, and by doing that and eliminating pace of the ball, but he's doing it, and he's doing it illegally. He's just running across the field or across the pitch.
An official warning from umpire Bongani Jele. Just needs to get off that danger area, isn't it? I think it's that follow-through from his bowling action that's taking him into that danger zone. Needs to be very careful now going forward. He's changed his angle of attack to be able to protect that area so that it doesn't go across onto that danger area from his follow-through. It's good also, though. This is really nice from Sony. And from South Africa, they've been a lot smarter when the ball has been a lot softer, especially in the back end of the Bangladeshi innings. It's up front where they've struggled with that newer ball, and Bangladesh have thoroughly put them under pressure in that phase of the game. But this phase, it's all been South Africa.
Big swing. And you know, sometimes a wicket does that for the bowlers. And as much as it sometimes disrupts the momentum of the batting team, it just gives a little bit more confidence to the bowlers that they are doing something correct. And so they stick doing to those plans. And that's exactly what Sony has done. His wicket ball wasn't anything spectacular. It was just no pace, wide, and asking the batter to slash at it, and mistimed it. And that's what he's doing here now, wide outside the off stump.
High opportunity for him, swirling in the wind, takes a really good catch. Ndando Sony, excellent bowling from the youngster from KZN. He picks up a 4th wicket, and it's merely because he's bowled really well in this last 2 overs of his bowling spell. He's given Bangladesh nothing to hit away to the boundary, and an excellent catch of Azizul Hakim Tamim.
Brilliant stuff from Ndando Nkosi Sony. And the fact that afterwards he calls for the catch. It's tough out here in Benoni. There's wind burling through around. We saw with Vian Pretorius earlier on, he had to fight with it. He caught it. Ndando Sony coming from his follow through after being warned of running across the wicket. The change of line is still good, and he completes the catch. He's 1 away from a fifer with 7 deliveries to go in his spell. He'll be happy though that he's done damage and removed the dangerous captain of Azizul Hakim Tamim for Bangladesh.
Yeah, valuable also contribution that from Azizul Hakim Tamim from the with the bat, 29 from just 19 deliveries. He added impetus to a batting performance that was really good from Bangladesh once again in this series. Finding it a little bit tougher now at the back end with the ball softer. Starts from Zawad Abar, Muhammad Rifat Beg, and from Kalam Siddiqui. Half centuries all across that top order, and no one going through and getting that real big score. And that might be the difference between them getting to 300 and not in this final Youth ODI here at Willowmore Park. And Dando Soni and the rest of the South Africans have really come back nicely in the back end. Soni with a big last ball. Excellent bowling from Dando Soni and from South Africa. Bangladesh teetering a little bit at the back end of this innings. 285 for 5.
It's a good score for Bangladesh. You sit there and you're not too mad at that given the context of how this series has unfolded. But Soni is closing off his spell brilliantly. He's not trying anything too hard. It's all saying go for it. If you can hit it, get it. But here's the thing. If he bowls it any shorter from that length, it's a cut away from a 4. If he bowls it any fuller, it's a half volley away from being a 4. So he has to be ever so accurate, ball in, ball out in a high pressure situation.
Hard lengths, isn't it? That's what you want at the back end of this innings where the ball is softer. You want to hit the hard lengths. Make it really difficult for the batters to try and generate any pace on the ball. We've done that really well. Bayanda Machola, none from 51, and he's 8. He's also got a very big 12 balls left in his quota of 10 overs for the day. Abdullah and Rafi still relatively new to the crease. So they have an opportunity here, South Africa, to continue to squeeze and restrict Bangladesh to something less than 300.
Starts beautifully here by Bayanda Majola. Last 2 overs. And like you said, Pilla is going to have to be on the money right up until the end. Because all of a sudden here, South Africa feel like they can get another one from somewhere. They feel like one of these Bangladeshis can make a mistake, which allows them a sniff into that lower order and just control the running rate a bit. It's very good. It's very good bowling from Majola. Removing the pace. Having to use that older ball. Haven't seen any hints of reverse, which is what a lot of talk was for with the older ball returning. Keep it in, you're going to see something happen in the end. But here it's classic T20 death bowling, classic ODI death bowling, hard lengths, and if not, you bowl it wide Yorker, you bowl it Yorker, and you remove pace of the ball.
Helps that the surfaces are a little bit lush for midwinter here at Willowmore Park. Really nice outfield, isn't it? It hasn't dried up too much with the harshness of the high-felt winters.
Walks across his stumps there, Alif. Umpire Spelele Gaza signals it for a wide. Maybe from our angle it looked much closer to the stumps than what it actually was.
Yeah, Bulbulia also just letting it run through his legs. Got to be a little bit more tighter than that. Already conceded the extra, so you don't want them stealing another extra run. That's what's happened. 288 for 5 now, just 12 runs away from that magical 300 mark, Bangladesh.
Already a call of 2 straight off the bat. It has been cut down by JJ Basson. Went directly to his strong arm. And the fastest bowler in the team as well. Don't dare take him on, they say.
This is also good from Majola. It would have been pressure on him, anxiety to be able to replicate what Basson and Sony have been doing in this latter stage of the batting innings for Bangladesh. So he's been able to hit his straps and being able to really hone in on a line and a length that has restricted the Bangladeshi batters.
Each innings is a game of two halves. Two new balls, one old ball. Bangladesh have been using the first half really well, and this is what has gotten them to this position. The issue now with South Africa's innings is that they haven't been able to capitalize on either half of their innings. So despite the bowlers now doing really well to recover this innings, it feels as if when South Africa now have to go out and bat, they cannot reach this standard of bowling in their batting for either half of their innings, thus invalidating this hard work if they cannot execute.
And it goes back to that transferring the confidence that you build up, especially in the back end of your bowling innings. And you rightly mentioned that South Africa haven't been able to transfer that momentum from finishing off well with the ball and starting off well with the bat. They've been constantly under pressure by the Bangladeshi opening bowlers in that first 10 over power play. And they have to find a way here to transfer that momentum that they've built now in the back end of this Bangladeshi batting innings into their batting innings. And if Joris van Schalkwyk, Mohammad Bulbulia, whoever opens Adnan Lahadin can recognize that they have momentum now at the back end and then take that into their batting innings and try and put the Bangladeshi openers under some enormous pressure in the first 10 overs.
A wide delivery from Majola. And this might be another difference now. When we go and watch Bangladesh bowl, they don't give too much. They don't give many opportunities. So what these Bangladeshi batters have been able to do is take the good balls and change them into ones. Take the good balls and change them into twos. And all of a sudden, the bowlers start searching and then the boundary balls happen. They're going to come back for run number 2 and test Daniel Bosman. It's a good throw. It's a very good throw. Just signifies the quality of the running between Mohamed Abdullah and Islam Alif. End of over number 47. 3 more to go. The 300 is on the horizon. 295 for 5.
Yeah, a couple of extras in that Bayanda Majola over just gives it a little bit more meaning for Bangladesh. As much as they haven't been able to get boundaries in the latter stages of this batting innings, they've been able to run well and run hard. And been able to turn the ones into twos. 3 overs left in the innings and they're just 5 runs away from that 300-run mark.
A little bit of an advantage, or not even an advantage, something that can at least lessen a bit of that anxiety for the South African bowlers, for the South African batters rather, is that the opening bowlers for Bangladesh, both Mohamed Al Fahad and Iqbal Hussain Iman, have been rested for this game. They're not going to be playing. They are a feisty opening pair. They are absolutely lethal. Debashish Deba, who's also been good, not playing in this game either. And Samiun Bashir, probably Bangladesh's best fielder, also comes in with his spin, is also not playing. But those 2 opening bowlers, not here, who have been the immense threat for the top order. So it gives somewhat of a chance for South Africa if the replacements don't hit the same straps.
Yeah, they've got to have to tell themselves that, the opening pair of South Africa. We're not facing Iman and Al Fahad. It's an opportunity for us. Good single. Could change up again from Sony. Starts off well. So they have to realize that opportunity. South Africa's batters, who's been the thorn for them, Iman Al Fahad not there. Debasish Deba also not there. So we can try and put pressure on the new guys playing their first game in this series. Put them under pressure, see how they respond. And do that very early on. They will be chasing something over 300 here, South Africa, so a good start will be really beneficial for them.
What a catch! Dandosoni, he does it. Takes 5 wickets. What a sharp catch from Yurik van Schalkwyk at mid-wicket. And that is the end of Mohamed Abdullah. And 5 wickets up for Nkosi Soni.
Yeah, excellent. It's an excellent reward for some really great bowling from the youngster from Glenwood. Slowed it up. We got good connection, was Mohamed Abdullah on that, but Joris van Schalkwyk in the right place. And Abdullah goes for 13, a runner ball 13. Bangladesh lose their 6th. That's 5 wickets for Ndandosoni.
This is what you call a recovery. Went for nearly 20 runs in his very first over. He was everywhere. Couldn't land the ball. Full tosses, extras. And look at where he is now. This backhand has been nothing short of sensational. It's so hard to do what he's doing here. Making it hard for Bangladesh to score runs off him. That is why Rafi Uzaman is out here. 5 wickets for Ndandosoni.
Yeah, excellent. Well, sometimes it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Ndandosoni has been really well in his finishing. He's executed his plans, he's shifted the field around, and he's bowled to it.
I think that's the most important thing. The second part you said, he's been bowling to it. You can set all the fields in the world. We are commentating with a former Protean, Mondezonde, and he too echoed the same story. You can have all of the fields in the world, but if you are not landing the ball to play on those fields, it's completely useless. Ndandoyenkosi here is being asked to land the ball in a very hard area where any sort of mistake, he'll land the ball in an arc where the ball can be hit. So this is beautiful bowling.
A change-up as well. The number of times that he used that slower ball in this back end of this innings has been really good. Called for it a little bit earlier on in the piece, but South Africa using it nicely now with the change of ball, softer ball. Excellent again. Really good execution of the Yorker.
And when partnerships break, there's a stagnation in how runs are being accumulated. The running is no longer smooth. The boundaries are no longer there, which is also complement to South African bowling. But when the partnerships were alive, the 2 massive ones that got Bangladesh the platform that they have now, it was smooth sailing, and that is the key lesson that South African batters must take in, the partnerships. Because right now they are playing in the back of those partnerships and they are throwing the wickets away now. Nkosi Soni is unrelenting in his lines and in his lengths and earns wicket number 6.
Brilliant again. Absolutely brilliant. The execution of skill in this back end of the innings from Ndandosoni has been remarkable. No pace for Rafi Uzaman to work with. Had the field up on the offside. And soft. An excellent catch from Daniel Bosman. Rafi Uzaman gone for 1. And Bangladesh lose their 7th. 298 for 7.
The fielding might have been lackadaisical at the start of the innings, but the catching has nothing been short of sensational. South Africa taking their chances and creating their chances. And it brings in the new batter, Shari Alamin, coming in for Bangladesh for number 9. Dandosoni, 6 for 65. That is almost 11 runs per wicket. And if you strike that much, you forgive those runs because that means you are bowling in areas where you are getting hit and you're also getting wickets.
Yeah, multiple opportunities to pick up wickets. 2 wickets in his final over. And he finishes off well. Excellent 10-over spell from Dandosoni. He's picked up 6 for 65 in 10. And Bangladesh are 298 for 7.
Coming from the Dolphins down in the coast in Durban, not really known for its sharp and quick wickets when you compare it to what you'll find when you come up here in Durban. So in order for you to succeed as a quick bowler down there, if you don't have express pace, you need to have really good skill to make those surfaces work for you. And we saw that skill now from Dandosoni. 6 for 65. What a spell. That's going to make it to the highlight reels. And deservedly so from Dandosoni. Bayanda Majola. He'll have one more over to go. 3 wickets in hand for Bangladesh. They've really staggered their way to this 298 mark now. 30 runs ago, 320, 340 was even in the talks.
Yeah, still a really good score for Bangladesh. Just how the batting from South Africa has been in this series, they're very much comfortably ahead in this game. Another chance for a wicket. It's high, it's swirling. Brilliant. South Africa's catching has been good in this game. Joris van Schalkwyk with another well-judged catch. And this is the most that South Africa have picked up in terms of wickets in this series. They've picked up the 8th, and Bayanda Majola in on the act now.
They're going to have to find a way to transfer this confidence into their batting, because they cannot waste this momentum. They cannot waste the opportunity that they've created here. The way that they're closing it off, it's as if you are sheltering that poor start with this blazing finish. And now you have to take it, because it's not even just the bowling, it's the fielding as well now that has really started to take shape. And the biggest confidence boost is if they're able to bowl out Bangladesh here and eliminate them for 10 wickets.
Very good last 10 overs or so from South Africa. Sadin Islam, the new batter. He'll have a lot to say with the ball a little bit later on, but he has to eke out a few runs for Bangladesh here. Oh, he's overstepped by Bayanda Majola. It's a no ball, free hit, and an opportunity for Shadin Islam to get some runs.
Well, the first. So far, it's just been wides. Wides being too high from short balls. And then wides off the leg side here in the death overs where they're trying to do a lot of variations. First time, though, they overstepped. It's going to be a free hit for Shadin Islam. 299 for Bangladesh. Tries to run away from the bat of Shadin Islam. Like we said, it has been a stagger in the back end of this century, but Bangladesh stumbled their way to 300 all of a sudden after a blazing start. 300 for 8. And it's due to such bowling from the South Africans.
Yeah, 300 for 8 now, Bangladesh. They'll still be very much happy with this batting performance. Outside edge and over the top of the man stationed at short third. It's the first boundary in a very long time for Bangladesh. Streaky, but Sadin Islam won't care and Bangladesh won't care because it adds to the tally. 304 now.
Bangladesh equaled their highest score versus the South Africans at under 19 level. Very good ball from Majola. The man was there, Enati Kichini. Just not sure, not tall enough. But that 304 for 8 is just 1 wicket more than their highest run tally against South Africa, which is 304 for 7, which they scored back 10 years ago. 1 more run, and they will get the record. This is good. This is very good stuff. This is the highest runs now Bangladesh under 19 has ever scored versus South Africa. That team back in 2015 carrying the likes of Najmul Hussain Santo, Mehdi Hassan Miraj, Mohammad Saifuddin, a man who never got to play for Bangladesh, still 26 years old now, who made the biggest damage. Pinak Ghosh scoring 150 in that match.
Strong squad that. Najmul Hussain Shanto currently Bangladesh's captain in senior international cricket. Mehdi Hassan Miraj, he was captain of that side. He's also captain Bangladesh at senior level. Musaddiq Hussain, Mohammad Saifuddin, so many of those guys that have now progressed into the senior ranks. Zakir Hassan. Strong side that.
It's no surprise that that 7-match series was won 5-2 by the Bangladeshis. Away from home as well. They're doing it here too. 3-match series, they've already conquered it 2-0. The way things are going, if South Africa don't change the way that they have been batting, it's going to become 3-0 with 1 over to go. 307, the highest score Bangladesh under 19 has ever scored versus South Africa, and they've lost 8 wickets.
Yeah, Matthew Bretsky, part of that South African side in 2015, Tony DeZorzi, Vian Mulder, fresh off a 100, highest ever score from a test playing South African. Calvarena, Diane Khalim, Ziad Abrahams, Luto Sepamla, Lesego Sanakwane now also making his test debut recently for South Africa. So it wasn't a bad side also from South Africa's point of view. Thoroughly outplayed 10 years ago, and this side also in 2025 of Bangladesh is looking even more impressive. Last over, JJ Passon will bowl it.
He's running in hard, JJ. I love the progression he's shown in his bowling, actually, because in the first games, at first you felt like he was just placing the ball. He was not charging in. He was not landing it. It was not, you know what I mean? But now all of a sudden you see him charging in this game, even though it didn't get purchase. He was key in limiting the damage in the first half of the innings. Was charging in, banging it into the surface.
Yeah, figures of none for 50. It might not look impressive, but it was really good up front with that new ball. He got it to bounce. A wicket here will really make him feel good. Just over the top of square leg, they're looking for 2, they'll get it easily.
He had a lot of those as well. They were trying to get after him, getting top edges and the ball flying into no man's land several times throughout his spells. It just shows that sometimes the numbers don't signify what the match really showed and what the match was. And so JJ Basson has been bowling really well. Oh, slap back. Those are the ones that either stick or not. Hitting his weaker right hand. They run two.
Yeah, did well to get a hand on that. JJ Basson just took the sting out of the shot. It was a powerful strike from Al-Amin. Just ringing that right hand and came back quicker than expected. Also very cold here in Benoni, so he would have felt that and did well because it was struck nicely. Could have gone for four. It was hit straight from Al-Amin.
Hits hard, hit pure, into the gap. The Bangladeshi dugout celebrates the 4 runs. Very good hit from Shaharia Al-Amin.
Yeah, length ball. It's in the slot, even for a tail ender, lower order batter like Shaharia Al-Amin. He can swing across the line, through the line there. There's a vacant gap in that cow corner region. One bounce and into the fence. Valuable low order runs this for Bangladesh. Gives them a little bit more confidence. There's something to smile about. Heading towards their 320 run mark.
Just the pace on the ball there from JJ Basson, allowing it to be hit through that line, especially for that length. To roll your fingers, reduce the speed. Straight into the man standing at the fine leg. Adventurous from Al-Amin, walks across the line looking to paddle it over the top and straight into the hands. It's wicket number 9 gone for Bangladesh.
Well, you can't fault the option taken by Shaharia Al-Amin here. Any piece of bat left or right of the man stationed at short fine gets him another boundary, but he's hit it straight to the man stationed at short fine. Handy runs for Bangladesh. Shaharia Al-Amin gone for 10. 316 for 9 now. Bangladesh with one more ball left in this batting innings.
Banda Majola could not ask for a simpler catch standing at fine leg. JJ Basson will take a wicket regardless of how it comes. Always feels nice to continue your series and streak of wicket takings per match. And here he has one more ball to go. Might be wicket number 2. No, it's not. It's one of those that are edged into no man's land. Enough spin to guide the ball down to the third man boundary. An end to the innings. Very productive for Bangladesh. 320 at the end of it all with 9 wickets down.
Yeah, good from Bangladesh. Swing and swing hard. Sanjit Muzumdar gets a thick outside edge. 2 people stationed up on that inner ring on the offside. Gets past them and then it skips away onto the boundary. Excellent end. Excellent finish to the Bangladeshi batting innings once again. And this has been a thorough improvement from them. Struggled to get past the 300 mark in the first 2 ODIs, and they got over the line here. 320 for 9. Some really good starts from Zawad Abrar, Rifat Baig and Kalam Siddiqui at the top of the order. 68, 86 and 85. That really gave them a good platform to be able to get to 320 for 9. But with the ball it was Dando Soni who was really impressive. Gets a standing ovation from his teammates as they walk off onto the park. 6 for 65. And also the man JJ Basson really bowled well. 1 for 62 in his 10. And got some real good help from some of the other bowlers. None for 47. Economical from Enati Kichin. He would have loved a wicket. But he was really good. He was accurate. He hit the stumps more often than not. And then some valuable contributions from Mbata and Jason Rolls.
All in all, the test will now be on the South African batters. It has always been on the South African batters. Can they at least win one out of the three? Is going to be the biggest test of them all. 321 runs for them to win. We will come back after 40 minutes for the second innings, where South Africa under 19 are going to require 321 runs to win from their 300 deliveries. Lunch is over. The cricket continues. 320 runs for the South Africans. That is a massive ask, given how this series has been going. Haven't been able to get 200 runs so far, South Africa. In the first match, relying on their captain then, Mohamed Bulbulia, to score 72 runs. And then in the second match, relying on their captain then, Jason Rolls, to score a half century. But then it ends there. No one kicks on, no one assists, and because of that, no partnerships so far for South Africa. None to speak of and none to help them eclipse 200. And as they work towards the 6 games that they'll be playing in Zimbabwe in that Tri-Nation series, they're going to want to leave for Zimbabwe, having left an impression to their viewers in their home crowd and home ground. So, Joris van Schalkwyk walks out. He's only played 4 games. Has that 150 where he scored 62. But then, this series hasn't really kicked on. Took a very good catch. But now he'll want to perform with the bats, batting alongside Western Province boy Adnan Lakhadin, the opposite side. Coming to you live on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. We are here at Willamore Park in Benoni. I'm your commentator, Mpendulo Makubane. Mondezonde, you will join us later on. Currently, I'm with Pilar Sanders Club.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bendulo. Good afternoon to everybody tuning on to our live feed. Important innings this for South Africa, as you rightly mentioned. And want to leave an impression heading to Zimbabwe for that tri-series. So it's a big opportunity this for Joris van Schalkwyk and for Adnan Lakhadin. The Bangladeshis, they've been really good with ball in hand. There's the first ball. Right on the money from ball 1. And look at the aggression. First up, a stare. And the aggressive throw back to the wicket keeper. So right on the money from Al Amin and from Bangladesh in defense of 321.
Shaharia Al Amin, playing his very first Youth ODI game. A tall lad, has big shoes to fill because the bowling has been exceptional for Bangladesh in the first 2 games. Iqbal and Al Fahad were awesome in game 1 and game 2, and they really inspired and rallied on the Bangladeshi fielders to also have that little bit of a spunk behind them. So here Al Amin will want to continue that because it's an identity of the team.
It is, and it's an important bowling innings this for Shahriar Al Amin. Good running, really good running. They need that South Africa early on because he has to follow up the work that Imon and Al Fahad have done in the first 2 games of the series. And South Africa will need to counter that. Adnan Lakhadin, very attacking right-hander from Bishops in the Western Cape. Batted beautifully in the SA20 schools final. But Tex where Bishops were the inaugural champions.
But the level here is quite different. It's quite significantly different. Like you had said earlier on, Bangladesh, cricket is their national sport. They live and breathe the sport. So if in order for you to get selected to make it into any international setup, you have to be really above the crop. So there'll be there'll be fewer bad balls to face here. And better application needed by Adnan Lakhadin, which he does. Wonderfully driven through the gap. Nothing but timing from the opener, and he opens his account with a boundary.
Lovely drive. It's a drivable ball also offered up by Al-Amin. Just watched the ball previously to that, and he just didn't get his foot across to the line of the ball. Was Adnan Lakhadin, but on that occasion, the boundary ball, perfect alignment, lets his hands follow the swing of the ball and finds the gap beautifully. He's up and running with a beautiful boundary, Adnan Lakhadin.
Didn't make too much noise in the second game, which was the first one he played, scoring only 5 from 10. And like you had said, played well in the school's SA20 earlier on this year for Bishops. But now what he wants to show and prove is that he belongs in the big stage.
He's talented, there's no doubt about it. Adnan Lakhadin, very talented. It's also about belief at this level of the game. It's international cricket. You're playing against the best all over the world. Good start for Sharia Al-Amin. Concedes 6 from his first over. South Africa 6 without loss.
It's going to be interesting to see how South Africa structure their run chase here. They have suffered big defeats in the first 2 games, 130 the first, 105 in the second. It's not even a question of can we make it to 200. Can we, if we don't win the game, can we at least lose by under 100 runs? You'll make all of these different things to try and make yourself feel better, but ultimately here, with those 2 defeats, South Africa will be looking to make it 2-1, regardless of the task at hand.
And it will be the message from Malibongo Maketa, the head coach of the side. Improvement. Sanjit Muzumdar, in his second game at this level. Beautiful. That's a picture perfect on drive that from Joris van Schalkwyk. It's not a great start from Muzumdar straying onto the pads. But van Schalkwyk was very much equal to it and slaps it down the ground for 4. His first boundary.
They don't get better hit than that. Played it right under his eyes, waited for it, and placed it perfectly as well. That's going to give him a boost of confidence. And what Bangladesh did well from this instance is try to get that single, try to consolidate the boundary, and just keep the bowlers working, keep the fielders working.
Much better start also from South Africa's point of view. In that first game, they were very much strangled from Iman and Al Fahad. The boundaries were non-existent in the first 5 to 6 overs. Already here, they've got 2 drives, and it will give Joris van Schalkwyk and Adnan Lakhadin plenty of confidence getting those early boundaries. It's nothing like striking the ball nicely and seeing it run away to the boundary to give yourself that much confidence in your batting innings.
It is those early wickets that have been the problem. Within the power play, just losing more than you want. In the last game, they already lost 4 by over number 10. It's just not good enough. You want to, if you're going to lose a wicket, at least have a lot of runs in the bag. Lose your wicket for value. Don't lose your wickets trying to survive and being under the corner.
Wayward from Muzumdar. The first extras of this bowling innings for Bangladesh. And it's also the mindset. I mean, these 2 need to come out with a positive mindset. Lakhadin was really nice in that first over. He looked like he wanted to put bat on ball early on. And for Schalkwyk, that early boundary in this over. So early doors, South Africa looking really good in terms of their positive mindset to get these runs. And also that, even though you're not getting the single, you're just showing that showing the bowler and the fielders that you are actually looking to score off almost every ball. That positive energy, that positive body language. A lot of the times in that first game, they were just defending and not really looking like they wanted to go out and get those singles and those runs. Excellent running. Really good. They had to be tight. But well judged in the end by Van Schalkwyk and Lachadin.
Easier said than done. Easier done than what it looks. Because there is that short extra cover fielder there. So the placement had to be precise from Jorik van Schalkwyk, which it was. And sometimes when you do play a very good stroke in the early parts of your innings, things just become a little bit clearer. There's a huge weight off your back. Especially if you take a look at how he lost his wickets in that first game where he was strangled, 0 for 9 deliveries. Then when he eventually lost his wicket, he was squared up properly by Iqbal Hussain Imon. So for him to just lean into the ball so well and present the full face of the bat for that boundary is really good. And Mazumda and Alamin are providing more opportunity than an Al Fahad and an Imon.
Beautiful, excellent. We spoke about him being an attacking player as Adnan Lachadin. It's pitched up from Mazumdar and lofted over his head for 6. Ends a really good over for South Africa. That Lachadin gets 6 from it. 19 without loss, South Africa.
In the slot and properly dealt with. Definitely in the slot. Left with a pose, Adnan Lachadin really got into the line of the ball beautifully. The length was always there to be hit. And to even take that over the top and make it a maximum, full confidence through his stroke.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just hands through the ball on that occasion from Lachadin. Very good start. This is the kind of improvement that head coach Mali Maketa was looking forward to. Beautiful. Oh, chance just on the bounce. Looked a little bit cramped on that shot. Was Van Schalkwyk.
Always going to have to be mindful. At the end of the day, you present a bigger opportunity to lose your wickets when you are playing shots and when you are playing your cricket. So when you've gotten good shots under your belt and you're looking to go big, it's so important not to fall for the obvious traps that the bowling team has set, just like that.
Controlled aggression also. We saw it from the Bangladeshis over the course of the series. They've picked their moments to be aggressive. And that's the next step now for South Africa. They've shown the initial intent to be aggressive. It's now about how do you temper with that? How do you control it so that it's prolonged and not just in short bursts where you're aggressive for 2 overs and then you lose your wicket. Oh, got him. What a really good catch that at backward point. Rafi the man. It was flying off the blade of Adnan Lachadin, but a really, really good catch. And South Africa, just what we were saying about controlled and tempered aggression. They lose their first wicket in Adnan Lachadin.
Like a script. How often? Just losing your head for one moment. Going for a hard slash, and he fully convicted into that shot. He wanted that to happen, but he lofted it up into the air. It was hit hard. He got a pure connection, but he loses his wicket, Adnan Lachadin. Another opportunity gone by the wayside. He was gone for 5 in the first game, now gone for 10. 20 for 1.
You credit the catch more on that. It was the delivery wasn't the best. It was an ordinary ball. The shot was beautiful. Just couldn't control it. Really latched on to that. It was wide. And that's an excellent catch. Really good catch that from Rafi. Brings South Africa's co-captain to the crease now, Mohamed Bulbulia.
One of the more trusted players in the Proteas shirt, Mohamed Bulbulia. One of the couple of players who have a full contract to go play. He'll be playing for the newly promoted Tuskers down in Pietermaritzburg. Mohamed Bulbulia transferring himself from the Northwest Dragons down to the Tuskers. He was brilliant in the first match. He did survive the smallest of edges, which was dead plumb. But after that singularity, after that he was just a different player. It's as if he was playing in his own different surface, juxtaposed to the rest of the South African batters. Man is going to need another co-captain's innings today.
Good numbers at 50 coming in that first game for Mohamed Bulbulia this series. 74 runs at an average of 37. Important one this. Just to tip the scales a little bit. Ahead to Zimbabwe to that triangular series with far more confidence in his batting, his ability and being able to make runs against some top opposition. Al-Amin with his final delivery. Very good running. Very good running. They can come back for the second here. It's overthrows. Wonderful pressure on the field. Al-Amin got a wicket from that over. 23 for 1 after 3.
Khadin is sitting out there, is probably thinking he missed out on an opportunity to score runs here because he was looking pretty good. It looked like he had found the timing of the surface pretty well too. And so that falls down to Mohamed Bulbulia and Ulrich van Schalkwyk. That's the story that we've been talking about, isn't it, Bela? The wickets falling within that power play.
Yeah, 3 wickets and 4 wickets, as opposed to Bangladesh losing probably 2 in comparison throughout the series in the power play. South Africa have already lost an early one now with Adnan Lakhadin back in the hut. And they won't want a repeat of that in this third and final Youth ODI. They'd want to make sure that this partnership between Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia extends and goes past that first 10-over power play. And that gives you a base. It gives the likes of Pretorius coming in, the likes of Jason Rolls to come in and play with a little bit more freedom because there's a big partnership that has set the platform for them. I haven't had a lot of that. Another extra from Sanjit Muzumdar.
This just shows the differences in Al Fahad and Iqbal Hussein Iman versus Sanjit Muzumdar and Al-Amin. None of that in the first 2 games. The South Africans could not breathe. They were so relentless, and then they were in the face of the batters as well. Al Fahad was talking to the batters. Iman was deliberately finishing his follow-through. In the batter's ground. So much dominance. So it's up to these two and the coaching staff and the conversations back in the dugout to capitalize and utilize that opportunity. And I like the fact that it seems like they are doing exactly just that. They are not letting Bangladesh bowl to them. They're actually trying to take the game on and challenge this impressive fielding we've been talking about and put them to the chopping block.
Gotta fight fire with fire, isn't it? And we have seen little of that from South Africa's batters throughout the series. And credit to Bangladesh, they bowled really well. We haven't been able to give the South Africans an opportunity to fight fire with fire. But I think this third and final one, probably pressure a little bit off now from the South Africans in terms of the series. We've seen far more intent from Van Schalkwyk and from Lachadin. Warning here. Early doors for Sanjit Muzamdar. He's running onto that danger area. Bongani Jel has been really sharp. He pinged Tando Soni in South Africa's bowling innings. Now it's Sanjit Muzamdar.
Not nice for a bowler. You just bowled wide, struggling to get your areas, and then all of a sudden you're being docked for running on the surface. You want to have a good rhythm, a good tempo, and trust your processes through your run-up right up until the finish of your follow-through when you are done with your delivery. And so when there's an element of doubt in one of those processes not working, just throws you off a bit.
Besides struggling with a bit of rhythm, Sanjit Muzamdar did well in that over. 24 for 1, South Africa chasing 321.
It's a big chase, isn't it? 297. They're batting at a run per ball, which is something that they haven't been able to do throughout the series, but they're still behind in the run rate. And just look at the difference between the power plays. South Africa 22 for 3, 55 for 4 in game number 1. In all of their 30 overs, all 30, only 1 wicket falling for Bangladesh.
Excellent. It's just a great blueprint to winning games, isn't it? Get through that first 10 over power play unscathed. Lovely shot, that back foot punch straight back down the ground from Bulbuya. The running is good. And the fielding even more impressive because they wanted to look for that third, Bulbuya and Van Schalkwyk. Well, that graphic really shows the picture of how dominant Bangladesh have been in this series. Just 1 wicket in 30 overs of the power play. And good starts as well, over 50 on all 3. 56, 53 and 79 today. Well, that's what South Africa need if they are going to progress and be a threat to bowling sides. Punched off the back foot. A little bit more venom in that shot. And it's going to run all the way to the boundary. A lovely shot from Mohamed Bulbulia. Looks a strong play on the back foot.
It was slightly aerial, but then the placement was good enough for Mohamed Bulbulia. Plays that with rocket hard quick hands rather. They really flashed through. He looks up to the great Hashim Amla. Flashes of that through those couple of strokes.
Mirror image, isn't it?
2 mirror image. The Beard 2.0.
Slashed wide, and there's a man down at third. Only be 1, but again, Bulbulia following in the way that Lachadin wanted to play his cricket, aggressive. Not letting those balls outside the off stump let go and being caught by the keeper behind. 10 over power play, you still have restrictions, so you got to use them from a batting point of view. get it over the inner ring, through the inner ring. It generally goes for 4 here.
You actually saw that from Zawad Abra earlier on with the brand new ball. If it's outside that off stump, he was slashing at it hard. Some of the deliveries were not well connected, but they were connected enough that the new ball would just ping off this high-felt air and run to the boundary. The first 6 was a shot like that as well. So Mohamed Bulbulia, following in those same footsteps and utilizing this new ball, and South Africa much more better in this power play than all of the other power plays so far.
I think he was put off by Bulbulia dropping his bat at the non-striker's end was Almin. Yeah, you're right. I mean, especially when you're playing at the high felt. Any bat on ball and with the brand new hard new ball generally flies very long, very far. So you got to use the conditions to your advantage also, especially with that new ball. South Africa have been guilty in the first 2 matches of not being able to be game aware in that situation. Flicked off the hip van Skalkwyk, and it'll beat the man who was too square on the leg side. Not accurate at the moment from Alamin.
Easy pickings for Jorik van Skalkwyk. If you want to grow your confidence, these are the type of deliveries you are asking for, especially if your fine leg is going to be that square. Just helping it behind the hip, Jorik van Skalkwyk. Nothing Abdullah, the wicketkeeper, could do about that. They need 286. A 15-run difference in the equation of runs to balls. Really good start from the South Africans.
Bang! Beautiful from Jorik van Skalkwyk. This is the kind of intent that they needed in the first 2 games, and they're bringing it to the party in this 3rd one. Back-to-back boundaries to end the 5th over. It's 39 for 1.
Now good balls are also being taken apart. Alamin, just a little bit too wide and ever so short. You'd normally see that being cut through the point area, but like we said, new ball comes in very nicely at the beginning of the innings, can hit it in front of square through the line of the ball, and Bangladesh need to defend that 320. It is their highest total versus South Africa, and it's their 3rd highest score overall in youth ODIs. And so now, when the spin bowlers come, it's going to be interesting to see how South Africa are going to play that out. They're currently going at almost 8 runs to the over. If they are able to equalize this equation in these first 10 overs and actually get the runs needed to be lower than the balls that are required, there's less pressure for them to take on the spin bowlers, and that reduces their risks of losing their wickets.
Bang! In the first 2 games, he was strong on that shot. Was Mohamed Bulbulia, again dropped short by Sanjit Muzumdar, and is in position very quickly. Positive intent continues from South Africa. Gets 4, Mohamed Bulbulia.
This is what happens if you have a partner that you can trust. In that first game where he scored 72, he was losing partners left, right and center. Mohamed Bulbulia, he had to play cricket in a shell. Today, it's a little bit more relaxed with 9 wickets in hand, coming in at number 3 as well. It's a lovely shot.
Again, this time it's more of a short-arm jab from Bulbulia. Back-to-back boundaries. And for the first time, Bangladesh in this series are under a little bit of pressure.
That bottom hand came in strong from Mohamed Bulbulia. Very risky to whip that across the line of the delivery. That is an excellent cricket shot. Normally you would see that he would punch that through the covers, but showing his array of stroke play, that he can send the ball wherever he wants, is looking ominous here. 17 from 9.
Just bolstered that mid-wicket region now. Azizul Hakim Tamim, the captain, Mazumdar under pressure. Lovely, lovely cricket from South Africa. The drop and the go to supplement the 2 boundaries in the over.
You know it's difficult when your opening bowlers in their 3rd over of their opening spell is now implementing slow balls and trying cross the seam variations. It means that they are definitely under the pump, and that's the case here for Sanjit Mazumdar. And the thing is, Jorik van Schalkwyk is playing brilliantly on the other side. He has less pressure because Bulbulia is playing in the style that he's playing. So he can pick those pockets, play himself in to a decent amount of deliveries where he starts seeing the ball well and can accelerate the scoring. So a good partnership in prospect here for South Africa, now with 29.
And South Africa don't have the luxury of that left-hand, right-hand combination throughout their batting innings like Bangladesh have had throughout the series. So that becomes so crucial for them. Rotating the strike almost every ball, not bowling to the same batter every ball. Another solid over from South Africa's point of view. And got 10 from it, it's 49 for 1.
And also, there might be a bit of a shock factor because each team sits down and they research who the opposition are. And most of what you've watched from Mohamed Bulbulia gives you the sense of 4-day cricket, gives you the sense of a hard grinder batter who will preserve his wickets and play at a strike rate of 70, 80 in the white ball game and then accelerate later on. And that's what he's shown from what we've seen in England earlier on this year, what we've seen now in this tour. But now, in this innings, he's just flipped it up a little bit. He's on 18 from 11. He's hitting balls where they shouldn't be hit. And so it might create something different for the Bangladeshis. So they bring in a spin bowler within the power play. And it's good batting here from Bulbulia, really testing out the Bangladeshis for the first time.
And that aggression early on has forced the hand of the captain and Hakim Tamim to bring on the spin early doors. And it's certainly an area that the Bangladeshis feel that the South Africans haven't dealt with throughout the series. And it's set them up nicely now, South Africa, for when the spin does come in. 49 for 1. This is only the 7th over, so they've gone really well. Rafi Uzaman, 22 matches at this level of the game.
And this is where just being 2 right-handers is going to be a slight disadvantage for this partnership because Mazum or Rafi will have the same areas to try and bowl at. But South Africa, grinding hard, working hard, they reach 50, 51 in the power play. So you see his work here, Rafi, can just be consistent and work on his slight variations as he targets the same area for Bulbulia and Van Schalkwyk.
Very round arm also. Uzaman Rafi in his bowling action, not coming through the perpendicular. Very much be careful, these South Africans, that it doesn't skid through like that. And it's a very dangerous shot against the man that's targeting the stumps with every delivery. And because of that action, it's always going to come into and feel like it come into the right-hander.
Another thing here, Pela, just visually, you can see that the surface has dried up. It's no longer as sheen as it was. It's no longer as shiny as no longer even as dark as it was, suggesting that it has dried up. So it's going to be interesting to see if Rafi is going to get any grip here, and especially once the ball gets older.
Sliced ever so slightly from Van Schalkwyk. Just hitting across that delivery. Very much showing the intent again. Good start for Muzaman Rafi. 6 from it, 55 for 1.
Change in commentary up here at the top after 7 overs. Mondezondeki will come in and join Pilasanda's club.
Spin from both ends now, Rizan Hussain. In fact, it's not spin. Some more seam. And he replaces Sanjit Mozumdar, who struggled in his first spell with the ball. 14 matches in his 14 wickets in his 15 matches at Youth ODI level for Muhammad Rizan Hussain. It's certainly better from South Africa. They forced Azizul Hakim Tamim into early changes, early bowling changes. Driven straight to mid-off. Better approach from South Africa in this run chase, Mondezondeki.
Yeah, I like the aggression that they've played with in this power play. I think chasing over 300 on this wicket or any wicket was never going to be easy. So they had to take advantage of that power play, and I think they've done that very well. Also, I think it does help that once you've lost a series, it's almost like you're playing with more freedom now. You've got nothing else to lose, right? You've already lost 2 out of 3. Here we go. Down the wicket. Over mid-on. Couple of bounces. Let's go for another boundary. The aggression stays. That's the aggression we were talking about earlier. I like it.
Very good. And this pair is also going to realize that Rizan Hussain probably doesn't have the same pace as an Iman or an Al Fahad who played the first 2 games. And so that option becomes a reality. And down the ground and over the head of Medon. And that's prompted plenty of fielding changes now.
Yeah, that's just like following the ball, isn't it? One shot and all of a sudden you got a long one. Square leg on the boundary, 3rd man and 5 leg up in the circle. Giving himself room there, Bulbulya. Followed quite nicely there by Hussain. But I do like the approach. It's really nice and refreshing to see going close to. No, that's like, yep, just under 10 runs and over. It's good going. Just another change in field. So I thought he was telling the 3rd man to go back, and then just called him back in quickly. So same field.
They're by far South Africa's best power play, opening power play in this series. Already 61 for 1. And what's also been important, Monday, is that they haven't lost wickets. They've lost a cluster of wickets inside the first 10 over power play throughout the series.
Yeah. And then it becomes easier for the other guys coming in because the ball's a little softer, doesn't go around as much. Set up a nice platform for them. Good fielding. Thought they were going to get 2 there. And we saw very good running by Bangladesh, by the way, when they were batting. They were excellent between the wickets. I thought there should have been a 2, though.
Partnerships is what they've been calling for. Jason Rolls at the toss made mention of the fact that they haven't had those big partnerships in this series with the bat. Excellent.
Over.
63 for 1.
Sabar good, sabar good.
Been searching for those big partnerships, South Africa. And this one is building nicely. It's with 43 between Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia. Adnan Lakhadin probably unlucky, who fell to a very good catch by Rafi at backward point.
Lovely, lovely boys. Come on.
And since then, this pair has really taken on the mantle.
Come on, boys. Come on, boy. Come on.
Zaman Rafi back for his second over.
Hey, boy, hey.
Very good, very good. He's got this round arm action, isn't it? It makes you feel like every ball is hitting the stumps. And that, what that does also on a pitch that might dry out a little bit earlier, if one just turns, it causes a lot of problems for the South Africans. Good running.
Yeah, very round down. No air. Most people that ball round down are not going to give you any air whatsoever. And it doesn't look like it's going to turn the ball much either. It just looking for accuracy. It's kind of like putting sliders at you.
Pushing again, South Africa, looking for the second, but really good work from the man patrolling the boundary on at long on.
Yeah, they've been good between the wickets when they were batting and here on the field too, getting to the ball very quickly, shutting down the possibility of a second. I thought the previous over should have been 2. They probably would have pushed Bangladesh if they were batting for a second one there.
Gotta almost play Zaman Rafi like a medium pacer because of the pace that he bowls at. And both Bulbulia and Van Schalkwyk are looking for that gap between backward point and short third.
Good ball, Rafi.
Yeah, got 3 men in the circle on the offside for that to try stop that ball that the 2 batters will try to cut and squeeze through that area. Got a slip in there as well. Still looking to take wickets.
Good call from Van Schalkwyk. Bulbulia was on his toes a little bit, but he responded well. Just 3 from those Zaman Rafi over, 66 for 1.
Yes, South Africa putting up a fight, as we said. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the surface itself. That it's easier to play your strokes on this one, where the previous 2 wickets were a little bit trickier batting second on these surfaces.
Yeah, much better. That's by far the best pitch that we've seen throughout this series. It's often also very difficult to prepare pitches in the winter because you're not sure what you're going to get.
It's going to be cold. One thing I can give you. Bit of cloud cover this side of. I don't see too many clouds that side of Joburg. This side, a few clouds around. I saw some water in the background. I don't know if that was some rain a couple of days or weeks ago. But if it was raining here, we certainly didn't get any rain that side in Joburg in the north.
Very dry winters up here.
You can see by the outfield, by the way. Not just the outfield, just the way the fans usually sit on the grass embankments there. Very dry. Slow delivery, well bowled. Followed him, gave himself some room there. Bulbulia. Brado Sansoy moving, trying to hit the ball through the offside where he's got no cover.
Yeah, but massive credit to the ground staff here at Willamore Park and Benoni. Not easy to prepare pitches for winter cricket. And by and large, these have been really good.
They usually used to take these to Durban. I mean, that's the last time Bangladesh was here under 19 when they beat us. Shot. Driven with power, but once again, long on. There to do the work and just one. Durban's a lot more ideal for cricket in the winter, that is.
Much warmer, yeah.
Yeah, much warmer than here. As soon as the sun goes down, and today there's a bit of cloud cover. I wonder when the last time the players from Bangladesh played in this kind of cold playing cricket.
And so a lot of beanies and jackets in the dugout, a lot of blankets.
And everyone on the field right now, long sleeve jerseys.
Copped one on the finger, Rizan Hussain, from trying to stop that ball. Was hit hard by Joris van Schalkwyk. And he's recovered well. Very good. Even though the boundaries haven't come in the last 2 or 3 overs, South Africa have been able to find gaps and hit them and run well. So without finding the boundary, they've still kept the scoreboard ticking along.
Yeah, even that last shot just tells you how good this wicket is. It wasn't quite a half volley, but came onto the bed really nicely. A nice solid check drive for a single.
Oh, that's kept low. That is kept low, but it's gone down on the angle, says Bongani Jele. Worrying signs for South Africa. That one did not get up.
Yeah, missing leg. Missing leg. Commentators curse. Saying so many nice things about the wicket, and then all of a sudden, one doesn't get up. Last ball. Been a decent over, just going in singles so far. South Africa, 50 partnership at that. Coming at a good rate, 43 deliveries only.
Banged. And on the bounce to the man on the leg side. Only man on that boundary on the leg side. I'd feel that he missed out there, Joris van Schalkwyk, but a good over for Rizan Hussain. 71 for 1.
Hit that with authority. Got to square leg really quickly. Made a hit that ball 1 meter to the left or to the right. I reckon that's a boundary.
Good partnership. This 51 from 44 deliveries. They needed it in South Africa. But again, it needs to extend. It's something that my coaching staff will be looking at. We'll tick it off now as it being a 50-run partnership, but they're looking for 100 plus from this pair. They're looking settled. They're looking unthreatened at the moment. Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia.
Uzaman just gone for 9 so far in his 2 overs. Field doesn't change much. There's a man on the boundary after the power play, of course. You're allowed to have more than 2 on the boundary. So a little more spread now, just trying to protect the boundaries. Happy for South Africa to go in singles, chasing over 300 on this wicket.
And it's a good defensive ploy. They've got the runs on the board, Bangladesh. They can afford to be a little bit more defensive in their field placings. Force South Africa to be the ones that take the risk because they need to go and maintain a certain run rate. It's dropped ever so slightly now. They were going at 8s. It's just a touch over 7 and just over the keeper's head. Overthrows will allow them to come back. Van Schalkwyk's done some laps now, some shuttles through to the non-striker's end on both occasions.
Yeah, Bulbulia didn't give him a choice. He had to sprint to the other end because he first had to wait and see where the ball was. And then he had to come back.
চাষ করলে উইকেট যাবে কিন্তু ভাই হ্যাঁ
Run into the danger in both sides.
ডটে যাবে শুধু কাম রাফি কাম অন রাফি Okay, Colin, keeper.
Every throw now from the Bangladeshis throughout the series has been on the bounce to the keeper or to the non-striker's end. Just making sure that they soften up the ball as quickly as they possibly can, making it very difficult for the South Africans to play their strokes.
Hey, Rafi! Good ball, Rafi.
I'll be happy with that. Ones and twos. Last ball. Have a good over so far.
Good ball, Rafi.
Excellent from Uzaman Rafi. End of and a productive 10-over power play for South Africa, 74 for 1. And by far their best opening power play of this series. Just one wicket of Adnan Lakhadin to fall, as opposed to the first two games where 3 and 4 wickets fell. And this gives them a really good platform. 21 for 3 in the first, 55 for 4 in the second. And a much improved batting performance inside the first 10 overs of the power play. 71 for 1.
That would have been tough to watch. 21 for 3 in 10 overs. Ooh. Going at 2 runs and over. When's the last time you watched cricket at a rate of 2 runs and over? Changing bowling. Islam coming into the attack. Shardeen, that is. So, spin on both sides for Bangladesh. Straight after the power play.
Leg spin. This is going to be a nice challenge now for these South Africans. It'll probably be the first time that they've seen Shardeen Islam. So caution perhaps in the first few balls of the Shardeen Islam over. Lovely start from Islam. Right on target, targeting those stumps. Well played from Bulbulia. Opening up that offside to get that single.
Same field as Rafi. 4 out on the boundary. Square leg, deep point, long on and long off. I think he was playing for the spin there. I haven't seen a lot of spin on this wicket so far. I wonder if it's just gotten a tad drier. Yeah, it's not the hottest day today out here in Benoni. Bit of cloud cover, but still. You expect them, the latter the game goes into, the more spin you think you'll find on this wicket.
But it's also so important for them to play the deliveries on its merit. And often when you see a leg spinner or somebody that offers something different from the norm that they've been getting from the spinners so far, you often get yourself and your mind and your body into watch out for the turning ball, when all you have to do is to really just play the ball on its merit. And so far so good from Bulbulia and Van Schalkwyk. And don't get into the trap of he's a leg spinner and therefore he's going to spin the ball. Still got to be watchful, still got to be looking to be positive. And that's a little bit quicker from Islam.
He's also very flat. Doesn't give it much air at all, Islam. Normally when you get to those type of bowlers, aren't guys really going to turn the ball, number one, and number two, because they're so flat, you'll find that when they do earth, usually on the shorter side. So you get a lot of pulls and a lot of cuts to leg spinners who don't give the ball a lot of air.
Very good start from Shardeen Islam. Just concedes the 3 runs. 78 for 1.
It looked like the googly. Just looked like it came at the back of his hand. Was a bit slower too than the previous deliveries he had bowled. So just showing us his arsenal.
Also very important for the South African batters not to be caught in the mind of going back, especially from a leg spinner who bowls at the pace that Islam has bowled in that first over. Signs that he's probably not going to toss it up too much.
Oh, good boy, Rafi.
Yeah, no change in the field. So tactics still the same. Just keep giving them those odd singles here and there. Don't allow them to get or find a boundary. Especially in this period, where as a batter, unless you get a really bad ball, you really have to take risks to get those boundaries.
Good running, really good running. And it's also been an area of Bangladesh's game that's been so impressive, the situational reading. I knew they were under the pressure of Bulbuli and Valskalkwek when the seamers were in operation. They brought themselves back into the game now by reducing the run rate. And the spin has been the one that they always look to go to be able to stem the flow of runs.
Yeah, I just thought they batted like mature young men in terms of boundary here, but then don't get selfish. Rotate strike. Keep those singles when the boundaries aren't coming. Pulled you short. Timing wasn't quite there at all. Didn't get a hold of it at all. That's what we mean by when the guys don't give it much air. That's where you're going to score majority of your runs, I think. Short square. I think he might have just got to Valskalkwek quite quickly and better bouncer as well.
Content with this. Bangladesh singles don't hurt them. They look like a polished side. They look like they've got all bases covered. These Bangladeshis. Can affect every phase of the game. Iman and Al Fahad to strike up front and then bowlers to stop the game. And Uzaman Rafi and Shahidin Islam. 84 for 1. It's going to take some doing for South Africa to be able to chase 321. The highest ever successful run chased against Bangladesh in Youth ODIs came at the 22 Cricket World Cup. It was in the West Indies, 298. And won by 2 wickets for the 7th place. Devon Brevis was involved in that World Cup.
Yeah, that's where he made his name. IPL contract straight after that. So people are watching. Islam to continue. No longer long on. He's inside the circle. I think they're daring the South Africans to try go over the top on the onside now.
Running.
Coming back for 2. Yeah, good running. And they called quite early as well. Comfortable 2 runs.
Yeah, that sweeper. Very much square on the offside. So anything in front of him, especially to the larger side of the dimensions here at Willamore Park, makes it easy to come back for that second.
Give it a bit more air this time around. I actually like this field with the mid-on up in the circle here. Just tempting South Africa to think about going over the top, perhaps trying to use their feet or just trying to hit the ball across the line and get themselves into trouble. Just giving them something to think about if they're looking for a boundary.
almost daring the pair of Bulbuli and Van Schalkwyk to take the risk.
It's bait. They want you to take it. They don't mind. As we say that, they change the field. Long on back on the boundary.
And for much of the series, they've always kept an extra man in the ring. Bangladesh, whenever they've defended the runs that they've put on the board, just playing with it as well. That extra man coming back into the ring again. At mid-on. Wonderful from Islam. Really good. Accurate at the stumps. And it's just supplemented their attacking mindset, Bangladesh, all throughout their cricket. Having those extra men in the circle to really squeeze the South Africans. Looking for two again, Van Schalkwyk. Bulbulia doesn't want to. Excellent over again from Shadin Islam. South Africa 89 for 1.
Thank you, Pillar. Changing commentary. All right. 89 for 1. South Africa going along quite nicely here. Rate required 6.4. Rate achieved 6.4. So right where we need to be, just 1 wicket down as well. So far, so good for the South African batting team. Rafi to continue. Field hasn't changed. Yep, same field. Just 3 out on the boundary. Cover point on the boundary, square leg, and the long off.
It's been good work here between Mohamed Bulbulia and Yurik van Schalkwyk. Even there, that run looked very sketchy, but normally as a batter you'd follow your eyes to the ball. That time Yurik van Schalkwyk strike, trusting what Mohamed Bulbulia said, calling the run, and they finish a nice quick one. This partnership as well, Monde, now growing to 71 runs, exactly what South Africa needed.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about partnerships and how they haven't, in the first 2 games, had any partnerships whatsoever. That's why the scores were so low. And these two have done a really good job to steadying this ship. Still a long way away, but in a very good position.
Good boy, Rafi.
And these boring phases are very important. They must understand that they are part of the game, and if they are able to keep on extracting these singles, like we've said, the bowling team will get greedy. They will have to try something different in order to just shake up the partnership, and that's where the scoring opportunities present themselves. But for now, the change of power play, pushing fielders into the boundaries, allow more of these singles between the two.
Catch it! 2 ball!
Looking for 2. And that's a no. Yeah, good work once again in the outfield.
Good boy, Rafi.
Really hard to get after the ball and get to it quite quickly and make it not so easy to get your 2s.
But it must be said they are getting more singles than the other 2 games that we've seen prior to this one. And I really think it comes down to just the quality of the partnership between Yurik and Mohamed.
Oh, yeah!
For the first time, the Bangladeshis are really being tested to the peak of their bowling and the peak of their fielding. The wicketkeeper's trying to keep talking, the inner ring is trying to keep talking, but the energy from the rest of the fielders.
Well, they'll be used to, if you look at the first two games, in the first game they lost 3 wickets in the power play, South Africa. Lost 4 wickets in the power play the second game. Only lost 1 in this one. So usually I would think the energy levels in the Bangladeshi team are very high at this point because of taking so many wickets. But today, one big partnership, he can't quieten the field.
37 from 32 from Mohamed Bulbulia. 15 overs done. 94 for 1 for South Africa under 19. They are batting at basically the required rate at the moment, as you can see it from your screen. They need to be batting at 6.5. They are batting at 6.3. 0.2 of a run they are behind, so they're essentially on par right now. The DLS par score, should rain come, is on 62. They are 32 runs ahead of that as well. So you just need to find a way to keep going in this momentum.
Yeah, I like how he varies his pace, Islam. The conventional leg, it looks like it's the one that goes a little bit quicker and flatter, and then he gives you a little googly with no pace.
Took 2 wickets in the previous game, Shadin Islam. Kamokhelo Phiri and Nathi Kitchini. Big wicket of Kamokhelo Phiri because he was looking good, 20 from 27. They're able to squeeze in for yet another single as the ball powers through Islam's hand. But it just shows that he is a threat, Shadin Islam.
Yeah, he was, calling him back. I was just going to say they moved the long on back onto the boundary, but just being called back into the circle. Still daring them. Don't want to give away cheap singles either.
And it's not like Bangladesh are not trying to put in the pressure here. They are very close to the square. It's good bowling. But I think South Africa's batting is at a very good level in this particular innings. Very decisive in their footwork, both Jorik van Schalkwyk and Mohamed Bulbulia. Decisive in their calling as well. Sometimes you say, why are they calling no? Why are they looking like they are not positive? But it's the communication between the two that is so clear. No, wait. So Bangladesh are finding it difficult here to pose a threat between them. Case in point. 96 for 1 after 16.
Yeah, another very good over. But Islam is third over, gone for 10 only in his 3. Spinners have generally done a good job here for Bangladesh today. The seamers who took a bit of a beating up front. Spinners have just calmed things down. Run rate was going at over 8 runs and over at some point, but quickly after the power play was done, it's gone at exactly 6.
225 from 204. 21 difference between runs needed and balls remaining. South Africa have not forced Bangladesh to choose between which older ball they'll want to keep. They haven't reached over number 34 in either innings that they've batted. So far, so good after 16. If they continue at this rate, by the time we reach those overs, number 32 might be on 192. But that all depends on whether or not Mohamed Bulbulia and Jorik van Schalkwyk can continue in their tempo. Here's Sanjit Mazumdar.
One down to third man is coming back into the attack after bowling 3 overs up front and getting hit for 24. So he was quite expensive up front. The spinners did a really good job to bring them back. And they want to keep it tight again here and not give freebies away.
He was just a little loose, Sanjit Mazumdar. So now, how will he be able to bring it back in his return spell? Especially now that this partnership has found really good legs. Went for 8 runs to the over, like you said, Monde.
Told that. It was the bottom of the bat. It was short, it was wide, it wanted to be hit. But unfortunately, the timing and the connection wasn't quite there. Wasn't quite off the middle of the bat. And so they were able to pick up just 2 runs off that one.
No one out there in the deep. So if he's able to clear the man who's rather short and very close to the square, it has a couple of runs with the man standing at deep cover point, having to come around and stop that. So it's smart usage of the field here from Jorik van Schalkwyk, who's moved to 44. Might be in the top. Tamim runs for it. Would have been an excellent catch from the captain. But it's going to be 2 runs for Van Schalkwyk.
It looked like he was attempting the slow ball, but he slowed down a lot. Those 2 runs do take South Africa to their 100 after 16.3 overs. So a very good partnership continues here for South Africa. Van Schalkwyk just maybe the last 2 deliveries he tried to hit. Timing wasn't quite there. Toe end of the bat. Maybe was zoomed up. Maybe just taking some pace off the ball.
Pilasande spoke about the concept of controlled aggression for the batters. That's a gorgeous shot. That is what we call control. Beautifully hit with finesse from Jorik van Schalkwyk to bring up his half century.
Very good batting. Overpitched, driven with power, straight past the bowler. Mazumdar, we did say his first 3 overs were expensive. This over as well, looking like it's going to be an expensive one. 7 runs off it. 9 runs off it, sorry, so far. His first over back. But nonetheless, Van Schalkwyk going really, really well here. Him and Bulbulia. Partnership continues.
You were talking about the last couple of deliveries. It was just not getting the timing correctly through the ball. Sanjit giving him one that he can really get his full face of the bat through, whole bat swing. It was a beautiful half volley for a batter. They'd always ask for that one. And he replies really well now, Sanjit. That's a very good length. But dealt with for Van Schalkwyk.
It was in the air for a couple of seconds, that the last one.
When Bulbulia came in, he was up in a gear. And he was making Jorik watch from the other side. He's been the spectator, now coming back to the strike. And such is the batting of Van Schalkwyk in this over and the last previous deliveries. Not much pressure to continue piling on those boundaries and forcing the score. After 17, it's very healthy here for South Africa. 107 for 1.
It was a good over to have. And with that, actually, we are going to take a drinks break and we'll be right back with you as soon as the action consumes.
One leg. Yep.
We come back at 107 for 1. Mohamed Bulbuli on strike, 40 from 36 after Jorik van Schalkwyk has reached his half century on 51. Good rhythm to this partnership. 87. South Africa have been yearning for something like this throughout the series. And it's good, just before that quick turnaround to Zimbabwe, to have this good confidence boost in their play.
You just wonder what was said at the drinks break, sorry. What the message was to the batters: keep going. Just don't let that run rate get out of hand, the run rate required. Just let it linger around about 6 to 7. Keep the wickets in hand, because at the back end you can actually have a real go. And they did get to the 8s and 9s into double figures, but just keep going, keep that wicket in hand. Keep the scoreboard ticking over.
I love the graphic on your screen, which continuously shows you what needs to be achieved and what's currently being achieved. 6.6 is the run rate required, achieved a 6.2. Might close the gap even further. Beautifully struck by Jorik van Schalkwyk. Down on one knee, and it bounces once as well as it goes over the boundary for 4.
Well, they've been daring them to go over the top at mid-on. He's been in the circle for quite a while. They resisted for a long time, the two South African batters, but eventually van Schalkwyk said enough of that. I'm going to take the chance and go over the top, and he gets his boundary. And with that, long on goes onto the boundary.
Goes for another one, because if it's nice, you do it twice. Goes on the knee again, but this time pulling it behind his hip. 4 more runs for Jorik van Schalkwyk.
That's 2 good overs in a row now for South Africa, picking up some momentum again in this middle overs. 9 runs from this over. Still got some deliveries left. 2 balls. Sorry, 1 ball after this one.
Very loose, that previous delivery from Van Schalk from Shadin Islam. Bowled it basically to -3 stumps behind the batter, which is why it was so easy for him to just pick the gap behind square. Rather expensive on the return from drinks. 19 is how much he has conceded in his 4 overs. 116 for 1.
मेरी किट है
4 runs away from a 100-run partnership. It will be the first one in the series for the South Africans.
मेरी किट दे पॉइंट कर और मेरी किट दे
Change in bowling.
आगे चापे संजय
Right arm off spin.
चाप संजय
Hakeem, the captain, into the attack.
किट के को भाई
South Africa, 116 for 1. After 18.
Very handy, Azizul Hakim. He's very sharp. Doesn't get much turn. Almost Jadeja-like in his approach to his bowling. Runs through his overs. They are over in a blink of an eye from the captain of the Bangladeshis, Azizul Hakim. And he can take wickets.
Wait, Tamim. Good boy, Tamim. Dot ball, Tamim. Dotted সংখ্যা যত বাড়াতে পারবে অত
Jorik van Schalkwyk probably booked his place into this team. That final game of the under-19 camp. He was playing like this. That is a beautifully crunched shot, stomped in the deep. Scored 76 from 69 for the Markram 11 in that selection camp. Against the bowling lineup which featured Ntando Soni, who took 6 today, and Corne Puerta bowled pretty decently in the last game as well. So there's talent, Jorik van Schalkwyk, and he's showing it here.
হ্যাঁ হবে মামা হয়ে যাবে ও বেরোলেই হবে
He's looked the part today
ওই यार
from the get-go.
কাবান আলো দূরে রাখিস হ্যাঁ গোল আলামি
Previous 2 overs are quite expensive. Captain put himself back on just to calm things down a bit, and so far so good for him.
পারলে একটু অফ মিডলে রাখিস কামে বাইরে না হ্যাঁ ওই यार গুড বয় মামা লাভলে তামিম
He didn't bowl for the entire series after bowling 3 games down in Colombo, or up in Colombo in Sri Lanka.
কাটে যেত
But he took wickets every time that he bowled, Azizul Hakim.
ওই এই আলিফ
Good running. Mid off up in the circle, but caught nice and early. It's a very good run taken. 19 gone. 120 for 1.
You can hear the cheers and the claps. That's the 100-run partnership between Mohamed Bulbulia and Jorik van Schalkwyk, coming in 101 deliveries. Van Schalkwyk contributing 54. Bulbulia contributing 43. It's a very well-worked partnership between these two. 36 runs worth of boundaries, so it's a lot of running. 61 coming from them running 1, 2s and 3s. It's what you want also, if you're not getting those boundaries, a low dot ball percentage.
Yeah, just to keep the run rate ticking along. Even if you're not getting boundaries, certainly one thing Bangladesh did very well during this stage, when they weren't getting boundaries, they were still trying to rotate the strike and running really hard in between the wickets. I think these two have done the same.
Something they're going to really be careful of, though, is if Bangladesh do land the ball in really good areas consistently, and they're doing this, exactly what Jadin Islam is doing, they mustn't feel pressurized to take on really good bowling in a situation where they have the upper hand. Just because of this partnership.
Yeah, and they don't want to do anything silly. Where they are right now is perfect, I reckon, especially with 9 wickets in hand. You don't need to rush. Play it on merit. You can take a risk here or there, but take the high percentage risk of you not getting out. Just to get the odd boundary here or there. But in general, they're in a very good position.
200 now needed with that single. 18 the difference between runs and balls. From 182 deliveries, they need that 200. Waiting in the dugout is still the services of Jason Rolls. And he'll feel like he has less to do if he comes in once this partnership has grown this target to a good score. He'll be able to play a little bit freely. And then you continue down Paul James, who can give it a good whack. Man, he can give it a good hit. Vian Pretorius, talented left-hander. So a good lineup, but it just needs to click for South Africa. Big appeal. They thought they had something.
Nah, missing leg. Missing leg, taking chances. Why would you not? Yeah, it looked like the googly as well. Definitely missing leg. Nonetheless, a good over. Much needed after 1 or 2 expensive overs just before that. Just to calm things down.
199 needed. Psychological barrier broken. Those 2 asterisks next to Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia. A strongman partnership for South Africa. Now with 102, and this has been the centerpiece of how they have constructed this partnership. Only 9 boundaries. So that means 36 runs coming from 4s. 3 extras. That means 39 runs have been scored from boundaries and extras. So all of the other runs that make up the 103 have them just been working the Bangladeshis, and that's why they've lost a little bit of that sting. It's excellent batting. Maybe this might inspire some belief to the watchers who want to have positivity behind the boys. And it's performances like these, if it's taken right up until the end and they overcome this challenge, that they get more people on their backs.
It would be a very good chase if they had to get to 322 here. Certainly not an easy target to chase, given what we've seen in the first two one days. But a much better wicket, and South Africa looking very good at this point.
You know, the issue as well is just the manner in which the wickets were being lost in the first 2 games. Bangladeshis are bowling very well, but you grit it out. So you need that spirited fight back from your batters. And here, it's a much more spirited attempt in the chase. So even if whatever happens, you want to see more of this from a batting lineup, a batting unit. You want them to work together and grind out the tough times and capitalize on poor deliveries.
Bit of extra bounce that last one. Just 1 down to long off, so another good over by the captain. Just 3 runs off this one. And you can see the result of that. It was going at 6 point, required 3 just now, 2 overs ago. Top balls.
Excellent work from Azizul Hakim. but also equally brilliant from Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia. Just 4 runs taken from the over, but they keep it ticking here, South Africa. They need 195 from 174. We're going to have a commentary change. Mondezondeki takes leave with a big sigh of excitement to watch this astonishing cricket. Pilasandis Xaba joins us.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bendulo. It's been good, this, from South Africa. Real first opportunity of seeing possibly their strength as a team, their batting. Joris van Schalkwyk, Mohamed Bulbulia. A really good partnership, well over 100 now. 106 it's worth. And they're steering South Africa close to what you would have thought was an impossible target to chase, given how they've played throughout the series. But they've batted nicely, they really have. They've mixed the aggression with really measured cricket, smart cricket. They've run well, which was something that they didn't do in the first 2 ODIs. And in this one already, the accumulation has been much better as a side as well, and as individuals. Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia have been really good, shown how to do it.
Just look at even the reaction there from Bulbulia. A good stop from Rizan Hussain, but he got frustrated with himself that he couldn't poke it through the bowler to steal yet another single. Long on is up in the deep, so there's always a one if he can just push it through where his pads are. Decides to pull it away to the deep square leg. Still excellent work as Mohamed Bulbulia moves up to 47. It's been a wait to see them raise their hands. But then the unfortunate thing, some will say that the pressure's gone, the case series is already done. Or Bangladesh are not playing in their full strength and their fullest capacity because of that as well. But it's still an opportunity given to you, which you must take with both hands. And like we've been preaching, just 3 days from now, on the 25th, Zimbabwe will be taking on the South Africans. And so you want to get there on good terms with your own game, with your own mindset, and as a whole environment, as a unit, as a team, if you're able to overturn what seems like a very high mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's not a wasted exercise from a South African point of view, isn't it? It's an exercise that really puts them in great stead. The running is good again. Van Schalkwyk looking for the second, positive intent. But also the constant improvement that would have been asked of these players. And putting the first 2 games behind them, looking ahead, showing great improvement in this final game. And they'll look at this performance, particularly this partnership at the moment, with a lot of positivity, the South Africans.
Even in the manner in which they're looking to take on these deliveries, they're not putting themselves at too much risk. Monde spoke of when attacking, attack with high percentage shots, which will minimize your risk of losing your wickets. So when you go and you're attacking, they are closing the face of the bat. They are making sure that this ball stays on the ground. They're not giving Bangladesh a sniff here. 5 runs stolen from that over. They really do feel like 5 stolen runs. 131 for 1 after 22.
You've also play the spin well, which was always going to be the challenge for the South African batting lineup.
Come on, come in.
As the spin, whenever it comes on, it sort of stagnates the game for them.
Two goals,
Lovely shot. Good option for a 2 there. You've hit the gaps nicely. On that occasion, just Joris van Schalkwyk using the open face of his blade and just putting it in a gap where he can turn for 2. Backward of square on the offside.
Hits well, hits hard, into the space for 4 runs by Yorick van Schalkwyk. Really has his eye in, goes into the 70s. South Africa need 184.
Come on, boy, come on.
That's the consequence of that previous ball, isn't it? Because now Tamim says, I can't go anywhere outside of that off stump because I've seen Van Schalkwyk open the face and get 2 runs. I overcompensate and drop it short. And with the onside field up in the ring, it's easy pickings for Van Schalkwyk to just get it up and over. Smart batting, talented youngsters, Joris van Schalkwyk. Racked up all the awards at the Pathway Awards for the Titans in a couple of months back. Beauty, absolute beauty that. Right on course. That's a maximum of the highest quality from this youngster from the Titans.
Azizul Hakim has been problematic for the South Africans. Not today, says Yorick van Schalkwyk. Really takes him on to the cleaners. Well, takes him on to the bankers here. 12 runs from the over so far with 2 deliveries to go for Azizul Hakim. This is a different type of onslaught, a different type of pressure that he hasn't faced in the series before. So a test for the Bangladeshi captain. Excellent batting from Van Schalkwyk.
Wait, boy. Good ball, Tamim. Chaval, Tamim.
Titans team very much of giving opportunities to its youngsters. And shots like these and performances like these will land eyes on Yorick van Schalkwyk. 23 overs gone, 144 for 1. They were willing to give 18-year-old Luandre Pretorius a chance in the starting team, the Titans, after giving Dewald Brevis a chance at a young age as well. The likes of Merrick Brett, an up-and-coming all-rounder. Steve Stork has had a run through. And so Yorick van Schalkwyk may not be too far from a Titans jersey if he continues playing in this form. Opening bowlers for Bangladesh not really up to the standard of the first 2 games that we've seen from Al Fahad and Emon. But Rafi and Islam are trying to reel it back with good economy rates, having bowled 5 apiece. Here comes Rezan Hossan. The appeal. Heard 2 sounds. Umpire Jell is signaling an inside edge there as well. You also claim it's a little bit too high there, Pela.
Yeah, probably just hitting Joris van Schalkwyk in the inner thigh area more than below the knee roll. Also just been a good surface, and isn't it? It's been a really good one-day surface. It's given enough for the bowlers, but it's also encouraged the batters to play their strokes. We saw that slog sweep from Joris van Schalkwyk. He trusted that there wasn't going to be a lot of spin, and therefore it's not a dangerous shot. And if there was any spin, he was always hitting with the spin.
The the shot selection from these two has also been spectacular. And a construction of their partnership that has seemed rather effortless. They haven't fought their strokes. They haven't fought with the ball. They've allowed the ball to come to them. And when the opportunity presents themselves, they have taken them with both hands. Mali Maketa will be a smiling man wherever he is. And, oh, he'll smile more with that flash of luck. Van Schalkwyk had given it away. He really had given it away, and he will count his lucky stars as the ball pierces through the hands of Kalam Sadiki Aline for 4 runs.
Yeah, stroke of luck for George van Schalkwyk. He hit that really hard though, really latched onto it, but he hit it flat. And sometimes it's very difficult catching on the eye felt because the ball comes at you at a really decent pace. I don't think Aline picked that up, the trajectory of the flight of that ball towards him. And it hit him before he could put up his hands. Luck, fortune for Van Schalkwyk. But that's what you need if you want to make a big score.
And if you're going to hit it hard, hit it hard. That was the scene there. Try to go low on the ball. Maybe just misjudging indeed the height of the ball. If it had stood up, he was probably going to catch it waist height. But it was so hard from Jorik van Schalkwyk off the bat. He's on 85. Smartly placed. They're going to call for 2. They might get more than that. They really might get more than that. It's excellent batting from Jorik van Schalkwyk. Fine leg is up. Not a good ball from Razan Hossan. And he gets punished to end the over.
Good placement again from Jorik van Schalkwyk. A man was in front of square. Aline had a lot of ground to cover. Couldn't cover it in the end. Smart batting often. When a chance goes a-begging, a boundary follows it. And Van Schalkwyk switched on. And he put the fact that he almost gave his wicket away in that over behind him and then just carried on with his business. Runner ball 89 now from Joris van Schalkwyk.
Co-captain Mohammed Bulbulia
Come on.
just went into the shadows,
Wait.
but he's been controlling his innings well. He pushes only for a single. And what a well-deserved half-century from the South African co-captain. It's the second one of the series.
Wonderful batting. They needed players to step up in this final game. Van Schalkwyk has stepped up. Bulbulia again, second 50 of the series. Also very good. The strike rate is good. Better than a runner ball. And that's what you want. You want impact.
Finesse. That is a delicate touch from Jorik van Schalkwyk. Using the pace of Aziz Hakim. And the third man standing up has to run down to fetch it beyond the boundary for 4.
He's shifting gears now, Joris van Schalkwyk. He's showing his array of shots and skill in this innings. Aziz Hakim going across the right-hander. And it just opens up backward of square on the offside. And smart batting from Van Schalkwyk, just letting it come past his eyes and then just dabbing it down.
He's looking to go for everything here, and they're running hard. Coming back for 2, he knew from the time he made contact. That equation now, 160 needed from 153 deliveries. Jorik van Schalkwyk batting really well.
Yeah, first time Bangladesh have been under pressure in this series. South Africa asking questions of their fielders, asking questions of their bowlers now. Where do they pitch? They've shown an array of shots. Both Bulbulia and Van Schalkwyk.
Come on, come in.
Where does Azizul Hakim Tamim close the gaps? Because at the moment, it's Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia who are finding them with ease.
Not much of the fault of the bowlers. It's just all in the batters here. A sweet taste of the upper hand, something South Africa haven't had throughout the whole series. And such is the value of strong and big partnerships. This with 143. And the funny thing is that at the beginning of this partnership, it was Mohammad Bulbulia who came in and bullied the Bangladeshi bowlers. And then somewhere it clicked for Yorick van Schalkwyk that I'm also here. And he's now on 96 from 93. Bulbulia 51 from 50. And halfway through the innings, South Africa need 158 runs on 163. Rizan Hossan continues bowling. That's a very well played shot from Bulbulia. Some chatter between the two.
Come in.
Umpire Chele is asking quickly to sort this issue out between Bulbulia and the Bangladeshis. But they have showed a lot of heart playing with that emotion on their sleeves, Bangladesh.
Temper's just flaring a little bit now between Rizan Hossan and Mohammad Bulbulia. Wani Jele just trying to calm things down, talking to Azizul Tamim as the captain, also to not get involved and exasperate the situation. South Africans have found a bit of a confidence now to be able to stand up against the Bangladeshis, who've been the ones that have shown the aggression throughout the series. On that occasion, Bulbulia just standing his ground. He faked for the throw, Rizan Hossan back at Bulbulia, and Bulbulia said, I'm going to stand my ground.
Standing his ground even in his strokes, allowing the ball to come to him. A gentle punch through. So now it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to affect how they're going to play. You want to just cast that aside. And so often when the emotions are high, delivery like that could easily be pulled and you fall for the trap of the deep square leg standing over there, and you'll feel miserable that you lost your head. So good calm nature from Bulbulia. But here's Van Schalkwyk.
Just needs to control himself here. Rizan Hossan. He's just lost his cool a little bit. Bongani Jel is a very experienced umpire. He's going to make sure that just asking Rizan to cut it out. It's been unnecessary at the moment from Rizan Hossan. I mean, there's no danger in either Joris van Schalkwyk or Bulbulia stepping out of the crease and therefore giving him an opportunity to run them out. can understand his frustration though, because he's had a catch dropped off his bowling in the previous over, so he is a little bit disappointed. Also, just make sure that he's channeling that aggression and that disappointment in the right way.
It's going to be even more frustrating that the partnership is so big, and that could have been the turning point for the team to just bring back some of their energy and some of their spunk, because this partnership has zapped it away. From just watching the way that they've constructed their partnership, you wouldn't say that Bulbolia is on a run per ball 53, and you wouldn't say that Van Schalkwyk, on the precipice of a very big milestone, is playing that at over a run per ball. It's wonderful batting.
146, the partnership. It's frustrated the Bangladeshis. It's placed them in an uncomfortable and unfamiliar position in the series. It's hit him. It's hit him, and Rizan has followed through all the way to George van Schalkwyk just to remind him that he's here. End of a very fiery over from Rizan Hussain. He's getting another talking to from Bongani Jele. 166 for 1.
For a moment, you think that Rizan was going to check if Yorick was okay. Right on the boxer. But Van Schalkwyk showing no signs of weakness, standing up on his own, showing that he's up. Love the fight.
Hey, grow him tough in Pretoria, Cap City. Was never going to show any sign of weakness, George van Schalkwyk.
They do hurt regardless of the protection.
Oh, yes, definitely. Without a doubt. And everybody sort of laughs, and when you don't laugh because it's hit you. It's always one of those awkward occurrences in cricket where everybody's having a laugh and you're not.
Can barely breathe at some points. And at this level, there were two of them even. Not fun. But it's up, Van Schalkwyk. And you must say, Azizul Hakim has not been giving away singles and bound and twos. He's just been letting go of those boundary deliveries. So that speaks of his patience as well in what he's doing. Because apart from that, when he does bowl it where it needs to be, it's right onto his fielders.
They've targeted him though. None for 31, and this is his 5th over. There's another talking to here for Azizul Hakim Tamim. This time Spelele Gasa just asking him, giving him probably a final warning for the fielders bouncing in the ball more than twice. Wonderful. And if there was a bowler that they could have possibly targeted out of this Bangladeshi bowling lineup, it was Azizul Hakim Tamim. Big talk from the keeper behind George van Schalkwyk. 97 from 97. Inside edge. Ooh. The oohs and the ahs. It's nervy times also for George van Schalkwyk. It's a brink of a very big milestone for him.
And also just the change of angle from Tamim throws off the patterns and the processes that he's been working on over the last couple of overs, because Azizul has been coming over the wickets over and over again. And now on 97, he has to think about something else now. But it's easier said to say he must put this milestone apart, put it aside. He wants to prove his mark here, Yorick, on 97. It's the end of number 27. 167. for the loss of 1. It's a lot of 7s.
Yeah, Van Schalkwyk also just tensing up a little bit now. Consecutive dot balls in the final 3 balls of that Azizul Hakim Tamim over. Yeah, you're right. You just need to keep on approaching the batting like you have been for the past 97 runs. And that the 3 runs that are required to get to that milestone don't feel like something that is huge for him to achieve. We still pick up those gaps and run hard. Found field is in the last few balls now, South Africa's batters.
It's just one of those occasions for Van Schalkwyk where you can even try to put the target as the number 1 priority. Okay, I need 154. But like we said, when it's there for you and it's glaring at you, you just can't help but not think about it. It's just the only thing that's going to occupy your mind, and that's why it's such a huge relief when you overcome that milestone and you play with so much more freedom. It's just getting over that line. The tension has even creeped up here.
I'm looking at you. You're looking at me to say something.
The tension is... I'm actually looking at the crowd there as well. They have their banners out, but they are quiet. The tension is just everywhere. Because he actually has gone a little bit silent, Yorick van Schalkwyk, in these past couple of deliveries. So everyone waiting with bated eyes. These next 4 balls and next 3 runs for Yorick van Schalkwyk. He's thinking about it too much.
I can understand the anxiety. He's missed out on 2 occasions now on that shot. I mean, it's an easy clip onto the leg side. He gets 1. He gets onto the other side. He gets that a little bit finer. He beats short fine leg. He can get 2, possibly 3, 4 that he needs to get to that 100. Controlled breathing. That's what, you know, batters and coaches tell you when you reach this part of your innings, where you're on the precipice of a milestone. Still control your breathing.
These shots and the ones where he clips it off the pads were his bread and butter throughout his old innings. He was making them look easy. He was actually taking them on. Some were boundaries that were hit behind square on the leg side by Yorick van Schalkwyk. But umpire Bongani Chele warning Rizan Hossan now for running on the pitch.
Yeah, just a bit over eager there. Rizan Hossan, his follow through is right in the middle of that danger zone. Official warning. Captain's been notified. He's been notified, so we'll have to tread carefully in the next 5 overs or 4 overs that he needs to bowl. He's again on the pitch.
Couldn't get the shot fine enough. Mohamed Bulbulia. And it's so important now that in this phase they don't allow Bangladesh to get the upper hand. Ooh. Naughty, Rizan. Naughty. He's going to be very careful. Drinks should be around the corner now.
Good pressure from Rizan Hossan. 169 for 1 after 28 overs.
They need 152 to win with this partnership on 149. Commentary change coming up at the top as Mondezondegi rejoins Pila.
Match status. Batted well, Bangladesh to reach 320 for 9. Some good starts for Mohammad Rifat Beg, 86, and Kalam Siddiqui Alim on 85 of 78, and then Zawad Dabrar started off things well again. Third consecutive half century for him in this series. South Africa were really good at the back end of the Bangladeshi batting innings and got 6 wickets at the end. All fell to Ndando Soni, 6 for 65 in his 10 overs. JG Passon was also really good, once for 62. And some good support from Bayanda Majol and Bandi Lembata, who took 1 each as well. In reply, South Africa have gone well. It's been a stark contrast to what they've been able to do in the first 2 games of the series. Joris van Schalkwyk, the young Titans opening batter. He's on the brink of a really wonderful milestone in youth ODIs. Just 2 runs short of 100. And would be a really well-deserved one. Co-captain for the series, Mohammad Bulbuli, has been a great foil for him. 55 from 60. And South Africa have just lost the 1 wicket of Adnan Lakhedin so far. And this partnership on the brink of 150. It's worth 149 so far. And Mondezondeki, when you look at it in comparison to how South Africa did in the first 2 games, this performance has been really good. And Joris van Schalkwyk has been really impressive opening the batting.
Yeah, it's been chalk and cheese. Been chalk and cheese between the two. This performance, it looks like a whole completely different team. Partnership again, exactly what we spoke about. The lack of partnerships is what is one of South Africa's downfall. But again, I go back to this pitch. Is that off the glove? It's a run. Risky, but you have to take those sort of risks here. Run rate now at climbing up to 7 runs and over needed. I do like those. South Africa's got those wickets in hand. And we're still in a very good position.
Right, Joris van Schalkwyk batting on 99 on the brink of a maiden youth ODI century here.
150 partnership as well.
Brilliant from Joris van Schalkwyk. You can hear the roar from him. He's batted beautifully. He's leading South Africa's run chase of what would have been an impossible run chase at the beginning of this innings. It's 100 of high quality from the Titans, the youngster. And he'll hope that it leads South Africa to victory here in this 3rd youth ODI. Well played, young man.
Yeah, very well played. Exactly what South Africa needed here. This partnership as well. Don't forget the contribution of this man, Bulbuli too, has been there the whole time. For the majority of the time that van Schalkwyk got his 100 in. And the nice thing about this innings, he also hasn't put all the pressure on van Schalkwyk to score in terms of the run rate. He's kept up. Got a steady run rate himself. So both these 2 young men doing a really nice job here for South Africa.
100 from 104 deliveries. And a lot of that has been about dropping and running and mixing boundary shots with those singles. 174 for 1 South Africa. And Joris van Schalkwyk and Mohammad Bulbuli are crossing the 150 run partnership. 154 is what they've amassed.
Let's not also forget that just to to tell you how good this wicket has been so far compared to the first two games. Bangladesh also didn't reach 300. I can't remember if they went over 250 in any of the games. But to get 320 today, it just tells you the quality of this wicket today. Spin back in. Shahidin Islam back into the attack. Tom leg spin. He's sorting out his field here. 4 out on the boundary. Square leg, long on, long off, and a cover on the boundary in the offside.
It hasn't had the desired impact, the spin also from a Bangladesh point of view in this game.
Well, I think this one's a better wicket, just to bat on first and foremost. I did. The first two didn't really turn that much either, if I remember correctly. This one hasn't turned either, but it's a much better wicket. I think the ball is coming onto the bat, so it's easier for them to play their strokes. Perhaps that's why spin hasn't been that effective. It came through quite quickly. It was flat through the air. Didn't give it any air whatsoever.
And also credit to South Africa's batting. All of Bangladesh's spinners haven't bowled consistently to one batter.
Well, one thing I have noticed, though, is from both teams, they get out of trouble shot when it comes to spin. If it's full, they try to punch it down to long on or long off, or cut it if it's short. But none of them actually really used their feet in this game today, interestingly enough. Even Bangladesh, they didn't use their feet a lot. South Africa certainly hasn't used their feet at all. They're just happy to play from the crease. And I wouldn't advise them to actually try to do that at times, because you also want to mess around with the bowler's length. And using your feet can do that, make him drop his length or maybe just pull a bit fuller.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point that. It also goes back to probably how well the pitchers played. They haven't needed to come out or the crease to try and mess with the bowler's lines. They've been content to just do that, knock it in the gap and run.
It also is a bit tougher when you have a Shahidin Islam who doesn't really give the ball much air. It's very flat, it's quick. So it is a bit tougher to come down the wicket to those type of bowlers. Yeah. I think it's his googly, the one that actually does give it a little bit of air. Just a tad bit slower. That's the end of the 30th over. South Africa 177 for 1. This partnership still going along really nicely here. Still in striking distance here, South Africa, very much in this game.
They've also kept the run rate in check, South Africa. It hasn't gone past the 7-run mark, the required run rate. Very much achievable. Well, that's what a partnership does. It just keeps the run rate in check. A big, prolonged partnership. And often when you lose wickets like South Africa have done in the first 2 games, the run rate just balloons and it becomes really difficult to bring it back down again. Lost wickets in clusters in those first 2 games.
If you Bangladesh, one, of course you want to break this partnership, but more importantly, I think you want 2 new batches at the crease. You certainly don't want one of these guys sticking around and playing anchor and being there at the back end of it, because if they're there until the 50th over, you would think South Africa would win.
Wonderful hands again from Van Schalkwyk. He's hit that behind square on the offside, and the fumble allows them to get back for the second.
That's what that pressure does. They've been good in the outfield so far, Bangladesh. Yeah, 1 drop catch earlier, but also a bit of a knock on that. But in general, they've been really good. But pressure does do things to people sometimes. Running hard can do that.
Sliding down the leg side. Desperate appeal for Muzaman Rafi.
Also, a bit round out, flat, difficult to come down to the wicket. I understand his option of trying to go down on one knee. Square leg and long on the boundary on the onside.
Hey, Tamim! Chaval, Tamim, come Tamim! Rafi, ভালো, একটু দূরে ভালো, Rafi! Rafi, bhai!
Down the pitch. And straight down the wicket. And look for the second. Bubuya wasn't really keen on taking in the arm.
Well, at least he took our advice and came down the wicket, used his feet. Just the timing wasn't quite there. Kind of sliced the ball. Couldn't really get underneath it the way he wanted to.
Chaval, Rafi!
Lovely shot. Just opens the face, Bulbulia. Long chase for long off. Can't get there. Misfield gives South Africa's co-captain yet another boundary. It's been a long time since we've seen the ball cross the boundary line. And Bulbulia's found it. Upping the ante now with just a couple of overs before the one ball comes out of play.
Great shot as well, just giving himself some room, trying to hit the ball over extra cover. Execution was perfect.
Catch it! Oi, Tamim!
Seven of the over, 184 for one. Yeah, definitely now South Africa just wanting to get more runs while there's two new balls in operation. They would have also noticed how difficult it was to get the ball away once one was out of play. So the next few overs are very crucial from South Africa, just to get themselves a little bit ahead of the game.
Are you saying before you get to the 34th, you should maybe be a little bit more attacking to get ahead of it? Because number one, you don't know which ball they're going to change. But I hear you. I'm not just bad normally. Wouldn't worry about it too much, to be honest. Just keep going. Get yourself into a position where you got wickets in hand and you need single digits per over. On this kind of surface, in these conditions, if you have wickets in hand, anything under 9-10 runs and over, very much gettable.
Yeah, definitely agree with you.
Seems to be a problem with the foot marks. Yeah, just flattening it out. Can't get uncomfortable for Seema when he's planting his front leg. If it's a bit uneven.
Shaharia Al-Amin back into the attack for Bangladesh. They've also tried a lot of things to slow the game down, Bangladesh, such as the pressure they've been under in this third ODI. We've had the physio come on a few occasions just to give Abdullah.
What are you saying exactly?
I'm just noting what I've noted.
Are you saying this is gamesmanship? You know how they do it in tennis?
Oh, definitely.
Djokovic does it a lot, actually. When he's down, medical timeout.
Yeah, slow the game down.
Yeah, slow the game down. Maybe. I haven't noticed that they're doing it.
But it's been a deliberate ploy from every international side now. I mean, India did it in the T20 World Cup final against South Africa. It broke the momentum. Anything to break the momentum of the batters. To stem the flow a little bit. They've been under pressure, Bangladesh.
It's been about 5 minutes since the last delivery. I mean, only wicket taker so far today for Bangladesh, and he's back into the attack. His 3 overs are quite expensive. 1 for 25. going with just over 8 runs and over. Skipper is asking him to do a job. Get a wicket, chap. That's what he wants.
Straight over his head. Beautiful shot from Jorrit van Schalkwyk. Long chase for Midhoff. Does hold it back in. They come back for the second run. But great intent shown now from van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia just to add a few runs before that other ball gets out of play.
Just a bit too full from Al-Amin. Timing wasn't quite there from van Schalkwyk. Got it over mid-off, but couldn't get it to the boundary. Changing field. Long on, onto the boundary. Fine leg in the circle.
Bang into the gap and all the way for 6. Wonderful shots, wonderful timing from Jorrit van Schalkwyk. He's been there from ball 1, but he hasn't lost his rhythm.
Yeah, made that look easy. Nice pickup. Once again, the captain wants to follow the delivery. Where the ball went, we going. I'm sending a square leg onto the boundary and a car corner. Let's see what else they do here in the field while they're still just sorting it out. Third man's coming into the circle. I would imagine long off is going to be inside the circle. He's already got 3 on the leg side on the boundary and 1 on the offside on the point boundary side. That's the field.
Beautiful. Gives himself room on the offside and slaps it over cover. Smart batting from this youngster. 1 on the onside, now on the offside. 6-4.
And they've only got 1 covering the offside on the boundary. Very smart shot. Low risk, high percentage.
Just brilliant, really brilliant batting this from Jorrit van Schalkwyk. He knows all the protection on the boundaries on the leg side, so he gives himself room outside the leg side to access that offside. Just 1 fielder on the boundary patrolling on the offside, so plenty of opportunities to find boundaries there. More time now taken by Al-Amin to set his field and make sure that he doesn't bleed any more runs.
Yeah, I don't think Al-Amin wants to hear from his fellow mate to give him advice. He keeps on telling him to just go away, leave me alone.
Swivels on that one. It's behind square on the leg side. Jorrit van Schalkwyk is on the attack. And Sharia Al-Amin coming back into the attack hasn't worked for Bangladesh. He's conceded runs. 6-4-4.
Some more advice coming. Put to straight, short again. Pulled nicely. There is a square leg on the boundary, on the leg side. Fine legs up in the circle. We found the gap perfectly. Wants to change the field again, I think. I'm not too sure what the plan is. Car corner comes into the circle. Long off goes onto the boundary. This suggests Yorkers, full and straight. And perhaps taking some pace off the deliveries as well, but full and straight or slow deliveries.
Carved away on the offside. This time it's straight to the sweeper fielder. Yeah, the length from Al-Amin on those 3 deliveries where he went to the boundary for was not the right one, especially with the field up on the offside.
Yeah, also South Africa just got to 200 after that boundary. First time in the series. Changing field once again. Finally goes back onto the boundary.
Back at him, and a fine catch from Al-Amin. conceded plenty of runs in that over, but the presence of mind to just keep his composure when the ball came back at him from Mohamed Bulbulia, and the partnership is broken. South Africa lose their second wicket, and as Mohamed Bulbulia has to go for 62, it's 201 for 2, and it's time for drinks. Timely break for Bangladesh, and got rid of Mohamed Bulbulia after a very extended partnership between himself and George van Schalkwyk. A partnership of over 150 runs. 201 for 2, South Africa. Brings South Africa's other co-captain to the crease, Jason Rolls. Was disappointed to miss out on that first game. He had to be replaced because of a concussion. He scored a really nice half century in the second game. So he's a man that has some form behind him in this series. He needs to support Joris van Schalkwyk well here. He's been looking really good. Good catch that from Al-Amin. The previous over to dismiss Bulbulia. Would have been difficult on your follow through to get both hands onto the ball.
So captain has brought himself onto ball. He's into his 7th over now. He's taking the place of Rafi. It's going to be important now for, as you said, for the captain to just support Van Schalkwyk as much as he can here. Bangladesh will be really, really looking to get Van Schalkwyk out. That will be the main wicket they're looking for. To get two new batters and try to get some dot balls in so that run rate goes up. As long as Van Schalkwyk is there, South Africa will keep scoring. Okay, need some really good support and reset now. Start again this partnership. Long way to go in this game. 17 overs left. It's a lot of cricket.
Often you try and pump yourself up and say add 2 to the score. Add 2 wickets and then the complexion of the game changes completely. Jason Rolls, good numbers. 52 in the second game of the series.
Pede koros. Hey!
It's good this from Bangladesh. They've squeezed.
Often happens with a new batter. Get a couple of dot balls in, run rate goes up a little bit. And what that sometimes can do is make Van Schalkwyk feel like I need to score some runs now. The guy who was supporting me is gone. A new batter is trying to get used to the surface, trying to get used to the pace of the wicket and all that. We just don't want that run rate to get out of hand. End of the over. 2 for 2, South Africa. After 33 overs. Van Schalkwyk, 122-24, sorry. Still going along nicely and joined by the skipper. Still on 0. Rafi changing ends. Taking out Amin's place. So more spin.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about what the approach from Van Schalkwyk might be now. It's also just reached a very delicate phase of the game where it's just a couple of overs before one ball comes out of play, and you still got a new batter in Jason Rolls who's going to have to take a few deliveries just to customize to the conditions out in the middle. Swept. It's gone wide also. It'll go for 5 wides.
Those are precious runs. Those are precious extra runs for South Africa. No bat, a wide. Just keeps that run rate in check. An odd boundary here or there will certainly help, especially with Rolls still trying to get used to the pace of this wicket. I don't think Van Schalkwyk needs to take any unnecessary risk. Still got 8 wickets in hand, under 7 runs and over. Lots of overs left.
Good run from Rolls.
Yeah, just keep that scoreboard ticking. And good running will help with that. It's quite a big field. There's a lot of 2s around too, so you can get the ball in the gap, you run hard. The change in field for the lefty. Just one on the offside in the circle. I mean outside the circle, sorry. Left arm coming around and through.
Oh, confusion. Probably through to the wrong end was the fielder. But I think also with a direct hit, Jason Rolls would have been in trouble.
Yeah. Yes and no. Van Schalkwyk didn't want to use his feet here nicely. Rolls, we've been asking for it. Just use your feet, change the length, got to the ball quickly. I think he hit the ball too well. Got to the fielder quite quickly as well. Energy levels are up, Bangladesh, after that wicket. Wanted to go for the big one. Timing just wasn't there, but you can see he's looking for that boundary. Still wants to get that scoreboard ticking by getting boundaries here and there. And this would be a good over if they can get a boundary before it ends with that 5 wides from the first ball.
Sliced away, but safe to the man at the point boundary. Just one more ball now before one ball is out of play in this match.
I like it. I like it from Rolls, using his feet.
Good. Really good from Bangladesh. End of the 34th is 211 for 2. Choice of balls now for Azizul Hakim Tamim. Which one will they keep in play? Which one will they throw away? They'll inspect it and see which one is more worse for wear.
Softer ball. That's all they're looking for. Is for the softer one. Nothing else. Whichever one is going to be a softer ball is the one they want, because they don't want South Africa timing the ball so well on a hard ball here on this wicket. Yeah, I think they're going to go which as much spin as they can. I think spin has been a little bit tricky for South Africa to get the ball to the boundary, because you have to force issues with seam coming onto the wicket and make the pace for you. With the spinners here, you have to create your own pace.
Easier to replace the ball also if this one is in play, gets even more damaged in the next 15 overs of its lifespan. You just pick up the next ball that was already in play. Slashed away. And the bounce to the sweeper. Just need to get a move on ever so slightly now, South Africa. They're feeling like because they've got wickets in hand, they can go a little bit more. Good stop, really good stop.
Yeah, we're all right. Still got 15 overs after this one, needing at 7 and over. What you don't want is to start climbing at a rapid pace. That's the only thing you don't want. Just keep it where it is right now until the last 5 or 6.
Importantly, also keep the wickets in hand.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's number one. But if you lose a wicket, that's the man you don't mind losing if you're South Africa. You want the in man to be there for as long as possible, preferably until the end of the game.
He just stopped on him, Jason Rolls, and he probably just came out too quickly. Spotted by Azizul Hakim Tamim. That's into the gap nicely. Opportunity for a second, easy one. Smart batting from Rolls.
And that's why you want new batters at the crease, because the pace of the wicket, they're not quite used to it yet. That one just stopped a little bit on him. He turned his bat thinking it was going to come on a little bit quicker. So you allow yourself to get those dot balls in. We're hoping for another wicket. Last ball, good over so far. Reverse. Gone. Captain is gone. That's another wicket they picked up. Trying to play the reverse sweeper straight to the man at point, and they pick up another wicket here, Bangladesh.
The idea was good from Jason Rolls. The execution not so good. He hit it straight to the man. And overjoyed the Bangladeshis. Look at how much it means to them. Straight to the man at point, up and over him. He gets a boundary, Jason Rolls. Instead, he finds point. Third wicket gone for South Africa. And their captain is gone for 5. It's 215 for 3.
Quite a big wicket, given what you said about him earlier when he scored 50 in his first game, the only game he's played in.
Very good. Boys, take it home. Take it home. Take it home, boys. Take it home. We are not even close.
Next man up, Vian Pretorius, into his second match, strike rate of 94, very good strike rate, highest score of 12 only, so hasn't had too many opportunities at this level. Here's the chance today, 15 overs to play with. And a left-handed batter, another lefty coming in. And a big wicket for the captain of that last over there, taking out his fellow captain. Rafi to continue to Faskalkvik.
Despite the loss of that wicket, it's important that South Africa continue in the momentum that they have been, especially since Van Skalkwyk is still out there. 106 needed from 89 deliveries. Still very much within reach.
Yeah, spinners have done well though for Bangladesh. Every time the seamers come on, they seem to bleed some runs, but the spinners come on. They slow things down a little bit, and that run rate that's required does turn to shoot up. They've really done a nice job here for Bangladesh so far. That's Vian Pretorius, who just came on. About to face his first delivery.
Afi's boy, Vian Pretorius. Pretoria boys high. Oh my goodness, apologies. I'm sure he heard me then. He's like,
You said Afi's, then you said Pretoria
yeah,
boys.
then it's like, what?
What are you saying? When you went to both?
Goes to Afi's.
Yeah, energy levels on the field, they've gone up an inch. They've just turned up the volume here, Bangladesh. Psyched up. They're up for this. Just one. Gets off the mark.
He'll want to make a good impression here, Vian Pretorius. Had a chance in game number 1 when he was a substitute for Jason Rolls. Then he had another opportunity in the previous game. Didn't capitalize in either of them, so here's chance number 3. Certainly with some of the form that he's shown and what is known of Vian Pretorius, he'll capitalize eventually from here up until the Zimbabwe tour, where they'll get 6 games to try out.
Oh, good running. Good running. Still keeping that scoreboard ticking over, which is very important. That run rate has shot up now to 7.3.
It's going to be the first time South Africa are testing out this new law in the series. They haven't gotten to over number 34. Now they're on over number 36. The scoring has been good, especially from Yorick van Skalkwyk. Like you said earlier on Monday, they'll be choosing the softest ball. It's one of the few times where you're trying to choose a ball which has degraded to as much as possible.
Yeah. Very much so. Hakeem has got the previous wicket of his fellow captain, just changing the field here for him. Mid wicket comes into the circle. One down to long off. They're daring him though. With the long on and mid wicket up in the circle on the onside for Pretorius. They want him to try go over the top.
Come on, Tamim.
Perhaps leading edge.
But that's the advantage of having a very well set partner. You don't have to take them on. You can just pass on the strike on to the set batter. And if he passes the strike back onto you, all of a sudden the team has gotten 2 runs from 2 deliveries. Then you continue in that fashion. And eventually you've set your eye in. Van Skalkwyk on the other side has had several deliveries and he's probably pumped some for 4. And you get closer to the target.
Yeah, it's going to repeat that. Another wide.
Oh, yeah! Oh!
I think he wanted to go back to that. It was very full delivery.
Come on, boy, come on!
Last minute he went forward.
Come on! Big shot, boys, come on, boys.
Smelling something here, the Bangladeshis, you can hear them.
They are up for it. They are up for it.
Oh, they are. Good boy, David.
For the time being, Vian Pretorius is up to it as well, moving up to 4 more runs from 6 deliveries, and it starts off slow like this. Before you know it, the partnership is in double digits. Before you know it, it's in its 30s, and all of a sudden you are hurting. Your team spirit is low.
Come on, boy.
So all a patience game for these two,
Come on, inland. Come on, boy.
and it's slowly starting to get dark in Benoni. They want to get over it. Ooh, that would have been an awesome catch if it was grabbed by Uzaman Rafi, but it lands safely.
That's South African bench. That's South African bench. Might have closed their eyes for a second over there. Was looking to hit it over extra cover. Yep. Mid-off is up in the circle. The idea was very good. Execution, and he got away with it. So I understand exactly what he's trying to do, though. And why not? Only one man on the offside on the boundary. Good running again.
Still having the awareness to use the depth of the fielders to just put it into space for a single. 13 overs left, 78 deliveries. They need 95 runs, 95 from 78.
Change of bowling, right arm over.
Yeah, more spin. They're going to bowl their spinners for as much as they can. 13 overs left.
Still handy players. Handy players still waiting in the kitchen for South Africa. The highest ever run chase in Youth ODIs is 318.
Yeah, the records are there to be broken today. Could be South Africa next. Could be. 13 overs left. 7 wickets in hand. And needing 95 to win. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the sweep. There's a huge. What is he saying? Nah, he made it. He's back in. There was a huge disagreement in terms of the run. He called yes and then no. Pretoria was almost on the other end. He still made it back.
Fielding not up to standard, uncharacteristics of
Called him.
Bangladesh.
Sorry, I was just about to say, Francis Alkek, he called him and ran and then decided, no, I'm not going to make it to the other end. Maybe you should go back. Almost. But almost doesn't count, unfortunately for Bangladesh.
So close. So close. Did well, Vian Pretorius, to make it back. He's going to have to capitalize on the life that has been offered to him here, Vian.
It's a very good start to the over too, though, for Bangladesh in terms of .1 run rate at 7.5 needed now. And the pressure will slowly start to climb. The more overs that we don't get boundaries on, and that run rate starts to spike up, the more pressure is going to be on the batters. I still got time, though. You always got more time than you think.
Luckily, the ball that they're playing with is white. You can see, even from the hue of your screen, that it has gotten a little bit darker. Oh, that was close. Amazing bowling from Islam.
I'm not even quite sure what happened there. Just missed it completely. I don't think he read it. Pretorius. Having another look. Yeah, I turned away from him. Googly.
Had no idea what happened to him there, Vian Pretorius. For a moment, I thought the bail was off its stump. Such was the quality of the delivery from Islam. Now it's just going to be a seed planted in Pretorius' head. It's going to be important that he covers the gap between the bat and the pad, because now he might be playing for that googly at any time.
Yeah, wide. Going to repeat that. So far, really good over though. Just one delivery left. 2 runs off it. Exactly what Bangladesh want. And they want to bowl the majority of these deliveries to Pretorius as well while he's still struggling. Very good over. 2 runs off it. 228 for 3 South Africa, sorry. Bangladesh defending 93 runs. South Africa needs to win this game.
It's doing well here, Islam. Even South Africa had a bowler who just controlled everything. Here, Jadin Islam going at a touch below 4 runs to the over. That required run rate for South Africa slowly creeping up into the 8s, 7.7 so far. Van Schalkwyk, Pretorius, they're going to need to take control here. The shorter leg side opened for Van Schalkwyk.
Looking for 2, just 1. Good work. Oh, not sure about the throw. And got to the ball quite quickly.
Azizul Hakim went for a bit of a tapping in the start of his spell. He was the target focus of Yorick van Schalkwyk whilst he was batting with Mohamed Bulbulia. He's reeled it back in here, the captain.
Yeah, it's also his last over. He's done a nice job. Picked up a wicket, an important wicket as well. Going at just over 5 runs and over. Couldn't find the gap. Timing was very good. If he gets the ball in between that point and that short third man, that's a 4. Unfortunately, straight to the man. Good work in the outfield.
This is the difficulty that now comes with the old ball being in play. And Van Schalkwyk has been off strike for quite a bit now. You spoke about it, Monde, that the Bangladeshis will be trying to keep Pretorius on strike, always tensing up when he's on strike, loosening when Van Schalkwyk to get Pretorius back on strike, and it seems to be working now with a dwindling striking rate.
Yeah, it can also frustrate Van Schalkwyk, the fact that he's not getting to face as many deliveries as he wanted to. He got a single off the first ball and he had to wait for 3 more before he faced again. Last ball, very good over. Very good spell by the captain. Got away with one there, full toss. Couldn't capitalize at all. And that's the end of a very good spell by the captain. 10 overs, 1 for 51. South Africa, 231 for 3.
A much hotter Yorick van Schalkwyk sends that into the grass embankment for 6 runs. A full toss like that. But like we said, just going a little bit cold, watching from the non-striker's end. Now there's 11 overs to go. South Africa need 90 runs. That run rate might slightly get out of hand if they are not careful, especially with the spin bowlers performing the job that they are. Especially this man, Jadin Islam, who has the ball right now at the Kuruleni end, going at less than 4 runs to the over.
Yeah, the seamers still got to come back though. I suppose South Africa can try capitalize because those seamers have been expensive. I think if the ball is there to hit it, but you don't have to take any unnecessary risk. If you are going to target the seamers, that is.
Bang! Smashing hit from Yorick van Schalkwyk into the stands. Taking on Islam, and that's how you start an over.
Well, as I said, don't take any unnecessary risk. He goes down on one knee. Is it for a 6? And if you can keep doing that, then keep doing that. No complaints for me. One knee. For a split second, I thought he might have got the top edge on that one, but a nice connection, and it's gone all the way. Much needed for South Africa.
Very risky because he's playing the ball against the turn and he's playing it to the long side of the field. So 2 negatives going against him, but he still powers it on over the boundary. Great batting from Van Schalkwyk. A little bit too hard to try and hit it. But he started the over very well. And in this day and age, if you do have the upper hand, some coaches don't mind their players going on for another biggie if it's allowing from the bowlers. Pila behind me, clearly one of those coaches calling for another 6. But calm now exhibited from Yorick.
Keep going.
There it is.
Short boy.
Massive batting from Yorick. If it's there to be hit, do it.
150.
And that's 2 6s in a row.
148.
That takes him to 148. Too short of his 150, but once again, same shot, same result. Down on one knee. Square leg was up in the circle too. So it was a very safe shot. Just to get it over the square leg, you got to get a boundary. He got the maximum. 12 runs off this over. Exactly what South Africa needed.
That's why they wanted to have Vian on strike other than Yorick van Schalkwyk. Because look at the damage that he's causing here. Very good batting.
Yeah, the field hasn't changed. Square leg is still up in the circle.
Muscled that. Just got too big on him.
Yeah, I think so. He probably would have wanted to hit that a bit later and tried target, hitting it over square leg who's up in the circle, but nonetheless, gets a single, 13 runs off this over, 1 ball left.
They're bringing in the long off fielder, coming into mid-off.
Tempting him.
No temptation needed. 13 runs from the over for the South Africans.
Stay like that. Stay there. On strike.
77 needed from the last 10 overs. Oh, it's very dark. It's getting darker and darker. The lights won't switch on. Luckily, though, the ball is white. And the light may shine on South Africa at the end of this tour with 7 wickets in hand, needing 77 runs. 149 not outs from Yorick van Schalkwyk. Really great performance.
Bangladesh just taking their time in between these overs. Just slowing things down a little bit. Tiny bit. New bowler. Captain did finish his 10 overs from the Charlotte end. And to replace him, Rafi back into the attack with his left-arm spin. South Africa gonna have to figure out where they think they can play this left-arm spinner because it doesn't give it a lot of air. Balls are quite flat and straight. Got to figure out your options, which ones are the best ones to try to keep scoring on the left-arm spinner.
Power play. 5 fielders outside now being allowed. And 5 of them being used. Deep square. Deep mid-wicket. Long on. Long off. And deep cover.
Yeah, on the onside, there's nobody in the inner circle besides this fine leg. Missing. Everybody in front of him. Here van Schalkwyk is on the boundary. On the onside, that is. It could be plenty of 2s if you hit the ball well enough on that side. Just one for that one, yeah, just one.
Brilliantly played then from Yorick van Schalkwyk.
Well, that's what they're looking for, that big gap where the bowler can't get to it quickly. Between the between the car corner, and the long arm, that's trying to find that gap. 150 for Schalkwyk. Has batted really well. Of 146 delivery, even more impressive. Strike rate of over 100. And he will be South Africa's big hope.
Wonderful moment for Yorick van Schalkwyk. Brings up his first 100 now. He's making it a granddaddy one. 150 up.
On. Relax here, relax.
And Vian is
here.
making it easy now, just getting these ones and allowing Yorick to take strike.
Yeah, Rafi's not going to give it any air. That was a very flat. You can almost treat him as a seamer.
Dijan.
I think he's going to go more back at the length. I don't think he wants him to get on one knee and sweep him either. Might be just dropping them a bit short, his deliveries. Oh, he goes in the sweep. Four runs. That's what he wants. The fuller one, so he can get down on the one knee. Likes the sweep shot, and that's gone for 4.
Superbly played from Van Skalkwyk. It was quickly bowled from Rafi. It matters not. That's how South Africa bring up their 250. Just down the leg side, way too wayward in his lines.
Come on, boys. Come on,
And he
Rafi.
eats it up, Yorick van Skalkwyk.
Come on, Rafi. Come, Rafi.
Down the wicket. It's in the air. Safe. 7 runs off this over. 1 delivery left.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Go, Rafi.
Oh, straight to the man. They still get a single. Yeah, makes it to the other side. That's 8 runs off the over. A decent one for South Africa, especially with that boundary. 41 gone. 250, 253. South Africa now need 69 to win the game.
They've really switched on here, the under-19 Proteas. Whatever was missing in their first 2 games has come in here. 252 from just 41 overs. A total that looked so unprecedented from the manner in which they've been playing this entire innings, or this entire series. And 69 runs away in 9 overs, whilst the opening bowlers still have 6 overs apiece. I don't know if they'll ever come back. But Rizan Hossan continues with his bowling. 8 runs and over from here on. See South Africa cross the line as victors.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see what the plan is here. Take off the pace or go full for Yorkers. What's the tactic going to be at the back end here for Bangladesh? Third man's back. Fine legs up in the circle. Long on, long off, car corner. All back.
Highest individual score by so Jorish 155.
Pila from commentator turned statistician.
Oh yes.
Highest run from an under-19 player for Youth ODI.
Bounce short. Don't do that. Bounce short. I thought he was going to clear it for a second.
Player with the most runs for South Africa A in an individual innings, or for South Africa under-19, is the same player has the most runs on debut on a test match for South Africa, Jacques Rudolph. The record is 156 for South Africa. Yorick van Skalkwyk is a runaway, currently on 155.
If I was a betting man, I would say he's going to break that record today. And sorting out their field here to the left-hander. Taking pace off the ball, slow ball. Is he going to get to the boundary? That's a lovely shot. That is a lovely shot. Waited for it nicely. Took some pace off the ball there, Hossan. Pretorius waited for it nicely, played it as late as possible. Hits it. There is a man out there on the boundary on the offside too. Bit of worth on offer, but beats the man at deep point.
That should get the ball rolling for Vian Pretorius. It's been looking stiff throughout the series. Can loosen up a little bit and get his scoring form going as it normally does. heavily off balance, playing that shot, needing to make his ground, falling away as he was playing it.
Yeah, I feel they're not happy. Rafi, he reckons he should have hit. I'm not sure how much trouble he would have been in though. Just stumbled, loses his balance. I think he would have made it. I think he would have made it back in, regardless. 2 left in this over. 5 runs off it so far. So a decent one for Bangladesh. I want to finish this over by either getting a wicket or no big damage done. Give yourself a bit of room. Slow ball once again picked up by Van Schalkwyk. Only ran 1. Good fielding out in the outfield once again.
Keeping it consistent here, South Africa. That run rate that's required hasn't moved much and hasn't gone away from them, especially since they have 7 wickets in hand. They just need to be scoring at 2 runs more than what they are doing now, and they'll see themselves cross the line. Pretorius will keep strike, as Van Schalkwyk has equaled the record, just hasn't surpassed it as yet. 259 for 3 after 42. Peter Sklaba will come back and replace Mondes Ondegi.
Bit broken.
It is getting pretty dark now. Not just in terms of the score line, because the series is already gone, but it's getting pretty dark out there.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Oh, you coming with the brightness.
Magubane, yes,
Don't worry.
I think I needed to just brighten up the place. Yeah, but it is quite cloudy. Over rates are also going to be in question from the match referee, Rudy Birkenstock. We'll see who gets penalized, but it's taken an eternity to bowl these 50 overs. Bowled 42 so far, Bangladesh. Van Schalkwyk, how beautifully has he played? Just 1 short to go. Top of the pile in terms of highest scores for youth ODIs for South African. He's coming nicely, Vian Pretorius. He's taken the time also. But once he's got going, he's found some really good boundaries. Just needs to go a little bit touch quicker now. Round down, bottom edge, through the keeper's legs. And it's going to go all the way to the boundary. Fortuitous for Pretorius, but I'll take that. Valuable 4 for South Africa.
They all count. The intent normally pays you with reward. Not a bad ball at all from Rafi, but a good edge for Vian Pretorius. And sometimes you need moments like these to just spur you on and keep you going in your innings, because it hasn't been the cleanest from Vian Pretorius, especially given what we have seen from him. But it's moments like these that just spur you on. Van Schalkwyk was dropped early on in the 80s. So everyone has his chance.
Bye.
58 from 45. Still very much in South Africa's favor. Still 7 wickets in the bag. Some big hitters to still come for South Africa. Hit hard back at Rafi and he spills it. South Africa will be able to get just the single. Right, here's the moment now for Jorik van Schalkwyk. A moment to eclipse the highest youth ODI score by a South African. As you rightly mentioned, Bendulo. The record belongs to another Titans man in Jacques Rudolph. He's got it. Now look for two. Really good running from Pretorius and from Van Schalkwyk. The highest youth ODI score by a South African belongs to George Van Schalkwyk now.
Happens hand in hand with their 50-run partnership. It just shows how Jorik has been an anchor in this innings, has partnered Mohamed Bulbulia in the 100-run partnership. Now he's doing it for the 50-run partnership with Van Pretorius. And the ease that his partners can now try and play with around him bring a strong hold in this South African chase.
Brilliant shot. A lot of work for the sweeper. Can't do it. This is some batting from Joris van Schalkwyk. He's leading the charge, leading South Africa possibly to victory here. 270 for 3 at the end of the 43rd.
In a chase like this, you need a couple of players to score medium to big scores, or one player to hold it down. And Jorik van Schalkwyk does it with the highest individual youth ODI score for a South African. And like you said, Pela, eclipsing Jacques Rudolph, 156 not outs. Van Schalkwyk 158 not outs. And how classy would it be coming in a game where, if the South Africa do win, it is the most highest successful chase in a youth one-day international match ever.
Slides away. Rizan Hussain back into the attack for Bangladesh. And for 41 in his 7.1 overs so far. Always going to be a stiff chase, wasn't it? You would have said advantage Bangladesh at the interval because of how South Africa have batted in this series. But they've believed in themselves a little bit more today, South Africa. And catalyst being that first boundary from Adnan Lahadin. It's gone wide again from Rizan Hussain. So this is a huge box ticked. Whether South Africa do get there or not, being able to show the impotence that they have in this innings, in this run chase of a very stiff target of 321. Malibonge Moketa might say that's a big tick that we can take forward into that triangular between Bangladesh and Zimbabwe in a few days' time.
Just given how the last two games played out, there's been a lot of talk over the players in the team itself, its structure, if it has the capabilities to challenge for World Cup glory, especially since South Africa have won that World Test Championship. All of a sudden, there's an expectation with every South African team that is out there. Oof, that is nearly back onto the stumps from Jorik van Schalkwyk, saved by the pads. But apart from that, this performance just shows that they can do it, because it wasn't a one-man show. 100%, 162 is a big score, but he also needs partners around him to shape the score that he has built up. Mohamed Bulbulia raised his hand. Van Pretorius is raising his hand now as well.
You make a great point about the expectation of every South African side now from that victory at the ICC Test Championship final. And these youngsters might have faltered a little bit in terms of the expectation to win. You're playing at home, you're playing against Bangladesh at home. Conditions might favor you slightly, but they haven't really been able to put on clinical performances in that first two games. Oh, opportunity. It's going to fall safe. No man's land. Nobody at the keeper to collect the ball in case of a run out.
Seems like it's just been the case throughout the entire match for both innings. When the Bangladeshis were batting, they had so many of those being skied up and just landing in no man's land. Just speaks of the defensive nature of the fields right now, because it's such a good batting track that the batters are also raising their hands and playing the strokes that are required in order for them to take advantage of the surface. And so they keep landing in these open spaces. Just like that.
Again, it's just over the in-ring. Uses the feet from Vian Pretorius, just evades the men running back at cover. This is where South Africa were also smart in the change of pace in the latter stage of the innings. Now, Rezan Hossan employing some of the tactics that Dando Soni utilized towards the back end of Bangladesh's batting innings. Harder to hit, no pace on the ball. So you have to generate all the pace on his own, Vian Pretorius.
44 done. South Africa have 36 deliveries to make up 47 runs. It's 274 for 3. 25th of July is the start of that under-19 series between South Africa, Bangladesh and Zimbabwe. It's going to be happening at the Harare Sports Club throughout those 2 weeks, from the 25th till the 10th of August. Eyes are coming to the young boys and young men who will be the future of South Africa. And right now, this is the quality of cricket they are able to showcase in every single game that they play. Or anything close to this, they'll be in good stead.
Yeah, match situation still firmly in South Africans' control. 47 from 36. Run rate just creeping up towards 8 and over, 7.8 at the moment. Still manageable. Really, he is still manageable. Especially when Jorix van Schalkwyk is still at the crease.
Vian Pretorius, if he can preserve his wicket here and just see off the innings in a victory cause, what a confidence booster it will be for him as well. His feet haven't been steady, and this might be just that. Currently on 17 from 27.
Also still pretty young, probably one of the younger members of this under-19 side. Also carries a bit of pressure from the success of his older brother, Luandre. So it'll take a little bit of time for him to be able to settle into the side.
Okay, relax.
Just especially the style of his older brother's play. It's the style of cricket and batting that captivates the eye, because it's big hitting and it's stylish. And most importantly, it's effective. And so it's so important on that point when we watch these young men grow that we shy away from the comparisons. Not just comparing Vian to his older brother, but comparing a Bulbulia to a Hashim Amla, which is the curse that a Dewald Brevis found himself straight in being compared to AB de Villiers as an under-19 player. So it's important that we take these opportunities to watch these boys and build an identity based on who they actually are, rather than the idea of whom we think they play like.
There's trouble here. Real trouble here for Bangladesh. It's been something that they've done the whole day, throughout the series actually. As is all, Hakim Tamim has been called over by Bongani Jele. In fact, I think it's also light. It's gotten very dark, very, very dark here in Benoni. And play safety is also very important for the officials to make sure that they take care of. As Pelele Gasa's already taken off the stumps. And I think this might be the end of the game, you know. I think it really might be the end of the game. I can see Vian Pretorius and George van Skalkwyk hugging each other. I think it might be the end of the game because of the light. Yes, it is. Duckworth, Lewis and Stern will be the one to adjudicate the winner, and possibly it will be South Africa. Very much above the par score that's needed. DLS says 266. South Africa are 277. So South Africa will definitely win this if the match is ended here, and I definitely think it is because there have been handshakes all around. Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. South Africa win.
Mother Nature comes in to play her hand in a different way. Normally in white ball cricket, the lights would come on, but not on this one. And so the Duckworth, Lewis, Stern method will come in. Pilasanders Xaba bringing us the commentary alongside Mondezondegi. He'll now be rushing downstairs to have a conversation with the two captains. But as it stands here in Willowmore Park, Benoni, South Africa batting fantastically. Yorick van Skalkwyk, record-breaking innings at an under-19 level. The highest runs are scored for a South African player, eclipsing Jacques Rudolph's unbeaten 156 whilst he was at under-19 level. But the light does deprive South Africa of an opportunity of chasing down the highest run chase in under-19 youth one-day international history. 318 is the record, and they were chasing 321. They were 44 runs away from 32 deliveries when the darkness brought close to play. And like said, if Duckworth, Lewis, Stern is taken into consideration, South Africa have the upper hand, needing 266 down 277. Ladies and gentlemen, what a broadcast and show it has been over the last 3 days. It should be Bangladesh winning the series 2-1, and that one was in the hands of Yorick van Skalkwyk. 164 runs from 156. He was fortuitous getting dropped in the early 80s, but you take those opportunities in order to make granddaddy scores, and that's exactly what he does. Mohamed Bulbulia, they played a superb innings, and they tore apart the opening batters at the start. The opening bowlers going for 10 runs in the over, Shahari Alamin and Sanjit Mozumdar going at nearly 9 runs to the overs. The spinners tried their best, but such was the batting of Yorick van Skalkwyk that it helped the Proteas under-19 team claim what is a victory. So it ends 2-1, and we will be going downstairs in a couple of minutes in order to speak with Pilasanders Xaba and the two captains for the team. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here as South Africa win by 14 runs on Duckworth, Lewis, Stern. We'll go downstairs, and then we'll see you again later in the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel here at Willowmore Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of this third and final Youth ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh here at Willowmore Park in Benoni. South Africa have won via the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method, and a really good comeback for South Africa in this third and final ODI. A couple of awards to hand out, and we'll start off with the player of the match. And for figures of 6 for 65 in his 10 overs, Ndando Soni is the man of the match, and will receive his man of the match trophy from match referee Mr. Rudy Birkenstock. Wonderful performance from Ndando Soni, 6 for 65, and really was the catalyst in making sure that South Africa were able to restrict Bangladesh in the latter stages. Our player of the series, and we'll have two of them from either side. We'll start off with the Bangladesh player of the series for runs of 195 in 172 deliveries faced. He was really instrumental in getting Bangladesh off to some good starts at the top of the innings. The player of the series is Bangladesh opener Mr. Zawad Abrar. He'll get his trophy from the Bangladesh High Commissioner Mr. Shah Ahmed Shafi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. One of these.
Which one?
Series, yes.
For him? This one?
This one, yeah.
Yes. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
So what if you can have a chat for me, please? Just a quick one. Really good series for you with the bat. What was the most important thing that you worked on to be able to score runs in South African conditions?
Just to be consistent and focus on ball by ball and just play my natural game. That was it.
Coming off a really good series also in Sri Lanka a little bit earlier in the year, hundreds there. Were you a little bit disappointed that you weren't able to convert some of the starts that you had in this series into those big scores?
Yeah, obviously disappointed. I could have done better. I got a good start, could have made it longer, but unfortunately couldn't make it. But that's all. Not in my hands, in Allah's hands. So
it's a good partnership between yourself and Beg at the top of the order. What is the chat between you guys in terms of run making at the top of the order? Do you look to attack those first 10 overs in the power play?
I go for the attack, and I tell him to just calm down and stay for a bit, keep the wicket in hand, and I'll go for the shots.
Tri-series next between South Africa and Zimbabwe. What are you looking forward to the most?
Looking forward to win, obviously. Yeah, that's it. And perform better and help my team win.
Wonderful performance. Well done. Look forward to seeing you in Zimbabwe for that tri-series. Our player of the series is Zawad Abrar from Bangladesh. Just before we give the series trophy to the winners, Bangladesh, by beating South Africa by 2-1, I'd like to call on the losing captain first in Jason Rolls from South Africa to have a chat quickly. Jason, tough series. Any lessons that you might have picked up from this 3-match series?
I think definitely more about partnerships up front. I feel like that's what we capitalize on today. I think the batters batted extremely well today, and we showed them what we got.
Just looking at the first 2 games, it looked like a team that was still trying to get used to each other, gelling it at the right times. Was it a case of maybe just learning a little bit of each other in the first 2 games and then putting in a big performance in this third one?
I think it was more about the partnerships when we were batting. That's what I think changed it from the previous 2 games to now. But yeah.
How much confidence do you take from this win as a team going forward into that tri-series?
think definitely I'm proud of the boys. We put out a good performance today, and hopefully we can go win that tri-series.
All the best for that.
Thank you.
Jason Rawls, South Africa's skipper for this series, shared the skipper responsibilities with Mohamed Bulbulia also in this series. Like to also call upon Azizul Hakim Tamim, Bangladesh's captain, for a quick chat. Job done? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, just happy for 2 match win, but today is a little bit disappointing for match loss.
What was the issue today in terms of finding some really crucial breakthroughs early on, like you did in that first 2 games of the series with the ball, to try and restrict the South African batting lineup?
Yeah, they are very batting very well, and we are like not too much disappointed because we some mistake in the field, and we are at our best because some bowlers are mistake made, and some fielding also mistake on catches. They are very important to catch, and they were very good ball batting.
With the ball, you guys really bowled well. Imon up front, Fahad, Debashish Deba, also really good performances with the ball. How proud are you of the bowling effort in this series?
Yeah, obviously, because you see the Fahad and Imon, they are very good studying power play wickets coming to, and Debash is also very good in middle overs bowler. That's it.
And with the bat also, yourself, Zawad Abrar up at the top, Beg at the top. How important were those runs in constructing totals that were really difficult to chase down?
Yeah, obviously, because Zawad is a very good series to a few before series also Sri Lanka, and now is very good to perform now. Is very informed in South Africa. Yeah, that's it. Just continue for him, and some of player like Rizan and Abdullah, he very good contributed, and yeah, that is good for me. That's my team.
What are you looking forward to that tri-series then?
Obviously, we inshallah, Allah inshallah to win the matches, and inshallah we believe our process. That's it.
All the best for that then.
Thank you so much.
Don't go away, because you'll receive the series trophy, and you can ask your team to come forward as well to get this trophy from South Africa's Grant van Velden, who's the head of high performance at Cricket South Africa. Series winners, Bangladesh beating South Africa by 2-1 in this 3 Youth ODI series. Wonderful performances from the young men from Bangladesh. They'll be looking to continue the momentum into that tri-series between themselves, South Africa and Zimbabwe, in a couple of days' time. Some sparkling performances.
Let's try again. 1, 2.
Winners of this series, Bangladesh. And that concludes the post-match presentation here.